Good morning, all of you.
देवेंद्र कितने Where is Devinder? आप चलाकर देखिए इस पर. Am I audible? Am I audible? Please check it. Sir, am I audible to you?
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Am I audible to you, sir?
I can hear you. There's a lot of echo. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible. Am I audible to you?
Excuse me?
Am I audible to you?
I am. Yes, there's a lot of echo, but that's fine. I can hear you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. The Department of English, Central University of Punjab is organizing a two-day international conference on the theme Narratives of Nation, Contemporary, Literary, Cultural, and Theoretical Debates. Following the university tradition, we will start with our university anthem, Kulgeet. The concept of nation is extremely important in the discussion of cultural identities and grounding of political structures. Nations have their own narratives. However, very often a dominant narrative overpowers all other stories, including those of the marginal. That is why the need is to critically engage with the narratives of nation and keep them open. Although the nation state is historically specific and relatively recent, notions themselves, nations themselves always have an air of ahistorical permanence. If nation states are widely considered to be new and historical, the narratives which give them the political expression always loom out of an immemorial past. And still more important, glide into a limitless future. Nations, like narratives, lose their origins uh, in the midst of time, and only fully realize their horizons in the mind's eye. There are multiple perspectives to look upon the concept of nation. Some of the recent thinkers like Franz Fanon, Benedict Anderson, And there are so many other thinkers like Tom Lyon who have looked upon the concept of nation from different perspectives. The need is to have some new insights to critically engage with these ideas. The power of a national narrative seems entirely confident of its consistency and coherence, but is all the while undermined by its inability to really fix the identity of the people, which would limit their identity to a single overpowering nationality. The reason being there are other categories which define the concept of nation. And the categories which have great influence on the redefining of nation are the categories of race, gender, or sexuality, or even class. Indeed, we should not desire any end to the narratives of nation or the redefinition of these narratives, because that would be to accept a fixed and therefore stereotypical idea of any national identity. What literature uniquely reveals is a life lived precariously on the cultural and political margins of modern society, where once we could believe in the comforts and continuities of tradition, today we must face the responsibilities of cultural translation. Literature certainly carries the responsibility to mediate between different cultures, languages, and society. The identity of a nation is narrated in a twofold process. There is pedagogical dimension that foregrounds total sociological facts, and there is a performative dimension, reminding us that those total facts are always open and, in fact, are being altered every day. We are told that nation is and who are the part of a nation, but at the same time, the national subjects are inventing the nation at every moment, changing its ideals of itself as well as its institutions. Although the pedagogical is apparently negative, it would not be correct to suggest that all emphasis is on the performative. It would be more accurate to argue that there is an oscillation between the two. The narratives which produce national newness should be recognized and encouraged, and in this direction, literature plays an important role. To focus on all these issues and to critically reassess the narratives of nation, we have invited our distinguished speaker, a brilliant scholar, Professor Martin Pachner from the prestigious Harvard University. I would like to read his brief bio. Professor Martin Pachner is the Byron and Anita Wynne Professor of English and Comparative Literature at Harvard University. His prize winning books and anthologies range from philosophy to the arts. His best selling Norton Anthology of World Literature and his Harvard X online course have brought 4,000 years of literature to students across the globe. His book, The Written Word, a Wall Street Journal bestseller, has been translated into some 20 languages. His book, The Language of Thieves, interweaves family memoir with a reflection on Rot Welsh, the underground language of Central Europe, which he learned from his father and uncle. His new book, Literature for a Changing Planet, draws lessons from world literature for addressing climate change. He is a member of the European Academy and has received numerous awards, including Guggenheim Fellowship, a Coleman Fellowship, the Berlin Prize, the Humboldt Prize, and the Massachusetts Book Award. In his keynote, Professor Pachner will focus upon the issue that how humans are storytelling creatures. The many narratives involved in building states and nations are a result of this storytelling impulse. In this talk, Professor Pachner would like to ask how literature became this powerful tool, drawing on research presented in two recent books, The Written Word and Literature for a Changing Planet. He will argue for an approach to narrative based on large time scales. Only if we study literature on scales spanning thousands of years and around the globe can we ask fundamental questions about the storytelling power of literature. He will sketch what such an approach would look like and what answers it can yield to fundamental questions about narrative and nation. With this brief introduction, I request Professor Martin Pachner to please deliver the keynote.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Can you all hear me? Is this coming across well?
Yes, sir. We can hear you clearly.
Very good. I'm so glad. Well, first of all, let me say that how pleased I am to see you on my little screen, to see the room and see some of the participants online, and to be giving this lecture. I should apologize. I'm gonna cough a little bit. I think I'm at the tail end of my second bout of COVID, so but I'll do my best to speak. And it's just after midnight here, so I hope I'll have the adrenaline to see me through. The opening of speech we just heard, I think, introduced the topic wonderfully, namely that because nations are imaginary creations, as we know from Benedict Anderson and many others, they need tools to keep them together and to constantly reinvent themselves. And I do believe, as I think everyone who's come to this conference believes, that storytelling is one of those tools in which humans constantly reinvent the nation and should reinvent, as the previous speakers just mentioned. I think that's very important, that the sense that this act of narrating nations is never over and should never be over, because it is and should be an open-ended process. And I know that many of you, looking at the topics in the conference, will address this topic from various perspectives, mostly with very recent literature. And this is also my original field of study, very recent literature. And in fact, the 20th century and early 21st century, I think, is a very powerful time to prove this thesis that stories play an important part in the creation of nations and the recreations of nations. Because over the course of the 20th century, the number of nations jumped from about 50 at the beginning of the 20th century to about 250 in just a few decades. The majority of these new nations emerging from former European colonies. And the great story of literature in the 20th century is that flourishing of post-colonial literature that all over the globe that allowed these new nations, some of which, of course, with extremely long cultural roots, to invent and reinvent themselves. So what I would like to do, though, in this talk is, as the abstract that you just heard indicated, to take a bird's eye view of this process of storytelling and nation building, because I've come to believe that in literary studies, we tend to focus too much on very small timescales. Most work in literary studies, I would be interested to hear whether you can think of counterexamples, but I think most work in literary studies focuses on timescales of about 50 to 100 years. Almost all books and articles that I come across are confined by this timescale. And that's a perfectly good timescale. I think a lot can be learned by looking at literature in that kind of historical frame. But I've come to believe that there's also much to be gained by either focusing on much smaller timescales, like, for example, 1 year, but also on the other end of the spectrum by looking at hundreds or even thousands of years. Now that may sound like a megalomaniac undertaking. Who can, master all of these literatures, all these time periods? And of course, no one can do that alone. It requires a lot of collaborative and synthesizing work. But that's the kind of work I've been doing in the last decade, prompted in part by my work on the Norton Anthology of World Literature that tries to capture literature or portions of literature from the beginning to the present. And so this very collaborative work has attuned me to what I sometimes call big scale thinking about literature, namely to see what kind of features of literature come to the fore if you look at not 50 years or 500 years, but 5,000. Okay, now we have a big echo. Okay, the echo has gone away. Very good. So these large time scales. So this is what I would like to do. And in order to keep you entertained, I'm going to also show you some images. And I'm trying to do this now. Okay, very good. So in doing this work, I'm going to draw on research from 2 books, and this is the first, The Written World, that came out a few years ago. I talked about it at the Jaipur Literary Festival and several other universities in South Asia. Where I'm going to try to sketch in a kind of mad dash across history what this bird's eye view of literature looks like. As a kind of and the reason why I think that might be interesting for you to hear as the opening lecture of this conference is that it's essentially the prehistory, I think, of a lot of the work that the more focused, specialized papers that I think many of you are going to present over the next day or two will be drawing on. So I'm happy to give you the prehistory, so to speak, and maybe that is useful in the discussion of the conference. So what then is the shape of the history of literature, the history of storytelling, especially as it relates to creating such imaginary entities as states or nations? Well, as always with a story, it's good to start at the beginning. And the story of written literature, as I'm sure many of you know, starts about 5,000 years ago with the first invention of a full writing system in the form of cuneiform writing in Mesopotamia and what is today Iraq. Now, it's always hard to pinpoint the beginning of something, including the beginning of written stories. But fortunately, there is a story about the invention of writing that Mesopotamian accountants or clerks or scribes told about the technology which they controlled. And the story goes like this. It's set in the city of Uruk, the city that was one of the first urban spaces in world history, made possible by new forms of agriculture that allowed for about up to 50,000 people to live in a very small confined place. And so the story about the invention of writing centers on the king of Uruk, who presides over this first city-state, and it's a growing city-state, and he has designs on the neighboring kingdom of Arata. So he sends a messenger to the neighboring king and threatens him with invasion if the king won't be subdued, won't pledge allegiance to him. The king of Arata is not very impressed by this threat and sends the messenger back. And so this messenger runs back and forth between the two kings, and there's no conclusion, no settlement. The king of Arata won't give in. And the king of Uruk, of this powerful city-states, gets more and more angry in the course of this exchange until he lets out this really long rant. And at this point, the messenger standing next to him panics because he can't remember this long rant. And it's at this moment in the story about the invention of writing that the story says that the king of Uruk took clay, a handful of clay, excuse me, put his words onto the clay, gave this clay tablet, it's about the size of a hand. You see a picture of such a clay tablet with an envelope even. Gave this clay tablet to the messenger. The messenger took it one more time to the king of Arata and says, here's my king's message, his final offer. And the king of Arata takes this clay tablet. He sees no message emanating from it. But he's somehow so impressed by the fact that the king of Uruk can put his words on clay and send it across space that he gives in. So this is the story Mesopotamian clerks told about the invention of writing. And I think there are two things that are interesting about the story. The first is that it's a story about the power of writing. After all, the king of Uruk had threatened the king of Arata with armies, with invasion, to no avail. But the small handheld communication device somehow achieved what the threat of invasion couldn't. And you could say that this is, of course, a story told by scribes, by the people who mastered the art of putting words on clay. So maybe it's a kind of self-serving story also. The second thing that's interesting about the story is that it has nothing to do with narrative, right? This is the messages that are being written down here are diplomatic messages. And this is, in fact, the first use of writing in Mesopotamia is for diplomatic and bureaucratic purposes. Writing quickly gave rise to the first state bureaucracy, a state apparatus that was organized by scribes. And this was how writing was used, the first uses of writing, to record economic transactions, to project power over space. And it led to the creation of what was probably one of the first territorial empires. But at some point, one of these accountants, I mean, this is really what these clerks were, decided to use this new accounting technology of putting words on clay for a completely different purpose, namely to tell a story. And this is when our story, namely the story of literature, begins. And it's no coincidence, it's no surprise that one of the first long narrative written texts in world literature comes from Mesopotamia, namely the story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and that it is a story set in the city of Uruk, namely the very city in which this alleged first invention of writing that I just told you about was set. And the Epic of Gilgamesh centers on a king of Uruk, on a later king of Uruk, whose claim to fame is that he has rebuilt the city wall, and who is himself a writer, which is interesting because many other epics, including the Homeric epics, for example, take place in a world entirely without writing. But here, this earliest text in world literature is a text that celebrates writing, that knows that it is written down and celebrates this ability of putting words on clay as one of the cultural achievements of Mesopotamian civilization. And so this is really when the story of narrative and nation or slash empire begins, because fragments of the Epic of Gilgamesh were found all over the Near East, proving that that this was really a kind of soft power, a way in which this increasingly large territorial state achieved some kind of cohesion by repeating the story, by re-recording the story in clay many times over. And so this sets a pattern. This is what I like to sometimes call the first chapter in the story of literature, where more and more parts of the world see this combination of oral storytelling, which had, of course, existed everywhere and continues to exist, and this new writing technology. And so we see in more and more places the emergence of what I sometimes call foundational texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh, texts that become reference points for larger groups of human. We see that, and often this takes the place of epic literature, as in the case of Gilgamesh and the Homeric epics, and of course the South Asian epics. I don't have to tell you about that. In other traditions, these foundational texts are poetry anthologies, as for example in China and Japan, or the poetry anthology, the Sangam anthology in the Tamil tradition. So, but what you have in all of these cases is intersection of oral material and writing. Okay. So, because we are pressed for time, I want to move on quickly to what I sometimes think of as the second chapter in the story of narrative and nation. And this is a chapter that I want to illustrate with a different scene, the one that takes place not too far from Uruk. We are still in Mesopotamia, but this time we are in Babylon. And we are among a group of Jewish exiles in Babylonian exile, and including, and importantly, the scribe Ezra. He's here presented as in a medieval illumination. The scribe Ezra, it's important to realize, is a Mesopotamian scribe. Even though he's a Jewish exile, he's been inducted into this Mesopotamian writing tradition with which I began. He's a Mesopotamian scribe. But that's not enough. He yearns to return to Jerusalem, and so he assembles a group of Jewish exiles around him, asks permission of his king to return to Jerusalem, and the permission is granted. And so this group of exiles returns to Jerusalem. When they arrive in Jerusalem, they are shocked because the city has been more or less destroyed. The city walls have been destroyed. There are very few people who live in the ruins of this formerly glorious city. And so Ezra and his companions rebuilt the city wall, rebuilt the temple in order to reestablish Judaism as a temple practice. But this is not enough, because Ezra, as I mentioned, had been really inducted into this Mesopotamian scribal tradition, and that had shaped Judaism in exile, and it had foregrounded the importance of writing and of written stories for the Jewish community. And so this explains what Ezra does next in Jerusalem. He constructs a wooden platform, he assembles all the people around him, and then he steps out onto the platform and he holds up the Torah scrolls, namely the scrolls of the stories of the Jewish people that he and other scribes had expanded on and written down in Babylonian exile, in which they had taken back. And now Ezra holds up these scrolls and demands that the people worship these scrolls almost as if they were a god. So in this scene, and there are other scenes like it in other cultures, a new idea is born and exemplified, namely the idea of Holy Scripture. the idea that some of these written stories, like the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Homeric epics or the story collections or the poetry collections I mentioned, that some of these stories are seen as sacred. And that is a hugely important idea that is also still, like the first, still very much with us. We live in a world shaped everywhere by sacred scriptures. And by sacred, I don't, that of course is part of a religious register. So much so that I think today it's very difficult to imagine world religions without some kind of sacred text behind them. But it's not just in the world of religion that I think we have sacred texts. Often they're founding documents of nations. I didn't grow up in the United States, but I now live in the United States. I've lived here for 25 years, and I'm very aware that the United States is a nation built on two sacred texts, namely the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution, and has a group of priests called the Supreme Court. There are hearings about a new justice these days that presides over the interpretation of these sacred texts. So this is an old idea, but like all ideas, it had to be born. It was not there at the origin of written stories. It came later in such scenes as the one I just described to you, when Ezra holds up the Torah scrolls and demands that they be worshipped. And I think this is also a good moment to talk about what I sometimes call textual fundamentalism. It's the dark side of these foundational documents, that sometimes they're a group of people intent on closing down, for example, the interpretation of these texts. And so we have, both in religious and in political realm, what I call textual fundamentalism. For example, there's a group of people in the United States that insist on an originalist interpretation of the Constitution, very much like certain priests or other religious figures insist on an originalist interpretation of religious documents. So it's a powerful idea, but it's an ambivalent idea at the same time. So I want to move forward a little bit and talk about something that's important for the story of literature. I've so far talked about different kinds of texts, these foundational texts like poetry collections or foundational epics, or these later texts, namely sacred texts, both political and religious. But there's one feature that strikes me as really important for understanding how the story of literature developed and how it became literature, written stories became so powerful, and that has to do with technology. I want to illustrate this by showing you this picture, which some of you may know. It's a picture of an image of the Buddha. This is the frontispiece of a Buddhist sutra, namely the Diamond Sutra, in, as you can tell, a Chinese translation. So we have here another kind of foundational text, namely a Buddhist sutra. What I find interesting about this, and what other people find interesting about this particular image, is that it exemplifies two writing technologies that would turn out to be hugely important in helping stories of nations, narratives of nations circulate. The first invention is paper. This is the Diamond Sutra printed on paper, which is a Chinese invention. And it's an important one because it lowered the cost of writing. Previously, writing had been done on palm leaves and on silk and other materials that were often perishable, awkward, heavier as clay, as in the Mesopotamian case. and often more expensive to produce. Paper had immense technological advantages. So that's the first, paper. The second is print. This is the oldest surviving printed text in the world from the 800s AD, so many hundreds of years before Gutenberg would reinvent print in Northern Europe. And so we have here the two key technologies, namely paper and print, that often go hand in hand, and that lead to the proliferation of foundational stories. It's no coincidence that it was Buddhist priests and Buddhist monks who were early adopters of these two Chinese inventions, namely paper and print, because they had created a proselytizing religion that sought to create converts. And so using this cheap writing material, namely paper and wood block print, to create the proliferation of these texts made a particular sense for these people. And this is why Buddhist monks became early adopter of these two technologies. So they start in China with closely connected to Buddhist texts. But I want to, excuse me, briefly follow their further course. What's interesting about these two inventions and they belong together, because what better use for print than paper, this cheap material? So the two really work together, but interestingly, they don't stay together. Let me first trace a little bit the history of paper. It begins in China with this text, if you will. The next cultural sphere to learn the secret of paper making is the rising Arabic world. And there are even stories about how Arabic soldier extracted the secret of paper making from Chinese prisoners of war. These are very doubtful stories, but they indicate how much paper was seen as a very important technology, a trade secret, if you will. And so these Chinese prisoners of war reveal the secret of paper making to the Arabic world, where Babylon becomes a center of paper making, and especially making papers out of rags, which becomes the dominant form of paper making for many hundreds of years. And as in China, this technology of paper leads to an explosion of literary activity. It's really the technology powering the golden age of Arabic letters, that includes both, again, religious and foundational texts. Here, a beautiful paper leaf from the Quran, but also leads to an explosion of popular storytelling, such as the 1001 Nights and other story collections. But this is all just paper, right? Print does not get adopted by the Arabic world. It's paper, and paper then through the Arabic occupied part of Spain finally enters Europe many hundreds of years later, where it then reconnects with the reinvention of print. And so the early adopter of that story is the Latin Bible, here printed by Gutenberg. But what I want to emphasize is that how finally, after many hundreds of years, paper and print reconnect, and it's really that connection that leads to the explosion of the printing press, and then leading us into the Gutenberg world in which we have been living for the last 500-600 years. Now, this is the Gutenberg world in which has seen the rise of new genres, in particular the novel, and which has given way to many new and important forms of storytelling. And now I think this is sort of the prehistory to the topic that this conference is exploring, namely the narratives, new narratives of nations. And as I mentioned, for me, that is the big story of the 20th century. I want to briefly talk about 2 episodes of this story that I think illustrate different aspects of what I've been talking about so far. The one is an African epic, which is very much like the Epic of Sunjata or the South Asian epics or the Homeric epics, in that it is based on oral storytelling traditions. What's interesting about the Epic of Sunjata from West Africa is that it was only turned into written form over the course of the 20th century. So this illustrates, I think, a very important thing, that even though I've been focusing on the technology of writing and different writing technologies, such as paper and print, that led to the circulation of texts and the creation of sacred scripture, both religious and political, that it's very important to remember always that writing exists in a dynamic relation with oral storytelling traditions, and that in no way has writing or the rise of writing and the spread of writing displaced or done away with oral storytelling traditions. And the Epic of Sunjata is a perfect example, because this oral tradition in West Africa existed side by side various writing traditions. The first Arabic brought by an expanding Arabic empire, and the second by European colonists, especially the French in the 19th century. During all this time, this oral storytelling material that surrounds this medieval king, Sunjata, existed side by side these different scribal traditions. And as I said, this intersection of the storytelling material with writing only happened over the course of the 20th century. And there were various very interestingly failed attempts, I would consider failed attempts, when different writers tried to press this material into very modern literary forms, and especially French literary forms, such as there's an early attempt to turn this material into a French 5-act play that doesn't work, or into a kind of a French mid-century novel that doesn't work very well either. The best version is the one, I think, that you see here, which was produced by one Mande storyteller, namely Tassé, and one American writer, and the two collaborated to produce this English version and written version of the Epic of Sunjata. So one example, one case study in which I have done some work that I think illustrates the continuing process by which oral storytelling intersects with writing. The other case study that I have spent some time with comes from the Caribbean, in the Caribbean island of St. Lucia, and Derek Walcott's Omoras. Here, what's interesting to me is that Derek Walcott used the Greek Homeric epics as some form of inspiration and matrix by appropriating that Greek tradition, but completely making it his own, inventing a particular language, turning the spoken language of St. Lucia, both French and English, into a literary language through Omoras. And the reason why I think Derek Walcott is such a perfect case study of this is because the island nation of St. Lucia is extremely small. And there were a few writers before Derek Walcott I mean, there are great cultural traditions in St. Lucia, visual performance traditions, but St. Lucia was not a place that had produced a lot of writers. So again, it's a case study in which a writer in a post-colonial context uses different kinds of materials in order to forge a new literary language with an explicit purpose of creating a kind of new cultural identity that leads to a kind of nation building process. I was very lucky that a few years before he died, I was able to have a long interview with Derek Walcott in St. Lucia, and it was very moving to me to see how he operated and described this process. So here we are sort of at now sort of more or less arrived in the late 20th century, I think, and that I think can serve as a opening statement for this conference. I want to leave you though with one more thought, and I want to sketch this thought very briefly, because in some sense it is not directly related to your conference topic, but it is a topic very dear to my heart. And that is connected to a little book that I just published called Literature for a Changing Planet, where what I do is take basically the kind of bird's eye view of literature that I've just sketched for you, that I developed in that earlier book, The Written World, and apply it to climate change. Now, climate change is not nation and nation building, but it is another one of these big collective challenges that demands, I think, of all of us to think about the kinds of stories that we tell about humans and our human relationship to the environment. And I've been struck by how much the canon of world literature that I just sketched, beginning with the Epic of Gilgamesh, speaks to this topic of climate change. Now, the Epic of Gilgamesh, some of you may know, is the earliest play of the story of the flood that then reappears in the Hebrew Bible, and that I think is still part of the apocalyptic vision of climate change that, for example, Hollywood presents us with a certain regularity. So the Epic of Gilgamesh in general is, and not just because of the story of the flood, is a crucial text, I think, for understanding climate change, because it's an epic about resource extraction. The central episode has King Gilgamesh and his sidekick Enkidu go on a logging expedition. It's dressed up as a fight against a monster, a forest monster, Humbaba, but really what happens is that they need timber in order to build cities, because these rising city-states have already led to deforestation in Mesopotamia. And so this is thousands of years ago. And so the Epic of Gilgamesh actually shows resource extraction, because the kings have to go further and further afield to get timber for building their cities. The Epic of Sanjata I just mentioned is also an interesting case for a kind of extended environmental imagination, because it is very interested in agriculture and how different forms of agriculture work. So this is just, and I want to stop sharing my screen, just a glimpse into a recent work of mine that I know is different from the topic of the conference, but I think it speaks to another, as I mentioned, sort of collective human undertaking that I think requires, of course, science, but not only science, also requires a new approach storytelling, because I think the old stories about resource extraction, such as the one presented in the Epic of Gilgamesh and many other stories, doesn't really work anymore. It's got us into a lot of trouble. So we need to re-narrate. The opening speech emphasized the importance of re-narrating nations to keep them open and open-minded. And I think the same is true when it comes to the environment, that we need to re-narrate our relationship to the environment. And so I think for these kinds of big projects, nation building, thinking about our relationship to the environment, it's very important to, or it can be useful, let's put it more humbly, it can be useful to not only focus on very recent literature or literature that seems to be, written for these particular purposes, but also to go back to the extended canon of world literature, because many of these stories and the types of literatures that we're looking at have these deep roots. And I think by taking this kind of bird's eye view of literature, you're suddenly able to identify certain features, such as these big chapters in literature, these foundational texts, textual fundamentalism, the importance of technologies, and how texts keep using old materials for new purposes, like Derek Walcott's Omoras. So this is what I want to say, and I would love to receive questions and comments, and hope we can have a conversation. Thank you very much for listening.
Many thanks for delivering this brilliant talk, Professor Martin, especially for tracing the origins of nation narratives in the oral tradition, and also adding a new dimension to the whole topic by suggesting that how literature has the potential to bring a change in the climate or the whole human existence. Now, the time is for interaction. If you have any queries, please post them.
Online नहीं सब बोलने का क्वेश्चन.
Yes, please.
अपना ओके सुनेगा तो बोलने का जब बोलेगा तो सुनेगा. माइक देगा ऑलवेज.
I think Anshu Ghosh has a query.
Hello and good morning. I'm Shantanu Ghosh from Akal University, and thank you, Professor Pushkar, for a very, very interesting talk. I have a query for you with regard to how you place the context of climate change, and you said that it's not connected directly to our work, but as you can see that you would recognize that literature shapes the world around us, as you have posited. How do you think we as practitioners of literature, language, psychology, and all things around us as educators can intensify our processes to engage our students to look into literature and the relationship between literature and the world around us? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for this question. It's It's a difficult one, but it is in fact one I think about all the time. Am I frozen? Can you hear me?
No, you're perfectly okay. Please go ahead.
Okay, good.
Yes, you can.
Okay, very good. Sorry, I thought for a second I was frozen. So it's difficult. I think, the importance of education was mentioned earlier. I think it certainly teaching, for example, students who mostly focus on sciences, also some basic tools of storytelling, I think can be very important. I think one problem with the environmental movement has had is that there have been scientists on the one hand who have done better and better climate science, coming up with more and more accurate models, but not translating those models into stories, larger stories that people could act on. So somehow bringing this scientific work, which is hugely important, into this storytelling work is I think is one thing that I would say should happen more. Also means that storytellers, and by that I mean of course fiction writers, but also journalists and others, need to have science literacy in order for this exchange between science and storytelling to work well. But I think there are also things that we as literary scholars can do. At the very end of this little book, A Literature for Changing Climate, I for example, I try to draw some lessons from world literature about the kinds of stories we perhaps should be telling. So I think, for example, about the kinds of protagonists that stories often have. And I'm drawing some lessons about collective protagonists, because clearly this is something that requires collective protagonists. But it also something that requires collective acts of storytelling. And so there, for example, I draw on ancient story collections, including several, of course, South Asian story collections are the most important, and there are so many, and story frame tale narratives. And so I think that actually trying to extract some lessons from literary history, these framed story collections, I think are very interesting things to think about in terms of bringing different voices together, framing them, and training them on a subject. So these are just, sorry, I'm rambling here, but these are some thoughts I've had about this. But I would actually love to hear what you and what others think about that, because something that I care deeply about, and
Absolutely, Professor. So it's so fascinating that we've been telling stories. Even scientists in their the papers they publish, it's all about a story. There is a protagonist, and that protagonist does the job or does not do the job or whatever. So that's a very, very exciting possibility that you have led us to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm glad.
Next is Anusha Hegde. She is our PhD scholar. Anusha.
Hello. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Yeah. You were mentioning something about, some writers attempting to re-narrate the original foundational text, the mythologies. We have in the present times, especially in India, we see a rising trend of rewriting the mythologies that we have traditionally over here in India, and caricaturing and replacing several popular mythological figures, gods, in a way that the popular culture, and in a way that in a way which suits the popular taste, the taste buds of the cult, if I have to say so in that term. So when you look at this, and when you look at the way in which the original foundational texts were primarily imagined, created, and then the way it flourished, and how it helped in building the idea of a nation, of a community. And when you look at the present efforts to somehow, give a different flavor to the original foundational text, what exactly is the is the relevance of this gap that is evolving. Because you see there is a different kind of a reception being given to the original story, and also we see that there can be a lot of scope for misinterpreting or not missing out on several fundamental facts which are true to the storyline, to the original storyline. So do you think that this disparity can actually become detrimental to the idea of forming a community, or the idea of a community, forming the idea of a community in the future? Thank you. That's my query.
Yeah. No, it's a great question, and I like very much your detailed description. So I think that, so looking, at these 4,000 years of literature, I found myself less worried about these kind of free retellings that you mentioned than about those who only insist on the original, originalist meaning. Because I feel like that's the way in which old texts can hold societies in their thrall and not allow them to move forward. And so that's I think that's the primary danger of writing as a technology, because it fixes texts. In oral traditions, they can adapt to new purposes, and the fixedness. Now, of course, there are sophisticated literary theories like reader response theory and so on and so forth that show that texts are never fixed, and that there's always a dynamic process between readers and the text, or that the text is even, that we shouldn't even think of the text as out there fixed, that a text becomes a text only when it is read. And in this act of reading, a contemporary reader interacts with something that was produced a long time ago. So it's always a dynamic process. So in that sense, I think when I look at the technology of writing, my greatest fear is always this fundamentalism, and this unchanging fundamentalism, which is an ideology. But of course, what you describe is also true. And just because old texts get reinterpreted, we see in all nations a battle of different stories. And so it doesn't mean that they're all good, or that just because they're rewritings. And it's hard for us. And I have to say, I have to always to check myself, because I love stories, and whenever I see the power of stories, I get excited. But I also realize, if you talk about something powerful, it's a powerful tool, storytelling. Terrible things can be done and have been done in the name of stories. So stories are not benign. It's a powerful tool. So and I think therefore there can't be sort of one standard that says, if you deviate too much, then you have moved too far. I think that's not possible in the end. I think we would, in order to adjudicate between these stories, I think it can't be how much do they deviate from an earlier version. It's more like, what purposes do they serve, and do we approve? Are they good purposes? That's my best answer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Jagdish Chauhan has another query. Jagdish.
Hi, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are.
Right, sir. First of all, it was a wonderful talk. There were plenty of things which we learned from your talk. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
There's a small query, or rather my inquisitiveness to know that Tolstoy wrote way back, War and Peace, when French invaded Russia, and now it is Russia invading Ukraine, and the role that literature might play, because diplomacy, it seems that has terribly failed, because the war has lasted more than 20 days and people every day die. So the narrative of nation and nationalism has again turned itself. It has been again called into question. So, what do you think is the role of literature when it comes to such horrendous circumstances?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, of course, I was thank you very much for this question. And I was thinking about starting with Ukraine and decided not against it, but your question allows me to talk about it. And what I'm saying is I'm not the only one who's saying this, but this war in Ukraine right now is a perfect example of a clash of narratives. Because I was just last weekend in New York talking with a historian of Russia who is in general, very sympathetic actually to Russia and critical of NATO expansion. So is having, he has a lot of doing a lot of soul searching, but he talked about how somehow in the course of the 2000s, Putin started to tell a new story about the end of the Soviet Union and the deep history of Russia. And it was a story that he's not someone who has read a lot of history or seemed to have any, he was a KGB agent. I mean, he's not someone who was like a history buff or had cared about history very much, but somehow in the 2000s, he started to think, he sort of concocted for himself a story of Russia. That, for example, included the idea that Ukraine was not an independent nation, but part of Russia and part of this much larger story. So he concocted this story, and because it was sort of a concocted story, because it disagreed with a lot of historical facts, people didn't take it seriously. But just a few weeks before the war, he started the war. He gave this long history lesson that was kind of crazy, but that's clearly motivating this war. And on the other hand, you have Zelensky and others basically staging a counter narrative about the independence of the Ukraine and the choices they've made and their history. So it's to come back to the earlier question. I mean, it's an example of how stories about nations, or in this case, how a nation isn't a nation, can have terrible effects. But that's why thinking about storytelling in relation to these matters, as you in this conference are doing, is so important, because they have real world consequences. And I think the conflict. So this is less about literature in the sort of high sense of the kinds of literatures that tend to get the Nobel Prize. Although I would say Alexievich, the Ukrainian Nobel laureate from about 10 years ago, who's done these oral literature projects about the fall, for example, of the Soviet Union, or the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster. These are actually really wonderful texts that explains, I think, part of the incredible disruption that the fall of the Soviet Union created in the minds of people, including Putin. So I do think literature can explain things. But I think in terms of the nation, the national narratives that we see clashing in this violent war right now, I think these are more the kinds of stories that a non-historically very literate person like Putin has concocted, and that a collective group of Ukrainians is pushing back against. So it's thank you for asking about the Ukraine conflict. It's as terrible as it is. It's a perfect illustration, I think, of what we're talking about.
Dr. Prithviraj has a
खराब है खराब है
Hi, Professor. This is something which is kind of, I want to see your opinion regarding the changing kind of modes of narratives, because in India we got the idea of the nation state, we got it originates elsewhere and becomes dominant everywhere because of colonization. We have the concept of Desh. A prototype, and it is a very localized concept in which it is mostly about linguistic and cultural identity of a community, which is, defines the idea of Desh. So this is one concept which has been explored in Indian literature in song traditions, also like Videshia and all these song forms. But now, when we come to the 21st century, the narratives are not just textual in the sense of the way you refer to maybe books and literature as such. Narratives now have become growingly visual. This is what I feel. So, how do we incorporate the visuality of narratives? And this is very particularly in the case of Ukraine and Russia, as we are talking about the political implications of narratives. How do you look at it?
Yeah. So I'm sorry to say that I had some trouble understanding everything, but if I understood you correctly, you were asking about the forms of storytelling that are happening today, including visual storytelling. Is that correct? Your mic is off. Now it's on.
Yeah, I think you're right, sir. You got it right.
Okay, I'm glad. Yeah, so it's this focus on writing technologies that was part of my big story of literature. I focused in part on writing technologies and these few revolutionary moments, like the introduction of paper in China, and then the introduction of paper in the Arabic world, and then, of course, the two inventions of print in China and then in Northern Europe, in part because they are part of the prehistory of our own rare moment in the history of writing, where we are living through another revolution of in communication, as you're pointing out. Writing has always been connected to visual. The frontispiece of the Buddhist sutra I showed you had an image, and so it's interesting to see how that works. That every new writing technology has reconfigured the relationship between text and image, I would say, and that's starting with the cuneiform, where you have many sort of sculptures and reliefs where you have incisions in clay, because cuneiform was done in clay, so it's this three-dimensional writing system. You have that with print, with woodblock print, where you can have images as well as texts, as we saw. Actually, in print with movable letters, such as the one favored by Gutenberg, images were much harder to combine with text. So in some sense, the Gutenberg world was the most text-focused and anti-image, because you had to basically leave the space for the images empty and then print an image afterwards. It was very hard to fit that in, because movable letters are really a text-based technology, whereas woodblock print, you can carve an image as well as letters. So, and now our internet revolution really started in a mostly text-based form, right? That's how the internet started, with texts and symbols, but now, of course, has become so visual, and it's interesting to see how different apps, for example, combine text and images, allow us to combine text and images, or to have simultaneous translations, and these videos, Zelensky posts, and all of that. So I would say I wouldn't say that there's a simple move from text to image, but I would say each writing technology brings with it its particular relation between text and image, and that's the case today. And as I said, with every app, the relation between text and image is a little different, and how they interact. So this is where I would look. But you are so right. It's not just text. When we talk about storytelling, we have to talk about, in some sense, the combination of text and image, or text and moving image, and perhaps now more than ever. So thank you very much for this question.
Now, Neha Chishti has posted a query in the chat box. How can literature play a key role in mediating nation and nationality, even to the growing religious intolerance in South Asia?
Yeah. That's an important question, and I think maybe in some sense it goes back to my worries about what I called textual fundamentalism, which I basically take to be a form of intolerance that uses texts as a form of authority. And it goes back to something that's come up now a couple of times, that texts, including religious texts, and now the history of religion is, I think, inextricably connected to the history of texts and the circulation of texts. That wasn't always the case, but now it really is. And so this is something that we as literary scholars also have to reckon with, that these objects we study, or the technology we study, namely literature, written stories, are used by all kinds of people for all kinds of purposes, including growing religious intolerance in South Asia, by the way, not just in South Asia, in so many parts of the world, including the United States. So it's something to worry about and to study and understand. And I think we can't. What would strike me as a mistake is to say, oh, we study the good literature, the stories we like, and they do something completely different. We are all participating in the written world, as I call it. We are all somehow connected to this technology of written stories, as well as visual stories, as the previous speaker said, and we need to understand that this larger picture, even if it means looking at a lot of things that we don't like, but it's connected. And I think it's only if we also understand it and not just reject it as something that somehow lies outside of our purview, because it's so clearly does violence to tradition, or because it's just used to further prejudice. It should be part of our purview, and also for us to understand how does that circulate, what kind of forms of interpretation is at work here, what's the use of literature, what's seen, what's left out, what's emphasized. So this is how I would understand it, but it's something that we as literary scholars focus much less on, and maybe that's a mistake.
Dr. Vikas Rathi has raised his hand.
Thank you, Vipin Pal Singh ji, and the Department of English for organizing this. I was unable to join you in the hall as I was busy elsewhere, but this gave us a reason to think about our, international community of nations and the narrations behind it. I hope you can hear me,
Yes, I can.
Professor.
I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Very clearly.
So I teach history here, and I'm a historian. So I look at narrative also, but not at narrative and story, but narrative and history. So I mean, I had a question about just comparing the narratives which are at play in, say, the United States and in India. I mean, one could say that narratives try to fit in life, but they often leave out a lot. I mean, it's always a choice. So, having said that, I would also say, whether the narrative is a history or a story doesn't matter. It could be literature, it could be literature, it could be history. And the nation itself, however, is just a specific formation in our evolution. It is, one could say, nations are, yes, in many ways, people argue that, the Jewish tribe was also a nation, so and so were also a nation. I mean, if you look at English literature, the word nation has been used since before the modern times. However, in the modern sense, I would, if I would go along with the idea that nation is a specific formation of the modern age, and the USA, I would say, is a foundational and exemplar case of nationalism. In many ways, India is a society which is far more layered, while the US is a far more, I mean, it is layered in a different way. While India is layered in terms of evolution, chronology, or in terms of time. Having said that, today we see that Indian nation is trying to narrate itself in only one or two texts, literary texts. That is what I'm asking. And if we compare that to the United States, in the 18th or the 19th century, I would say American nationalism was also far more about a few group of texts coming from classical Rome or classical Greece. Where do you see American narrations going today? Because today the American narrative of deriving from classical Rome or Greece is not so visible. And so my question is, and America, I believe, I sincerely believe it is the example of nationalism, which all of us, in many ways, imitate or learn from. So I think this is an important question, because in India we may have a few narratives, but in America we don't seem to have any single narrative, and in fact, American nationalism, I might even argue, is successful because of an absence of narrative.
Very interesting. Well, there's a lot there. Thank you for all of this, and I agree both with your point that when we talk about written stories, we shouldn't think of it only in the modern sense of fiction or novels. This kind of storytelling cuts across different genres, from religious to political to, in the narrow sense, literary. And I like your excuse me, comparison of India and in the United States in terms of the layeredness. And so I would say that perhaps the United States has been successful, or for a certain period was successful in precisely closing down layers and focusing on a few stories, and stories that were laid down in those two foundational documents. The Declaration of Independence tells a particular story of grievance, and then the US Constitution tells a story of natural rights and so on and so forth. But of course, there were other texts. They were the early Americans, even though they were certain Enlightenment thinkers, there's a strong story of Christian nationalism in the United States, as well as, of course, as you mentioned, Roman texts. But nevertheless, it was a very limited corpus that was seen as foundational. I think what's happening now is perhaps what I would describe as a relayering of stories. So there is a lot of emphasis right now, especially on the left, of course, on indigenous storytelling, realizing that there's been storytelling happening in America for a long time and alongside the official stories. Of course, the whole re-narrating of African American stories. I mean, this has been going on. The excavation of Asian storytelling traditions in America, the labor on the railroads and grappling with the Chinese Exclusion Act and all of these stories. So I would say that there is, I think, a sense of relayering the storytelling. And the battle in schools, there are battles in schools about whether some of these stories are allowed to be told. You know, there are different states right now are enacting laws against, for example, critical race theory, which is really not, these are not really, this is not about critical race theory in particular, but it's about a certain kind of story about the founding of the United States and the role of slavery in it, for example. So yeah, so I would say there's a relayering of storytelling that is happening right now in the United States, expanding the kinds of stories that are seen as crucial. Thank you for this question.
Thank you.
I do have a question, sir. This is a conference of the narratives of nation. But when we look at the narratives of globalization or migration or transnationalism, it seems to me as if these narratives are deeply saturated in an agenda of duplicity and control. If we look at the American intervention in Iraq or in Syria, what I see that the narratives, such narratives, are thoroughly carried on a kind of dubious agenda which has its origins in the whole project of modernity. I would like to especially point out a few statements by John Stuart Mill. At one particular place, he said that I am a liberal democrat in my own country and a despot elsewhere. Now, the genesis of that kind of duplicity and betrayal seems to be in these words. How do you address this particular issue, sir?
Sir, mic mute.
Please unmute, sir. You are not audible, sir.
Oh, so now I was off. I was going to say that I had trouble understanding your question. There was a lot of echo. I'm so sorry about that. If you could type can you type it in the chat? Would that be possible? Now your mic is off. Sorry.
Am I audible, sir?
Now I hear you.
Okay, sir. To put it very simply, my question is that the boundaries of nation have not blurred in an age of globalization. Rather, what I see, these have further deepened. If we see American intervention elsewhere, in Iraq or Syria, and the whole agenda, that kind of agenda of creating the binaries, it has its genesis in the ideas of Western modernity. Particularly, I refer to John Stuart Mill, who made a statement and I am a liberal democrat in my own country and as comparison. How will you look upon this particular issue, sir?
Yeah, it was still very hard to understand, but I understood something about boundaries, that you're interested in boundaries and boundary disputes in different nations. If I understood you correctly. Now your microphone is off.
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the boundaries. I mean, it's interesting. I have to think more about it. I mean, we've been talking about Ukraine and Russia, and it does come down to boundaries and how two different stories or a bunch of stories are fought over in order to redraw boundaries. So I think that's very interesting to think about stories. You would think that how can stories really be important in drawing boundaries? Of course, some stories are very geographically specific, marking places and spaces. But it seems to me that perhaps boundaries are places where different stories clash, or where the transition from one story to another story happens, or something like that. I have to say I have not thought about this very much, but it's a very interesting question if I understood it correctly. And I'm so sorry. I apologize again that it's the questions from people who are using Google Meet are much easier for me to understand because of the echo than the questions coming from the room. I'm very sorry.
Thank you, sir. Finally, I request Professor Ramakrishna Visikaji to please come and deliver the presidential address.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the Department of English for organizing the international conference on narratives of nation, contemporary, literary, cultural, and theoretical debates. So this is a very important event for not only the department and also for the university to interact with the international community and have give an opportunity for all students and faculty to interact with each other and exchange ideas. We heard Professor Martin from Harvard University. So he gave a fascinating account of how storytelling in literature accounts for and gives some, from a historical perspective, he explained this, how storytelling can be used and how it connects to literature and language. So storytelling is not something only limited to languages, but you have to see in every field and every sphere of life. I think storytelling is important. So for example, I am from sciences, so everything that we do, if it is got presented as storytelling, that becomes very interesting, and it actually gives the message very well. So we cannot undermine how important storytelling is. And coming to English, the language is very unique. Okay, why? Because we are able to communicate with a maximum number of people all over the world, and this is probably a single language that we can use across different countries to communicate. And this conference is again a very important one from this perspective, so that we are able to interact with so many people. And I was told we have here also presentations in the technical sessions from countries outside India. A number of countries from outside India, they are also presenting. So this is a very good event, and I would expect the Department of English will organize these kind of events on a bigger scale and get well-known speakers as we have today, Professor Martin, with whom we could see a number of questions came, and one of the advantages that I have to tell about COVID-19 is our online interaction. Okay, this would have been unimaginable 5 years back, that we have a speaker from Harvard University and from other places who cannot come here. Like physically, it involves a lot of logistics, and the experts need to have time. So here it is a matter of a couple of hours they can easily spend without traveling. So this is not only for international speakers, even we are finding within India. And in a place like where we are, it is a little bit distant location, and it is not easy to get in and get out from here. It will take a lot of time. So this particular online interaction has really helped us. So with these, I would really thank Professor Martin for taking out time, his valuable time for giving the keynote presentation, and a lot of enthusiastic interaction I could see from a lot of participants online and offline. Unfortunately, there is some eco issues here going on. I can see a lot of students here, but there is not many questions coming here. But even if they come again, I think the eco issue will come. So hopefully we can work on this and improve. And I look forward, Professor Martin, to get in touch with that again in our future conferences. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Now I request myself, Sati, Dr. Shaida Safar, Dr. Dinesh Babu, and Dr. Prithviraj to please honor Professor Ramakrishnan with a plant. Professor Martin, our university is become conscious, so we are honoring our team with a plant.
This is a really good initiative. Great.
Finally, I request Head of the English Department, Dr. Shaida Safar, for the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Good evening. Good evening, Professor. So for centuries, nations have emerged from our very human need to belong, to connect and to group. The narratives of nation, many facets of which will be explored as a part of the upcoming presentations in this conference, have a significant role to play in fulfilling this need to belong. Professor Buchner gave us an overview of this role in nation building as a part of longitudinal literary studies. From the origins of writing in a capitalist, diplomatic, nationalist, and enterprise called empire building in Mesopotamia, to the emergence of the idea of sacred stories, to the invention and role of paper and print and their relationships with these sacred texts, Professor Buchner took us on a fascinating journey, ending the lecture with highlighting the role of storytelling in foregrounding ecological, environmental concerns and the role in shaping current and future nations. We are thankful to Professor Buchner for this wonderful lecture, delivered in a conversational style and complemented with brilliant visuals, which explores the multi-layered stories of narratives and nation building. We are grateful to him for giving us an opportunity to listen to him. Thank you, Professor. Thank you. We are thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Professor Raghavendra Prasad Tiwari, for encouraging us to organize this conference. We're also grateful to our Dean in Charge Academics, Professor Busrika, for taking time out of his very, very busy schedule and for delivering presidential address. Many thanks to the deans, heads of the department, and faculty members, scholars, and students of Central University of Punjab and other institutions for attending the event. We hope that you will attend our technical sessions today and tomorrow as well. Thank you.
Well, finally, I request all of you, please take it up. Thank you very much.
National anthem.
Yes, please. For national anthem, please.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, please, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. Shall we start? So this is the first technical session of the conference. I welcome you all to the first technical session. In this session, we have 4 very diverse papers discussing the idea of nation from different perspectives. The 4 participants for this technical sessions are Abhijit Basak, Disha Dahiya, and a joint paper by Manu Tuli and Shantanu Ghosh, and the last paper would be by Shivani. All these papers, as probably if you've seen the program schedule, you see that all these papers are talking about different aspects of speaking, of resistance, of how a narrative is built around a nation, how there are different identities involved, when a nation is perceived in terms of narratives. So these 4 papers discuss different kinds of, all diverse kinds of literature. For example, the first paper by Abhijit deals with Paul Celan, the author, and he is going to discuss silence and resilience and how there are certain, authors develop certain kinds of poetics of their own in order to, resist and to speak and to, be expressed. Second paper today by Disha deals with, again, a very different side of literature, which would be partition narratives, and she's referencing to Urvashi Butalia's collection of those narratives, and she's talking about how nation can be imagined through gender in terms of, partition narratives by women. The third paper today would be dealing with, again, a different perspective, which would be immigrant identity. And the paper deals with Arvind Adiga's amnesty and how, immigrant identities are formed through alienation and exploitation, as the title suggests. The last paper of the session by Shivani would deal with Isidore Ocqueville's The Last Duty, and it deals with another aspect of narrative through nation, which would be the war, ethnicity, and nation state, and how narratives are built around wars, and when nations are constructed, and how there is race and ethnicity involved in these kinds of narratives. So I urge all of the participants today to please take not longer than 15 minutes, so that we'd have some time for discussion afterwards. So we'll have these papers one by one, and then we can have the discussions at the end. So we'll begin with Abhijit's paper today. Abhijit, I welcome you today, and please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhijit Bosak, and the title of my essay is Silence and Resilience, Wharton, Entworton, and Muting in Paul Celan's Poetics of Anti-Fascism. In this paper, I would like to read Paul Celan's attempt to counter Nazi verbosity and atrocity through silence and bear witness through the ethical act of composing and composure of poems, focusing on some of his late poems. Victor Klemperer begins his very influential study of Nazi parlance, the language of the Third Reich, with a reflection on the German prefix "ent" or "d", and how this novel fascination is intimately linked to the Third Reich led by Adolf Hitler. Klemperer, a philologist in training and an assimilated Jew saved only by his marriage to a German, vigorously recorded his life as a pariah and a disenfranchised half-citizen in Germany during the Nazi regime in his voluminous diaries. Once the regime was over, and as Entnazifizierung or the denazification process started, he turned his focus on an astute analysis of the politics of language and its manipulative power as practiced by the Nazis. Klemperer engages with these new expressions, often satirically, as he considers writing in the face of overwhelming odds as an act of heroism. This engagement with the language of the Nazis distinguishes another author's fight with fascism, although his path diverges towards gradual silence later as a conscious demolition of the aggressive and belligerent noise-making. Paul Celan, in his breaking and remaking of words of his own choice by dismantling the language of his own oppressors in his poems and translations, has re-enlivened the debate of a singular language-based religious identity and turned the table on any attempt to the claim of a national language as the repository of identitarian nationalism. Instead of militaristic heroism, so favored by the Nazis, Celan symbolizes writing as a heroic act. Instead of incessant verbal abuse, Celan shows how language can be deconstructed to counter fascist regimes, how silence can trump aggression. Klemperer exposes the Nazi turn of language, a turn which marks a returning, so to say, to the past, a more serious-sounding German to elevate the Nazi ideology with a veneer of seriousness and pseudo-spiritual implication to confer an assured speciality through repetition and appropriation, which resembles what Zygmunt Bauman calls retrotopia. Bauman, in the chapter Introduction, The Age of Nostalgia in his book Retrotopia, defines it as an obsession with past, a celebration of nostalgia, a sort of romancing with something that has been there and therefore easy to glorify. Instead of utopias, we now have retrotopias, with visions located in the lost, stolen, abandoned, but undead past. Thus, the chronotype of language is intimately related to the notion of belongingness. This imperial language, the empire of language, is challenged by Paul Celan, a polymath, through his experiments with the German language, in which he did not hesitate to inject foreign elements. Celan, in a sense, wanted to chasten German from Germanistic by diluting the language with other languages. The thousand darkness of death-bringing speech he talks about in Bremen speech was composed by the Nazis in German, his mother's tongue. Nazis spoke in a familiar language which was not his. That language was strange to him. Language is intricately related to citizenship, but it may not be as hospitable, inhabitable as this relationship might promise, as Derrida proposes in Monolingualism of the Other. In this monograph, Derrida is nothing short of a subversive leader who calls for a linguistic rebellion against any narrow idea of patriotism or the nationalist politics of language through inventions and interventions, especially by translator poets. The inventive translator poet, and Celan is one of the examples for Derrida, will challenge through unsettling this homeland, now rendered uninhabitable by non-locatable experience of language, and will counter nationalist aggressions or monoculturalist homohegemony. Celan, through strangification of the standard German, tried to unsettle the only language he chose to write in, and this familiar but strange language and uncanny rewriting and iteration is the language of the other, the stranger, but still a Nebenmensch, as Derrida argues. This ambivalent status of the stranger, this destabilizing capacity of the Jewish figure, simply by existing and practicing, is also the major theme of Bowman's modernity and ambivalence. Ambivalence makes the life of strangers more precarious, since, as the other side of order, they are the waste of nation building, and they must be eliminated. And yet, it is in an embracing of that ambivalence that the stranger figure, Bowman argues, could challenge this project of imaginary homogeneity based on exclusion and hatred. Upon his release from Wallachia labor camp, Celan learned from hearsay about the fates of his parents, who perished in Transnistria concentration camp. His dependence on poetry grew to deal with the trauma, and yet the Russian occupation of his native city, Chernovitz, was equally traumatic and unacceptable. He left his motherland in order to write about his mother. Both the mother figures ended up being absent, only to be invoked by mother's tongue. His early poems are a testimony of the struggle to find a language suitable to his trauma, and the verbal jugglery and profusion, finding its best expression in Toad's Fuge, is the proof of the prodigious wordsmith that Celan was. And yet, throughout his life, Celan suffered from a sense of guilt, the ghost of betraying his parents, as John Feldsteiner points out in his biography of the poet. His mellow and silent personality, where he was reluctant to talk about his camp experience, assumes a loaded significance. In his introduction to Paul Celan, Selections, Pierre Joris argues that unlike Primo Levi or Elie Wiesel, Celan did not want to master his Holocaust experience. His poems not only bear witness to the Holocaust, they also looked forward to a more cohabitable world chastened by the experience of Auschwitz. Thus, his writings are an enactment of denazification on a poetic level. As Joris says, it cannot simply bear witness to the past, but must at the same time be resolutely turned to the future. It has to be open, it has to be imaginatively argued in the construction of a new world, it has to look forward to be visionary. Celan, challenging the very foundation of retrotopia, talks of an ethical future with the promise of an addressable thou. Toad's Fuge, upon its publication for just reasons, became hugely popular, and Celan came to be exclusively associated with the poem. And yet, throughout his career, he tried to rephrase Toad's Fuge as if he wanted to grasp a truth in different restructuring of language. Tenebrae, There Was Earth Inside Them, and Stretto are the most famous examples of redoing a text which, to the chagrin of Celan, became paradigmatic of his poetic identity of the Holocaust experience. What is remarkable is that he kept on writing and rewriting. The invasion of metaphors lessened, giving way to silence, which was in sync with his personal stance of never speaking of that which happened. His deliberate avoidance of words like the Holocaust, race, or Deutschland, Toad's Fuge being the sole exception, in his poems points out a leaning towards invalidating the words which helped institute a genocide. Gradually, words like void, snow, rock, digging, stillness, all symbols of death and silence, started to appear in his poems. A breath turn, marks the beginning of immense silence that distinguishes Celan's latter poetry, embracing doubts and talking about poetic language in terms of factuality, as Pierre Joris points out. Celan's project of Gegenwort, a counterword, and thus the word of poetry, is none but terrifying silence, as Joris quotes Celan. Silent witnesses are as important as verbally proficient witnesses. Often silence is more eloquent. Mark Day in the Philosophy of History observes how historians have not only inferred information from true and false testimony, they should also read testimonial silence, especially in the case of the Holocaust studies. That is why perhaps we should focus on Celan's latter poems, which are cryptic, elusive, more aphonic than his earlier poems. That also helps us understand his unease at the loud celebration around Todesfuge. The Celan, the witness narrator, writes in Feldsteiner's translation, in There Was Earth Inside Them, there came a stillness, came also storm, all of the oceans came, I dig, you dig, and it digs too, the one, and the singing there says, they dig. O one, O none, O no one, O you, where did it go then, making for nowhere? O you dig, and I dig through to you, and the ring on our fingers awakens. This reaching out to you, the reader, the translator, the other, the witness of the witness, became a motif in Celan's poems. This I-thou dialogue is important to disseminate the truth, to regenerate a new cohabitable world, to carry across the trauma of destruction, so that the memory lives on and does not become our future. Gradually, the verbal profusion and lyricism of Todesfuge are sacrificed for an approaching reticence. This evidently does not mean that Celan did not write about that which happened anymore. Rather, his obsession with murdering rituals, 1,000 years of Reich kept on alluding to his trauma. However, from now on, a progressive predominance of silence emerges as a defense mechanism. From expressions like "it wanders everywhere," like language, Celan wanted to pave the way for a future of co-wandered language. This sense of secret sharing, of togetherness, of a liaison, simultaneously introduces an obsession with witnessing, an attempt to sharing a code where voluble words are no longer needed to communicate and disseminate. This bond between the author and the reader, the familiar and the stranger, is not always happy or productive, but they must share the secret even when the secret is questionable or suffocating. In No More Standards, Celan talks about your question, your answer, your song. What does it know? The song in question, another Todesfuge perhaps, might not have grasped the wider significance of the Holocaust or the trauma of it. The doubt lingers. The witness, though unannulable, Celan well knew no one bears witness for the witness. Thus, in the same poem, he says, no more sand art, no sand book, no masters, nothing on the dice. How many mutes? 17. Your question, your answer, your song, what does it know? Deep in snow, deep in no, EIO. The poet is deeply doubtful about the mute you, the witness, or perhaps whatever the mute you may know is buried deep, only a fragment, an echo is evident. This is perhaps the statement of the poet-witness Celan, who though deeply troubled, yet was a witness to the event, and he can express his trauma only cryptically in a futile attempt to approximate it. Feldsteiner, tracing different echoes of Jewish texts throughout the poem, goes on to explicate the devastating significance of the last line. No more sand art, a snow art now, contracted to its selfmost straits. Nothing but vowels remain, the heart of a word, the sine qua non. But translated into Hebrew, which has no vowels letters, this poem would verge on silence, a testimony to the literal truth that Celan sought. The loss of the last line is the silence that stuns, as the people who speak Hebrew must have felt because of the shocking trauma of the Holocaust. Even if we consider the last line with hyphenated vowel sounds, it fails to suppress the trauma of Celan's memory. Hyphens are never enough, as Derrida points out in Monolingualism of the Other, to conceal protests, cries of anger, the noise of weapons, airplanes, and bombs. Any effort to formalize a linguistic body, giving precedence to one or one specific type of language, is just another attempt to reincorporate and thus totalize public imagination, whereas a fragmented linguistic body made up of differences and different, as Lyotard would have it, is an acceptance of the other in the organism we have come to define as nation. Svetlana Boehm, whose The Future of Nostalgia is a great influence on Bauman's theory of retrotopia, argues, as Bauman quotes her, how the nostalgia for a unified and glorious past is dangerous because in prioritizing emotional bond over critical thinking, it tends to confuse the actual home and the imaginary one. Especially the restorative idea of nostalgia is the hallmark of nationalist revivals across the world, which engage in the anti-modern myth-making of history by means of a return to national symbols and myths, and occasionally through swapping conspiracy theories. Nowhere is this attachment more clear for the Nazis than in the name the Third Reich, which promises to be a continuation of the previous two empires. Therefore, the specific words they choose to focus on, especially proper names, are often specialized, romantic, and Teutonic in nature. Language as a tool of propaganda for nationalistic vision of changing meanings to accommodate the ruling ideology can indeed infect susceptible minds. Anyone failing to embrace such a loud, homogeneous narrative would be considered as an enemy to be treated like a dehumanized life. The vicious language of otherizing did not leave Celan alone, as he was charged, often fantastically, of plagiarism, forcing his image to conform with the stereotype of a thieving Jew. Celan first countered it by silence, and then chose to silence his pen and pain forever. Celan committed suicide in 1970, as did his friend Peter Zondi or the writer he influenced, Primo Levi. It is up to the numerous Celan scholar translators and through them his readers worldwide to know, learn, and rectify that which happened to him so that it might never take place again. And we are thankful that people like Pierre Joris and John Feldsteiner are relentlessly trying to bring Celan a bit closer every day. The time as of today is remarkably like the time that caused the rise of Hitler. Right now, we are living in the post-truth age where lies are given the name of alternative facts, and trolls are creators of news which they spread through rumor mongering. White supremacists and neo-Nazis are becoming powerful again, whereas many Western countries are ruled by people who publicly acknowledge their allegiance to fascism. Celan's native place is again occupied by a foreign force, namely Russia, in the wake of citizenship question near home, where marginal people are mercilessly being stripped of fundamental rights to promote an idea of imaginary homogeneous nationhood. Celan's poetics and fate should work like a warning and a shibboleth, as Derrida would have it. Such is the time, and Celan is becoming more relevant than ever he has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Avijit, for this wonderful paper. The idea that silence is powerful, and it's how poetry utilizes silence through gaps and like you mentioned, hyphens, is very important in how silence should be voluntary sometimes and it could be involuntary sometimes.
Yes.
That's a very good argument that you put up, and right on time as well. Thank you for that. So our next paper today is by Disha Dahiya, and the paper is titled Reimagining Gender and Nation Through Narratives of Partition by Women.
Hello, good morning. So I'm Disha Dahiya.
Good afternoon, Disha. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Disha Dahiya, a postgraduate alumnus of the Department of English and Cultural Studies from Punjab University. And the title of my paper is Reimagining Gender and Nation Through Narratives of Partition by Women. This paper focuses on gender and nation as written by women or as studied by them. And this paper also explores how women have been eliminated from seizing the space with their veiler. So what is a nation? Is it a merely political, historical, or a geographical construct, or is there more to the word, something beyond the Cambridge Dictionary's definition of it? According to Benedict Anderson, nation is an imagined community, limited because even the largest of them, encompassing perhaps 1 billion living human beings, has finite, if elastic boundaries, beyond which lie other nations. It is imagined as sovereign because the concept was born in an age in which enlightenment and revolution were destroying the legitimacy of the divinely ordained hierarchical dynastic realm. Finally, it is imagined as community because regardless of the actual inequality and exploitation that may prevail in each, the nation is always conceived as deep horizontal comradeship. It is worth noting that nationality and gender are deeply interwoven, unstable aspects of one's identity that further turn into stable categories only after digressing a bit from here and a bit from there. Here, this research brings to fore Tharu and Lalita's question about the nation. If women were to write the nation, were they not also a crucial part of it? This also means that doesn't the nation also coexist with women in the same reality? to further understand the context and the debates as aroused by Tharu and Lalita, it is imperative to read their collection of essays on Indian literature. Although the prime focus of this paper does not lie in identifying the connecting link between gender and nation through literature, rather it tries to comprehend how various critics justify the existence of such an entity. Harsh Trivedi in his research writes about GNDV, claiming that he observes that Indian literary criticism is in such an utter state of bankruptcy because when it comes down to it, most Indian critics gravitate towards either imported Western aesthetic concepts or towards antiquated theories from Sanskrit poetics. Aisha Jalal, a well-known Pakistani historian, writes about partition as a defining moment that is neither beginning nor end. Partition comes to influence how the people and states of post-colonial South Asia envisage their past, present, and the future. The only way to gain a closer perspective about the issue is to study the first-hand accounts of partition through oral histories and lived experiences. But studying such oral histories has its own limitation. By default, all the oral narratives are woven around men's experiences. Women's experiences never make it to the center stage. To cut through the divide, Devika Chawla in her book, Home Uprooted, Oral Histories of India's Partition, interviews the victims of partition, first, second, and third generation, and delves deeper into the meaning of home and how they made a home for themselves in a foreign land. This book lays more emphasis on narratives of women who played the main role in overriding the confines of feminine domesticity. Further, in the book, she implores that women's contributions are mostly demoted to the back foot owing to the anxieties of their respective families due to their participation in caricaturing a national identity. It is commonplace to understand that when historical narratives talk about women in relation to partition, they most generally limit their experiences to that of mistreatment and humiliation, whilst categorizing them as survivors of dreadful times. Trilot, in his book Silencing the Past, Power and Production of History, writes about the participation of humans in history as actors and narrators. It wasn't long before when we realized that women writers have a solid potential to change the stream of the dominant discourse, impelled by the betrayal caused due to the oppressive framework of the societal structure during the British era and also during the partition. This research seeks to establish how women's writing is a staunch remark on the underlying masculinities within the framework of a nation, while tightening the rope to create a safe space for the female voice to emerge from its cocoon with pride and dignity, the same as cherished by that of the male writers, either native, diasporic, or expatriate. This potential is the source of their wanting to respond and react on the concept of the nation. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to examine how literature, even though fictional, could provide as a legitimate agency to understand the social, political, and cultural history while paving the way for intertextuality to understand a literary text. This research emphasizes how women became the voice of the nation, wrote for the nation, and diverted the stream of dominant discourse towards themselves by being an essential part of it, instead of limiting themselves to the position of a mute spectator. Women have been structurally excluded from the nation-building talks per se because nations are considered to be masculine entities according to narratives structured in the wake of post-coloniality. The concept of reimagining a nation's identity is therefore based on social constructs of participation of each gender in the phases of nation building. According to Elke Boehmer, gender has been to date habitual and apparently intrinsic to national imagining. The production of a unified, homogeneous entity, such as the nation, hinges to a large degree on the determinate subject position of women for its articulation. In short, national difference is constituted through the medium of the sexual binary, using the figure of women as a primary vehicle. Women share an imbalance of power with their male counterparts in a domestic household, which stems from the deeply ingrained mentality bound within the shackles of patriarchy and inter alia homogeneity of terms in terms of caste and community. Their tryst with standing the ground is a vital factor behind the imbalance resulting from their unequivocal non existence in matters of everyday living. The Sangeeta Ray's Engendering India is one such contribution that brings to light the androcentric bias in relation to the imagining of a modern nation. Ray also puts forth that the assumptions behind the masculinist heterosexual economy governing the cultural matrix through which an Indian national identity has been intelligible. Although there is no clear implication about how Ray wishes to establish the character of an authentic woman who can or must bear the weight of producing a nation state through a selection of the individual texts. The partition of Indian subcontinent was a period of dramatic change for India, which witnessed human history's largest and most massive forced migrations. All the narratives offer a clear insight into the men of those times while neglecting women's engagement in the issue because women's lived experiences fade away from reality owing to their abstract nature. Thus, the political world deems itself to be limited to experiences lived, felt, and brought forth by men. Women's voice offers a redefined version of the narrative of partition. It helps us better understand the trauma associated with migration, loss, and homelessness inflicted upon them due to the partition. Apart from this, a major consequence of studying about the political separation of a nation through traditional historical narratives is that it leaves no space for the study of trauma or feelings of loss. The statistics can tell us about the number of individuals who were forced to leave the nation, but no statistics or study can ever reveal about the hidden despair or loss experienced by the displaced family. Ria Bhatt, in her thesis, talks about interviewing female refugees who suffered through the partition to gain a better understanding of their stance on engagement with politics. Her research helps us see the larger picture from a microscopic perspective. Although she agrees that oral histories are not uniform in any way and cannot be bound within categories, nevertheless, the nations can be woven together to form theories of feminism, gender, and displacement. We can consider these feelings to be like those experienced through the writings of women who have tried to depict the horrors of partition through their narratives. Even though these narratives might not account for the first-hand experiences, but the feelings of fear, loss, and uncertainty can be felt deeply through such works. Bhatt goes on to say in her thesis that the women I interviewed were all young girls, teenagers, and young women when partition happened. They remembered feelings of fear, loss, and uncertainty. They shared that they lost everything when they left their homes, and the vast majority of them carried a few clothes and a little else with them. Their families suffered and they faced various economic hardships. Yet, their stories of loss and sacrifice have contributed significantly to their worldviews. They do not vilify the other side. They shared emotions of kindness of strangers and how people they did not even know gave them resources to help them survive. It also won't be wrong to say that it has always been women who have been on the receiving end of violence as victims, as highlighted by Butalia in her essay, which contains a passage written by an activist. And the passage goes like, violence is almost always instigated by men, but its greatest impact is felt by women. In violent conflict, it is women who are raped, women who are widowed in the name of national integrity and unity. We women will have no part of this madness and we will suffer in no more. Those who see their manhood in taking up arms can be protectors of no one and nothing. Communal confrontations are normally engineered and led by men. Women are often primary victims, having to bear the brunt of effects of communal violence, whether it is rape or loss of family members. On the whole, women have rarely been active in communal riots and have a clear interest in avoiding them. Day claims that this passage is an eye-opener as women are settled within the cusps of violence, and they have been forced with the roles of bearing national integrity and unity. Butalia, in her essay, also brought forth a disheartening critique common among men that it was about women who participated in the violence. According to men, women must not be labeled as violent beings, hence, their actions are cast under the umbrella term Valor, thereby sanctifying these acts of violence as heroic to keep women within their aukat of being non violent beings. This statement is definitely a remark on the set standards of the society, where any deviation is ultimately made to succumb to sanctification. And as this paper comes to an end, I would like to pose some questions. The first is, how do we measure recovery in women's experiences of traumatic partition? What kind of methodologies can we devise to study the impact of deeply ingrained silence within the first, second, and third-hand oral narratives by women describing the events of partition? It would be interesting to search for the answers of these questions and to work on something similar in nature. In conclusion, it can be said that there's a thin line between gender and nation with subtlety, while not limiting this reimagined link to religious, cultural, political, or historical contexts. The years following the partition of our nation can also be assumed to have been territorializing gender. Furthermore, these narratives explain how womanhood was equated with silence amid the patriarchal winds of the partition era. While this research does not touch upon each and every aspect of gender and nation, the critics featured in this research have been a source of inspiration for women all around the world who have been striving to maintain a fine balance in creating a space while reassuring to not deroot the dominant culture. The scope of this research is to lead not just researchers, but renowned academicians towards a better understanding of how gender and nation are interrelated in the most intricate manner. Also, while this research dealt with women critics and did not dive into the world of Indian literature, it will definitely motivate fellow researchers interested in South Asian partition literature to look at those texts as crucial narratives towards further strengthening the intricacy of nation and gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Disha. Thank you for bringing another perspective on the silence and absence into the fold of this discourse. And I would, to some extent, agree with you that these narratives need to be dry cleaned and sanctified before they are put up for consumption. And one way would be, like Butalia points out, to ignore the violence associated with women. Yes. Thank you for this, Disha. Our next presenter today is Manu Tuli and Shantanu Ghosh. It's a joint paper. I guess one of them will present it. And the title of the paper is Question of Immigrants' Identities Revealed Through Alienation and Exploitation, a study of Arvind Adiga's Amnesty.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manu Tuli, and I'm a PhD research scholar in the Department of English Studies at Akal University. The title of my paper is The Question of Immigrants' Identities Revealed Through Alienation and Exploitation, a study of Arvind Adiga's Amnesty. This paper deals with two objectives. First, to explore the challenges of alienation and exploitation faced by the illegal immigrants. And second is to analyze the impact of these challenges on the social and cultural identities of these illegal immigrants. The objectives are going to be investigated through Arvind Adiga's latest novel Amnesty, published in 2020. And also, the illegal immigrants in this paper are not a the people who have entered the countries of destination without any documentation, but are the ones who arrived there with full documentation but extended their stays in the host country without taking permission from the immigration authorities. Now, since it's a 15 minutes presentation and reading the whole paper will take a long time, so I'm reading some excerpts from my paper. Many scholars have analyzed the relationship between migrants and security of the host countries. Certain events, especially that of 9/11 terrorist attacks that occurred on the United States, established the mindset of people to associate the immigrants with crime and threat. Such kind of mindset and the involvement of political discourse in fabricating migrants as threat firmly establishes, as Thomas Fate claims, dichotomies between us and them. The manipulation of collective passion and the mobilization of fear, hatred, and disgust, in the words of Edward Said, results in shifting the focus on immigrants, especially the illegal ones, from abstract threats to the potential enemies or criminals. But there are various agencies, especially agencies of United Nations organization like IOM, GRFTT, UNHCR, etc., that have brought the issue of criminalization of irregular migration to the front foot. And these agencies have argued that nations do have control over who enters and stays within their borders, but these nations should always do this with respect to their human rights obligations, and especially in New York Declaration for Migrants and Refugees, it has been mentioned very clearly that all the migrants, irrespective of their immigration status, are rightful holders of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And the Office of UNHCR has mentioned that, I quote, migrants in the irregular situation should not be treated as criminals because the criminal law is devised to punish those who harm the society. But the mere act of entering, living, or exiting a nation with irregular status is not a crime per se against person, property, or national security, I unquote. Despite having several rights and organizations standing beside them, the illegal immigrants are subjected and are made victims of alienation and exploitation in the host countries. Since Australia is the country of destination in the select novel, so I am going to discuss in brief Australia's history from the perspective of immigration policy. Australia, which is viewed as a multicultural nation, historically was a land that formed its national identity on a Eurocentric exclusionary model, as found out by Stephen Castles, and this model was protected by white Australian policy. This policy not only discriminated non-European migrants on the basis of race and color, but also restricted their entry into Australia. Later, when Australia was not able to stand the aftermath of the World War II and faced populate or perish situation, it abandoned the white policy and adopted multiculturalism to increase the number of permanent settlers in the country. Despite withdrawing this policy, the non-European migrants can still be seen as the victims of alienation, exploitation, and other sorts of discrimination in Australia. These impressions can be witnessed in the novel, in which the narrator introduces the metropolis of Sydney as, I quote, a city and a civilization built on the principle of the exclusion of men and women who were not white, and which fully outgrew that principle only a generation ago, I unquote. The extreme dislike of white Australians towards the illegal immigrants can be observed as since they cannot expel these immigrants from Australia as such, so they ignore their existence. And The reason behind their turning a blind eye towards the presence of non-white illegal immigrants is their belief that they are losing their grip on a continent that they turned into a white land after colonization of Australia a long time back. Along with the white Australians, the illegal immigrants who own businesses in Australia also make the illegal ones socially alienated or isolated. As Danny, the protagonist of the novel, who is an illegal immigrant from Sri Lanka, and other Chinese illegal immigrants are not allowed to come in front of the shops and deal with the customers. They are compelled to work in the dark corners, in the dark cells, or the manholes of the Australian businesses. Moreover, it is not only the host countries that these illegal immigrants are facing social alienation, but these people, when they were living in their home countries, they had faced social alienation and isolation and insecurity there as well. That becomes one of the reasons that these illegals do not stand against this kind of alienation against alienation they face in the host countries, because they do not wish to return to their homelands ever again. Now, coming to the exploitation experienced by the illegal immigrants, this paper first of all deals with the monetary exploitation. Monetary exploitation of the immigrants done by the Australian colleges. The Australian colleges, as in the novel Mackenzie Technical College, fetch the overseas students by showing a mirage-like image of Australia, where they can, where these students can enjoy freedom. But when these people who are already struggling in their homelands reach Australia and they find it really to be a mirage, they feel disheartened and fell in the racket run by these colleges, where these colleges suck fee for 2 years, and then the students are left to tar roads, walk fry noodles, install windows, and do other menial and low paid jobs in Australia. Second kind of exploitation which I have dealt in this paper is labor exploitation of the illegal immigrants. Due to the immigration status, these illegal immigrants cannot have access to the legal markets, legal labor markets, and they cannot have access to the legal minimum wages as well. So, exploitation of their labor is well defined in the novel when these illegal immigrants work as fruit pickers on the orchards, where they lose their weight and which weight cannot be gained. Then third kind of exploitation is the lack of medical facilities to the illegal immigrants in Australia. There are many instances in the novel, and I am going to talk about just two here. First, a Senegal illegal immigrant dies with untreated high diabetes while sitting in the last seat of a bus, and he dies unattended as well. And similarly, when Denny is asked to do a job of cutting dried cacti, then his hands got bleeding and he doesn't have any medical care, so that he doesn't go to the hospital and get cured. Now coming to the second objective of the paper, that is to explore the impact of alienation and exploitation on the identities of illegal immigrants. Many scholars like Stuart Hall, Robinson, Dinesh Bugra, and others have found that identity of an individual is never complete. It's always in process. It is fluid and it is dynamic because of the different ways individuals are positioned by and positioned within. And in the words of Stuart Hall, identity is dynamic because of the continuous play of history, culture, and power. Denny in the novel is no exception. He takes his identity that is formed in Sri Lanka as a Tamil man to Australia, where he experiences cultural alienation, and he starts reconstructing his identity as of an Australian man. He changes his pronunciation, body posture, habits, hair color, so that, I quote, no one would ever again mistake him for someone born outside Australia, I unquote. This process of reconstruction of identity reveals how consistently the identities of these illegal immigrants change. To escape from the marginalization experienced in their home countries, they fly to the countries like Australia, which are multicultural, where they think they can get the opportunity to belong to the surface. But in Australia as well, they are subjugated, alienated, exploited, and marginalized. The shift in their identities occur as, I'm taking the case of Denny here. Firstly, his identity changes from a Sri Lankan Tamil to that of a migrant, then from a legal immigrant to an illegal one. And then after that, from illegal one to an illegal one, when he overstays in Australia and his application for asylum is also rejected by the government. Finally, just like other illegal immigrants, Danny realizes that he is a man without rights in the world and says, I quote, the same great ocean come all the way from Batlikwala, which is in Sri Lanka, to Australia, with no living space on either end of it for Denny. I unquote. I'll conclude this paper with a quote from Edward Said's essay Reflections on Exile, where he says, I quote, homes are always provisional, borders and barriers, which enclose us within the safety of familiar territory can become prisons. I unquote. The illegal immigrants in this novel left their homelands long ago because of inhospitable conditions present there. In search of a new home, they try to reconstruct their identity according to the country of destination. But that host country also proves them to be a prison only. So, and leaving these illegal immigrants belonging to no place in the world, which leads to the crisis in their identity. Thank you.
Thank you, Manu, for bringing the perspective of the migration and the diaspora community to the fold of this discussion. I would agree with you that the diaspora and the migrants, they create a kind of a shared space, a kind of an overlapping space in which there is scope for both the nations to participate in terms of the nation that they have left. The people who are migrants also sees them still as a part of them, as a part of the narrative of their nation, so they play an important part in that, and similarly with the target nation. Thank you for this, Manu, and thank you to your co-author, Dr. Shantanu. Moving on to the last presentation of this session, which is by Shivani. The title of the presentation is Nation State, Ethnicity and Nigerian Civil War, a reading of Isidore Okweo's Last Duty.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, Shivani, you're audible.
So good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shivani Duggal. I am a PhD research scholar from Guru Gobind Singh Indraprastha University. Today, I will be presenting, and the title of my paper is Nation State, Ethnicity, and Nigerian Civil War, a reading of Isidore Okweo's The Last Duty. As Paul Endu in Songs of Says puts, I quote, they clutch, flaming in the smoking wreckage, crushed limbs, fractured plates, and broken breasts and shattered bones. Bones and limbs and plates are the same after all. Cartilages and sockets, disjoint at the joint, even before the attack of Harmattan. Look at your blood ablaze in the shred of blades. Nation is an, I again quote, aggregation of men speaking the same language, using the same customs, possessing historic continuity, and distinguished from other like groups by their racial origin and characteristics, I unquote. Nation is understood as a unifying category where diversified people from disparate backgrounds are identified as part of a larger community. Nation becomes a symbol of social identification, which ascertains relational connection between humongous inhabitants. The idea of nation has faltered many a times because of innumerable historical events and wars that took place. As Homi K. Baba puts, I quote again, the cultural temporality of the nation inscribes a much more transitional social reality, unquote. Throughout history, nation has always been transitional in nature, changing according to the authoritarian's hegemonic power and will. The political upholders drew boundaries between once unified spaces, irrespective of the social, cultural, ethnical, and traditional differences. The forceful coming together of different kinds of people brought more differences amongst the people inhabiting the same confined space. Africa was one such continent which inhabited diversified identities belonging to different ethnicity, culture, tradition, and religion. People lived harmoniously until British colonizers they came and disrupted Africans' existence. Colonizers entered in the peripheries of African continent with the intent of exploiting the agricultural land and misusing the manpower. They forced native Africans to work as indentured laborers and exploited their lands by exporting the produced goods. During colonization, British colonizers they divided the territories by mapping out lines according to their own convenience and smooth working. This division of a unified space led to dissonance between people from different ethnic backgrounds who were forced to live together under the same roof. One such space created by colonizers was Nigeria, that is my main focus of the paper today, with countless ethnicities put together, and the situation changed where, I quote, nation space becomes the crossroads to a new transnational culture, unquote. Diverse ethnicities had to accommodate with each other's custom, belief system, religious duties, and ways of living, which is still unattainable during colonization under the surveillance of British colonizers. But after colonization came to an end by 1960s, Nigeria was left shattered at the hands of few military officers who were assigned the task of governing independent Nigeria after British flew away. The sudden shift in the social, political, and economic situation affected Nigerians immensely, and the military control over Nigerians worsened the situation as well. So, the three prominent ethnic identities in Nigeria were Igbos, Hausas, and Yorubas. There were multiple attempts at coup d'etat, both from Igbos and Hausas as well, due to which many Igbos lost their lives in retaliation from Hausa community. And this worsened the imaginary unification of Nigeria. And in response, Igbos announced their secession from Nigeria and the formation of another nation state, which they named Biafra, to be governed completely by Igbo military officers. And this attempt at creating a nation state was severely opposed by Hausas, which led to Nigerian civil war, which actually continued for 3 years from 1967 to 1970. So once Biafra was populated by Igbos, the Muslim Hausas, they commanded that, I quote, Biafra be blockaded on both fronts, land, sea, and air, so that no food, no weapon, medicine, and the like will come into Biafra in order to occasion a quick surrender from them, unquote. Both Igbos and Hausas fought against each other with ammunitions, bombs, artilleries, leading to uncountable loss of lives on both sides. And after 3 years of perpetual struggle, Igbos had to give up and reunite with Nigeria as one nation. So this paper strives to analyze Isidore Okpehu's The Last Duty from the perspective of nation as a transitional entity during Nigerian civil war and how the idea of nation was altered completely. Okpehu portrays, I quote, Nigerian conflict, though thinly disguised under the names of the mythical combatants that are Simbia and Zonda, unquote, and doesn't mention the real names of the warring ethnicities during Nigerian civil war that were Igbos and Hausas. The novel is written from the perspective of individual characters' experiences and the trials and tribulations that they had to go through. So there is no fixed narrator in the story, narrating the story from omniscient third person point of view. Rather, the narrative is constructed based on each character's catastrophes. Okpehu describes this narrative style as, I quote, the collective evidence technique, making the story universal and more inclusive in nature. And the narrators come characters belong to different ethnicity, class, age, and social standing. The story starts in medias res of an unnamed war, as the nation was still at war and that the state of emergency proclaimed by the head of state and the commander in chief of the armed forces still prevailed. The narrative is set in Urukpe, which is a, I quote, sort of border town between Igabos and Simbas, the two ethnic identities in the novel, unquote. Urukpe shifts from being a civilian regime, which was headed by local village chiefs, to being a military governed regime, with federal troops headed by military officers and commanders. So the military officers control the movement of inhabitants living in Urukpe and announce night curfews due to continuous fear of being attacked by Symbian forces. In the past, Symbian forces, they dominated and overpowered Igabos before the federal troops freed Igabos from the clutches of Simbas. Opehu portrays the ethnic divisions and inherent rivalries between these two warring ethnicities vividly, which comments upon the transitional phase of once unified nation, Nigeria. When the federal troops they entered Urukpe and attacked Symbian forces, every Simba, the ethnicity of course, fled from the town because of the powerful retaliation from the federal armed forces, and this led to mass exodus of Simbas from Urukpe to a safer place. So this event in the novel alludes to the mass exodus of Igbos from Nigeria to find a safe space in Biafra when they were murdered, butchered, burnt alive, and chased away by Muslim Hausas. The loss of hope, loss of home, loss of family, and loss of meaning during Nigerian civil war is portrayed in the novel with gruesome details of victims on both the sides. The narrative does not have only one central protagonist, but the story focuses on the plight of a female character named Aku, who belongs to Simba tribe and is the only one left in Urukpe after the federal troops captured the whole town. Aku, being a Simba, is married outside her tribe to Mukoro Oshibire, who belongs to Igabo tribe. So before the federal troops seized this small town, there were many inter-ethnic, inter-tribal marriages, but once the war commenced, these relationships formed out of one's own tribe were condemned and attacked by society. As Aku says, I quote, when every Symbian took to his heels in the wake of the unspeakable persecution, I refused to go. I refused to do what the normal natural instinct for survival would have urged. Unquote. This statement comments on the willingness of Aku to live in a warring situation when every Igabo wanted Aku to be executed or to be brutally murdered. The life of Aku in Urukpe was torturous as she alone had to support herself and her son mentally as well as physically, as Oshibiri was detained as a rebel collaborator by anonymous witness. The endless loneliness, the lack of protection, the interminable anxiety, the loss of all comfort that Aku felt for those 3 years when her husband was falsely persecuted speaks about the intersectional domination of a woman. Aku was dominated on the basis of her sex, on the basis of her class, on the basis of her ethnicity, as being an impoverished Symbian woman living in Igabo-dominated community. She was exploited sexually by Chief Toje, a materialistic misogynist. And Toji misuses Aku's helpless position not just to satiate his sexual desires, but also to disrobe Oshibire, his business rival of his reputation. The ongoing unnamed war, which alludes to Nigerian civil war, is portrayed by Okpehu with intensity as he writes, I quote, within seconds their bombs boomed as they dropped, and all over the town you could hear the cries of human beings amid the frenzied bursts and the crackles of anti-craft fire, I unquote. The writer also talks about the combined air and guerrilla attack, which left the inhabitants of Urukpe completely disillusioned and vulnerable at the hands of Symbian forces. The novel represents the dilemma of people in following what the martial controllers command or allowing oneself to believe in their own conviction. As in the novel, Aku's ethnicity is the main reason for Oshibire's false detention, despite of him being an innocent rubber plantation owner. People inhabiting Urukpe are well aware of Oshivire's clean background, but since he is married to a Symbian woman, they feel confused as to whom to believe and whom to help. So the hatred between Simbas and Igabos illustrate the divisions and cracks that have been formed on the surface of the so-called nation. Not only soldiers of both the sides who are having first-hand experience of the war, but also the common people of Igabo and Simba tribes get affected severely. Large level of migration of Simbas from Urukpe renders the forced expulsion of Simbas who left their homes in search of a safer space to survive. While Simbas were running away from Urukpe, they were butchered, murdered, tortured, slaughtered at the hands of civilians belonging to Igabo tribe. The internalization of resentment and abomination for each other's tribe depicts how the hegemonic powers who have political control, they misguide their own people by burgeoning hatred, disgust, and abhorrence in their hearts for a person belonging to a different tribe. Opeho tries to move beyond this internalization to talk about the bond between Simbas and Igabos by using Oshevere as a mouthpiece. And he writes, I quote, "We share common boundaries with them. We therefore find it very hard to turn around Saravani one morning and denounce people with whom we have been living and having a long communication, lifelong communication." I unquote. The narrative is divided into three parts, and the writer exemplifies his understanding of a shattered nation and conflicting times by using excerpts from the poems of African poets as a prologue to each part of the novel. And he uses John Pepper Clark's excerpt as well, which goes as follows, I quote, "Breath burns more sulfate and blood calcifies into boulders for brother to hurl against brother," unquote. So these lines from J.P. Clark's poem set the tone of the narrative of nation as expressed in the novel. The fraternal bond, familial relationship that once was the stronghold of Nigeria as a nation has now been turned into malicious hatred and quote unquote bloodthirstiness for each other's lives. The impracticality, the improbable actions by people in power is also shown during an incident in the novel when Major Ali, one of the characters in the novel, commander of 15th Brigade of Federal Army, announces the public execution of an undisciplined soldier. So Ali believes that his decision regarding corporal punishment to one of his own soldiers will help in growing the trust of civilians in militia. This also states his indecisiveness and ill thought out decisions, which later backfires him, as Ali, being too optimistic and self righteous in his behavior, couldn't identify the evil intentions of Toje against Apu and Oshevire both. So during Nigerian civil war, there were many people belonging to both Igbo and Hausa ethnicity who never wanted to separate because of the love, loyalty, connection they felt with each other. Due to the decision of secession and formation of a nation state taken by combatant powerful authorities, both the sides had to go through bombardments, explosions, air raid attacks, barbaric assaults, and this led to perpetual fear, psychological distress, disenchantment in the minds of people belonging to both the tribes. The writer uses Ali as a mouthpiece to portray how civilians never wanted war, secession, division, and fights, whereas they always, and I quote, yearn for the return of an association which time and tradition have forged between the tribes, unquote. In contrast to the nostalgia, love, and bond that both sides want to build once again, the writer shows another side of the society through Toje's voice, who says, I quote, "Negotiations? What kind of negotiations? I think this war should take its full course." I unquote. So this renders the exploitative mindset of ones who were monetarily benefiting from this war. The novel does not end with a proper conclusive solution for the warring towns, and rather it ends with Oshevire being shot by soldiers even after being released from the detention for being an honest and innocent man. The writer ends the narrative in pessimistic tone in order to describe the continuation of gruesome war and killings. Nation seems to be ambivalent because of, I quote Baba's from Baba, its transitional history, its conceptual indeterminacy. I unquote. So the fluctuating and transient connection between different tribes is completely shattered by the end, as Okpehu shows no optimism in his portrayal of the war. So it can be concluded from above analysis of okay, who's the last duty, that the formation of nation state during the secession of Biafra not only transformed and distorted the defined boundaries of a nation, but also affected the whole community at a larger level. The ethnic rivalries within once unified Nigeria led to horrifying and spine-chilling situation for innocent people. Normal civilians, they were pushed out of their normalcy and they were left completely disillusioned because of the power politics and wrong decisions taken by political authorities. Thus, the novel, through every character's perspective, provides a wholesome view of the war and how every individual coped up with the battling situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shivani, for this perspective on the narrative of the nation. By nature, the narratives of a nation are hegemonic to some extent, like you pointed out, and there needs to be a systemic, subversive attempt at a counter narrative. Thank you for this. So with this, we have completed all the 4 papers. Now I'm calling out for any queries and questions that the audience might have. You can direct your questions at a specific presenter. Let me know if there are any questions, comments. Yes, we have a query from, or probably a comment from Dr. Shantanu Ghosh. Dr. Ghosh, please go ahead.
Uh, Thank you for this opportunity for presenting. Uh, and One of my students, Manu, has presented our joint work. Thanks for giving her a platform. But my question is actually directed to Ms. Shivani. Uh, you have very well brought out the trials and tribulations of a civil war situation that prevailed in Nigeria in the 70s, 80s, and later on. Do you think that these kinds of these kinds of conflicts that go on, the that have led to genocides, eventually in not only Rwanda, so where Hutus and Tutsis have fought, and it was a massacre on both sides. Do you see a role of the colonization in the entire thing? So because they have kind of divided these traditional boundaries that existed for centuries and millennia before the European colonizers came, and carved it out according to their own. And so multiple political boundaries fall within the same traditional network that previously were being avoided. So do you see a role of colonialism over here?
Thank you for your question, sir. Of course, as I discussed in my paper as well, that British colonizers had, I feel, the primary role in all these, the conflicts that later during colonization. Of course, the Africans were under the control and under the surveillance of British colonizers. So whatever was happening, British colonizers had full control over the situation. But when Africa got its independence after 1960s, when they were left to themselves. So British colonizers, what they did was they actually gave complete power to some military officers, some village chiefs who they knew will be in good connection with them later on as well. Although there was this freedom and this celebration of independence in every country like Nigeria, Rwanda, you are talking about, and others as well. So when Africa got its independence, along with it, there were these wars that they had to go through. We can also compare the situation with India, as some of the scholars were talking about the partition of India and what actually happened during India's partition. So we believe that we got independence, but do we are we actually free? Did we actually get that freedom? No, because along with that freedom, along with that independence, there was this thing, the wars and the internal conflicts between the society, and then the formation of Pakistan and India, because there were, of course, religious differences in India. So if we compare the situation of Nigeria, basically my paper was referring to and focusing on, Nigeria also was, filled with multiple ethnicities. So the three that basically I was talking about, Igbos, Hausas, and Yorubas, they were the prominent ones, but there were many other 250 ethnicities, ethnic identities as well. So thinking about it, that how British colonizers, they didn't think that why they are dividing, Africa in this way. They didn't think, irrespective of the divisions, irrespective of the religious conflicts that were there, they just divided according to their own convenience. They divided and made borders and lines. Sorry?
Just like they did in India, the red chip
Exactly,
line.
exactly. So they were just drawing on the map and they made territories out of it. So that was the whole point, that they were not focusing on the religious differences.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Shivani and Dr. Shantanu. Next, we have Rajneesh Chauhan, who would like to ask a question or make a comment. Rajneesh.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I have two questions. One is for Shivani and the other one is for Abhijit. So first I'll begin with Shivani. There was plenty of discussion about the transitional nature of nation. I would like to know more about its theoretical understanding when it comes to the transitional nature of nation.
Okay, thank you for your question. Transitional nature, of course, that is what my research paper is focusing on, that how nation as an entity is always in flux, always changing. And since I was focusing on a war, Nigerian civil war, so as to be specific, how at that time the nation, or the definition of nation, was always in flux, and it was always transitional in nature. There was no fixed meaning, because what nation was for African inhabitants, the native Africans, who has to say, it was different. For them, nation was happiness. It was about their culture, their traditions, their belief systems. They used to enjoy their lives. Of course, there were these ethnic differences and different identities, but still there was this unity and this homogeneity in their community. But with coming of colonization and the exploitation of colonizers, and then division of, irrespective of their religious differences, how the idea of nation changed at that time during colonization. And then again, it is still in transition, because slowly and steadily, when Africans, they started fighting against British colonizers, they started getting freedom from the British colonizers. And after 1960s, we see that some of the countries, they are getting freed. So how the nation is again changing, but we see that if we should be happy that now we are free, we should celebrate the independence and everything. But as soon as they got free in 1960s, basically after 1960s only, most of the African nations, the countries, they got freed. But 1967 followed with Nigerian civil war. So how again the idea of nation is in flux. And I talked about the secession of Biafra, the formation, that the topic is also focusing on that, the nation state, the formation of Biafra out of Nigeria. So the Igbo ethnicity, they wanted to separate themselves, because they thought that Hausas, the Muslim Hausas, they are very dominating, and we don't want to be dominated, because we are independent and we can have our own state. That is why they called out for a proper nation state, and they created their own state, which they named as Biafra. And many novels have been written on the formation of it and what actually happened after that. So how again the transitional nature?
Sorry to interrupt you in between, but when it comes to the formation of nation, and once a nation is formed, how do you differentiate between a nation and a secessionist sentiment?
Secession as a sentiment. Okay, so it is very difficult for everyone to leave their homeland and settle at a different place, leaving their neighbors who are very familiar. They are having a familial relationship, with every neighbor of theirs. And when this secession happens, it is very difficult for everybody, for people who are on both the sides. So if I'm focusing basically on Biafran secession, so during that time, Igbos felt it very difficult to accommodate according to the situation. They had to go to this Biafra, and as I read one quotation also, what Nigerians did, they wanted to retaliate and they wanted them to be defeated. So once Biafra was very adamant that we want our own state and we will have our own government, nobody will have power over ourselves. So what they did was they formed their own state. But if we talk about the sentiments, of course they were not happy with the secession at first. But later on, when they of course the Nigerians, they retaliated, and Hausas, they attacked, massacred, killed so many people, and they also blockaded the whole border. So if there was a border, they literally blockaded the border, and there were no food, there was no artilleries, there was no amenities, the basic amenities of life. They were they didn't have that in Biafra. And because of that, later on, when we talk about the end of this Nigerian civil war, that is in 1970s, it ended, and they had to again accommodate themselves with Nigerians only, because they had to give up, because they didn't have food to survive. So food is the basic amenity, and Hausas, they didn't give food to Igbos. So they again had to give up, and they were defeated, and they again had to come and unify once more with Nigeria. So talking about the sentiments, it's very difficult for a community and ethnicity to first have a separation and then again unify with those people who were dominating them and who were attacking them earlier. So of course, the sentiments will be confusing and very, of course, pessimistic for them.
Thank you so much. My second question is for Abhijit. You made a passing reference to the era which we have entered recently, which is called post-truth era, and you talked about how right-wing demagogues and particularly white supremacists, they have risen in the Western countries, particularly US and European countries. Probably there is something which is fundamentally wrong with the kind of discourse that we are propagating and with the discourse we have ourselves entered. The thing is that probably we have actually tried to create a discourse where we are referring to post-truth something which is probably something new. As I mean, there are so many critics who have written about post-truth, and particularly there is one paper which is titled "White Lies: A Racial History of the Post-Truth," and the researcher has argued that it is probably for the first time in the history that the powerful have been affected by the lies, whereas before this era, it was only powerless who were affected. And then you made references to these right-wing populism which is rising, whereas there are critics like Chantal Mouffe who argue that the rise of right-wing demagogues and right-wing groupings might have an answer to the post-political scenario which we have entered. When we talk about post-political scenario, there is that paradox which we have in democracies, which is called liberal democracy. So liberal aspect of democracy have actually overpowered the democratic institution. So these right-wing groupings, they might have an answer to this post-political scenario. What is your take on that?
Post-truth, the name, right? The nomination of post-truth might be a new thing. Am I audible?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Yeah, but historically, promoting alternative facts, quote unquote, as the truth, and mainstream media as the bearer of false knowledge or whatever, is not new. It started with Hitler. If you read a history of Der Strom, for example, which was the main machinery of the Nazi propaganda, would find that they somehow managed to create an image of the Jewish other figure with Black American culture, right? So they used to portray Jews as blacks, but with Jewish nose, archetypally long nose, right? So that is how news is manufactured, and susceptible minds, easily digest it because, well, we want to believe in it. Well, deep down, perhaps we are all fascists, and that is what that was the project of the Frankfurt School of Criticism, which conducted something in America to determine our ranking in an F scale, that is fascist scale. Okay, so this is one thing, and the another thing I want to point out is that democracy is a very dangerous thing. And well, please pardon me saying this, because if you read critics and philosophers like Achille Mbembe, you would find that he talks about how democracy is just another form of colonialism. Okay, so because when America invades Iraq, it promotes democracy, quote unquote, again, that we are going to introduce democracy in your country. But what kind of democracy are we talking about? Are we talking about Western style of democracy? Then how is it going to address the issues of Iraqi people who are not Western? Right, they have their own type of thinking. We are not sensitive towards them. So even though it's very easy for us to quote from Western philosophy and theorists, but the problem is we are gradually losing nuances of local culture, local differences, etc. And that is what is being exploited by these right-wing activists. They are talking about, this is our home, this is our own matter, you don't enter, because you are bearing foreign insights, foreign elements in thinking, in interpreting our own affairs. And that is where perhaps an indigenous way to counter these right-wing activists is very important. Something that is proposed by Ashish Nandi in his Intimate Enemy, that we should think of, if we are considering India, in India, the Indian situation right now. It's not enough to read Chantal Mouffe or Slavoj Žižek. It's very important to read Indian texts to counter what they are trying to mythify. I'm not sure whether I'm making any sense to you, but I think in Indian context, we must counter it in indigenous way. And if we're talking about the rise of neo-Nazis in the European context, or for example, in recently, America is facing a backlash against critical race theory. And the white supremacists are not agreeing to that to the teaching of critical racial study in schools. They believe that America does not have any race. Okay, it's almost like right-wing activists in India saying that India doesn't have a caste. So it's almost like that. And if we read texts like a very recently published book called Caste: The Lies That Divide Us. It kind of juxtaposes India's caste system and the Jewish, the status of the Jews in the Nazi Germany, and the status of the blacks in America. And they try to formulate some sort of anthropological study of these two very diverse problems, but using similar rhetoric to otherize other people. But well, the approach is again for the Nazis, we would try to use the European insights. For America, we would try to approach the issue from American standpoint, and from India, in the case of India, we will use our own critical text.
So I partially agree with you to the extent that when you say that post-truth did not start in 2016. The roots of post-truth goes back to Nazis and anti-Jewish sentiments, which were prevalent among Nazis. But probably the roots of post-truth goes back to the times of Plato, when
Yes.
when he seems to be actually banning so many playwrights
Poets and artists because they falsify. Yes.
Now the problem is, like Shantanu sir has given a reference to something very important. A massacre took place in Rwanda in 1994, where approximately 10 lakh people were massacred in 100 days. And the truth for Hutus about Tutsis was this, that they did not belong to this particular nation. Now in 2016, as you said, that it is about the effacement of truth. Truth is not there. How do we get back? How do we retrieve truth? But the point which I want to make is in 1994, for Tutsis, the truth was that for Hutus, the truth was that Tutsis Tutsi do not belong to this nation. They are not of this state. So let's massacre all of them. So ultimately, everything boils down to one particular question, and the question is whose truth? In post-truth era, what kind of truth are we trying to retrieve?
Yeah, an engagement with the nature of truth began as soon as Greeks started to philosophize about things. And I was recently reading Martin Heidegger, and Heidegger has a very complicated past. He, for some time became Nazi sympathizer. And later in the text was published in 1989 perhaps, but he delivered the lecture much earlier, and he talked about how the nature of truth changed from the Greeks, and it started to mean something else in the beginning of the, let's say, 18th or 19th century. For the Greeks, truth meant uncovering. The Greek word for it is aletheia. Okay, it means uncovering. And it has nothing to do with verifiable, ratifiable information. So the point for a philosopher or a critical thinker is to uncover and not to approach, not to look for information, but to uncover. Now, uncover what? That is the question. Uncover what is Heidegger doesn't really answer this. He talks about being or being the dynamic self. So are we talking about exclusionary politics of certain people? Well, we don't need to go back to Africa and go to Africa or Germany for that. We have, for example, Assam in India. We have, for example, other places in Kashmir, for example. We have a number of narratives, kind of infesting India right now. And for example, there is a dominance of language in India, of a particular language. And apparently they represent the true Indian sentiment, and everyone else is either Pakistani or Bangladeshi or whatever. For example, I live in West Bengal, and West Bengal is right now mini Pakistan for certain people. So, the point is to uncover to these people, to uncover the hypocrisy of these people. Okay, what the being of these people, as Heidegger would have put it. Okay, and when I'm uncovering them, I am not trying to reach out for a truth. I am trying to just uncover them and leave my insight to you, and you decide. And I can't change you. See, Germany was a very educated and very advanced nation in the 1920s. Weimar Republic was very famous for culture and other kind of innovations. But Hitler took like 3 or 4 years to change the entire psyche. Okay, and even though there are controversies surrounding whether we are going to read Nazi Germany as an eliminationist republic, or whether they just the banality of evil, etc., etc. However, our scholarly arguments is not going to and are not going to answer the Holocaust. They are not going to answer the Holocaust. The point is to keep engaging with these things, to uncover the nature of a fascist state as much as possible, and it is up to the reading public or intellectual public or critical public to think on them. Truth is a very slippery thing. My truth is very different from your truth, and your truth is very different from Alpana Madam's truth. So truth has always been post-truth, I think. And I would recommend you to read, and I'm not, please don't take it otherwise, I would recommend you to read Paul Ricoeur's History, Memory, and Forgetting, and you would see how truth is something that has always been slippery in Western philosophical thought. There is no definition of truth, or as in T capital R-U-T-H, truth, at least.
Thank you, Avijit. And Dr. Ghosh, do you have something to add to the ongoing discussion or a new
Yeah, I just have a small, short comment to make. So, listening to this conversation in the last 10 minutes or so between Abhijit and, I forget the name of the person who made the question,
Rajneesh?
introduction, Rajneesh. So, I think they have put one thing very, very starkly in front of us today, is that we need to be critical about the happenings that are going on in terms of narratives and counter narratives. And as Abhijit mentioned, the whose truth is it? So you have perspectives and perspectives within perspectives, and so much nested that we forget what truth are we trying to express in the first place. The uncovering is so much, is uncomfortable for some people, so a section of the people. So, for example, the latest happening that you had, you come from West Bengal, right? So you had a massacre a couple of days back.
Yes.
What is the kind of truth that is prevailing over there? Or, for example, the happenings that are happening in the country right now, like the hijab controversy, a narrative is being put forth, and counter narrative, or for that matter, this film, The Kashmir Files, has opened a Pandora's box.
Exactly.
And all the questions that were suppressed in terms of politics and other nuanced, understanding of what is a nation and what constitutes a nation has now come to the public debate, public dimension. And we as a society, as responsible members of society, must try and engage to see the, face of reason and not lose our context for that matter. But otherwise, if we don't know our past, we can't move ahead for learning from history, and it will keep on repeating, as Gandhiji had famously said. So, so it is up to us as a society to engage with the other stakeholders who are also integral parts of society, and so that some semblance of reason, which is currently missing in the public debate. It's all fanaticism of one way or the other. So it's your way or the highway. It's either you are with us or against us. Just like Mr. Trump had projected a few years back. So it's something like that. So we have to be guarded against that kind of a tendency. So this is my 2 pence, for whatever it's worth.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shantanu, and thank you, Avijit. We are just having one last question. Good afternoon to you too, Yogesh. Yogesh has typed out his question for Shivani. The question is directed at Shivani, and I'll read out the question. How do you view the cultural and ethnic elements either coexisting or contradicting with the existing idea of nation state? Do you see any contradiction between ethnic character of a community with the current idea of nation state?
Okay, actually, I didn't understand the question clearly, but from what I can understand, the idea of nation state. So I was referring to the the secession of Biafra from Nigeria and how they created their own state. So that I think Sora is talking about. So this ethnic character of a community with the current idea of nation state, they are not in contradiction. I feel they are the reason for each other. So as to say that because of the ethnic differences in Nigeria and because of the ethnic divisions and the different ideas that both the ethnic identities had, that is why the state formation happened. So I don't feel that they are in contradiction with each other, but I feel that because of the ethnic identity and the divisions, nation state, was constructed. The idea of nation state was there. I hope I was able to clear. I mean, if there is anything I can explain more, Nikki sir, if there is anything else.
Thank you, Shivani, and thank you, Yogesh. I'm sorry, but we don't have much time left. Actually, we have exceeded the time. So I'll once again like to thank you all the paper presenters today who have presented their wonderful papers today, and all the members of the audience who have been patient and who have contributed to this wonderful discussion afterwards. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you on the other side of the lunch break. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Hey, can anyone confirm whether I'm audible and visible? Please. Hello? Am I audible? Visible? Anyone please confirm?
Yes, you are. You are.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Good afternoon, sir.
Shall we start?
Yes, sir, we can.
Thank you. Welcome back. We have the session 2. Here we have 4 papers. One by Rajneesh Chauhan on critiquing nation as an ideological construct in Amitav Ghosh, The Hungry Tide. Second one is Madhukari Guha's paper, Performing Nation, Gender in Performance, Tagore's critique of performance, performative narration, nationalism in the home and the world and its limitations. And third paper is Muhammad Shafir and the Kadireshan's paper, The Concept of Nation, Reality and Expectation of Indian Middle Class in Ubhamanyu Chatterjee's English August and Indian Story. And finally, we have Anusha Hegde and Dr. Safi Safar's paper, Shaila Safar's paper, Earth and Moon as Nations, debating nationalism in dystopian context. And all the paper presenters, I hope all of you are present here. I could see Anusha. Madhukari. Rajneesh is here, and Muhammad Shafir. And we would go by that sequence that is there in that program schedule. First Rajneesh, then Madhukari, then Shafir, and finally Anusha. And all the paper presenters would get 15 minutes for presentation, and then time for discussion. So try to summarize or finish your paper in 15 minutes. In that way, this would be interactive, and the purpose of the conference would be served. And you see, when we think of the topic, the conference title, Narratives of Nation, Contemporary Literary, Cultural, and Theoretical Debates. There are, from the literature point of view, initially two words are very important, narratives. And when we think of the second term, nation, they are actually pointing towards two things. One is the way it is structured, narration, and secondly, the setting. And narration, when we think of narratives, and we can think of the perspective as well as an attitude. And you see what I'm referring to is that we can have a first person narration, or third person narration, or multiple narrators, an inclusive narrator, and they all shape our perspectives. And the second one, nation, I would take it as first as a literary thing, and second as a theoretical one. And as a literary thing, it is a setting. Setting is important in every any work that gives certain context, and that contextualizes. And setting also serves a number of purposes, and it can be a place, and as it is a social context of characters, and it is a part of it can convey customs, beliefs, and the rules of behavior that give identity to society. And then the particular location of events, and finally the atmosphere, mood, and feel that all of these things create. And we all know that, and theoretically, as a nation, as a imaginary space, giving certain shape and certain mark and certain limitation, certain boundary, and so that limits our that not only that actually locates our point of reference. So with this context in mind, both as a literary perspective and theoretical one, we would start with the first presentation by Rajneesh Guha, who is going to talk about Amitav Ghosh's Hungry Tide and the idea of critiquing nation, as an ideological construct in that work. Over to you, Rajneesh.
Thank you so much, sir. It's a longish paper, so I would not waste any time, and I would directly go on to the paper. So I'm going to be a little fast. In case I become hard to understand, you can interrupt me in between. Critiquing nation as an ideological construct in Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide. Deterministic theories of nationalism, which allow the factors of their liking to be the ultimate source of nationalist movements, have rarely sanctioned intellectual understanding of nation building as an ideological construct. The classic debates in nationalism theory between modernists, primordialists, and ethno-symbolists understand nationalist phenomena causally as well as universally. This paper aims to move past the examination of the rise of nationalism as a single deterministic ideal and to interpret nationalist phenomena as ideological constructs. By keeping the concept of ideology as the central analytical reference point, the investigation of the ideas of nation and nationalism in the Amitav Ghosh's The Hungry Tide through the prism of discourse theory will be conducted. Modernist and primordialist theories offer limited insights into contemporary nationalism as propagated by states, party demagogues, and movements. Their understanding of the construction of nationhood in the contemporary times falls short of the theoretical rigor. Post-Marxist discourse theory, on the other hand, is well equipped to deal with the nationalism as an ideological construction. While dealing with discourse theory, it is important to remember that Lacalou and Mauve's concept incorporates more of ideology than the definition of discourse from Foucault. Developed in an ongoing dialogue with Marxist, feminist, and post-structuralist political philosophy since the 1980s, the founding principle of discourse theory has been to reject essentialism and reify concepts like society, economy, and democracy. Ernest Lacalou and Chantal Mouffe have developed theoretical perspective of discourse theory in their seminal work, Hegemony and Socialist Strategy Towards a Radical Democratic Politics, 1985. For this school, society does not develop or exist in as a closed totality with its own integral logics. Instead, the meaning of all political concepts is based on their relation to other signifiers within more or less coherent system of meaning. This study has Marejhapi massacre of 1979 as its historical context. The tragedy witnessed thousands of refugee men, women, and children disappear and massacre in West Bengal in 1979. According to one estimate, death counts as high as 5,000 to 10,000 or more are claimed. So there is more to this historical background. In case somebody wants to know, we can have it in the discussion section. A closer examination of the Hungry Tide reveals that refugee settlers of the island, Marejhapi, were imagining to build a Dalit nation for themselves. Amitav Ghosh very artistically sets the political agenda of the settlers in the novel. Sir Daniel Hamilton, a Scotsman, had bought 10,000 acres of land in Tide country with the vision to, I quote, build a new society, a new kind of country. It would be a country run by cooperatives. Here, people would not exploit each other and everyone would have a share in the land, unquote. In this new, almost utopian society, quote, there would be no Brahmins or untouchables, no Bengalis or Orias. Everyone would have to live or work together, unquote. But this vision of utopian society could not manifest and remained incomplete. Now the Murray-Jaffrey refugees were trying to redeem the lost vision of Sir Daniel Hamilton with a difference. Quote, "This was not one man's dream. This dream had been dreamt by the very people who were trying to make it real." Nirmal understands this settlement as a social experiment. Quote, "Imagined not by those with learning and power, but by those without power." Unquote. This indeed appeared to him something that could become a model for the rest of the India. These refugees and most of the settlers on the islands were Hindu Dalits and had common geographical roots in Bangladesh. They shared past and commonality made them organize themselves easily along the caste axis. In addition, the commitment is strengthened with Murray-Jaffrey refugees' awareness that they shared blood ties and geographical roots with other settlers around the island. Ranajit Guha argues that in the subaltern politics, mobilization of the populace for the political gains depended upon the horizontal affiliation such as, quote, "the traditional organization of kinship and territory or on class consciousness," unquote. In this novel, these refugees display strong class consciousness as a group of dispossessed when they confront police assault. "Amra kara, Bastuhara, who are we? We are the dispossessed. And Mare Japi Chore Bana, we will not leave Mare Japi," unquote. In context of nationalism theory, the categorization of nation as a discourse comes from understanding that reality is not a natural given, but a construct and therefore contingent by nature. As a result, the conceptual framework of discourse theory applies to nationalist ideologies, which are antagonistically struggling for the alternative national construct manifested in the hegemonic discourse of nation state. Quote, "Ideology affects a decontestation of political concepts it employs. The external manifestation of this thought practice is a unique conceptual configuration that completes over its legitimacy with other conceptual configuration," unquote. In The Hungry Tide, there emerges an antagonistic nationalist ideology, challenging the hegemony of the discourse of Indian nation state. When the refugee settlers began to build a Dalit nation for themselves. In order to probe into these arbitrary ideas more, we must refer to Michel Billings' 1985 study of Benel nationalism, where he illustrates that, quote, "well-established national construct is not thereby unproblematic or somehow exempt from the study as nationalistic. Benel nationalism is the symbolic identification of the people with a nation state. Symbolic markers of national identifications are in plenty. The national flag, singing of national anthem, a common enemy historically as well as in the present. The national sport, use of adjective national to describe the state of affairs of the nation state. Sutherland has argued that the term Benel nationalism is, I quote, "shorthand for expressing the idea of nationalism as grand discourse. Our everyday social reality is always discursively constructed around a concept of nation which is taken for granted," unquote. In addition, the successful linking of nation to state encapsulates robust nationalist mobilization. Consequently, symbolic markers of national identification, institutes, and rhetoric have not only been willingly accepted, but internalized to the extent that they become commonsensical. Producing this common sense among the populace is the ultimate goal of any ideology pursuing nationalist project. It is the minority nationalism that poses a challenge to this common sense and vociferously argues for the need of an alternative national construct to the one which is in place. It comes with no surprise that nation can be defined and appealed to in various ways, but remains a sedimented focus of national mobilization. In discourse theory, nation is a nodal point of nationalist discourse, a privileged discursive point of partial fixation of meaning. Greenland argued that, I quote, "nationalism is determined not by the character of its elements, but by a certain organizing principle which makes these elements into a unity and imparts to them a special significance," unquote. According to discourse theory, there are competing discourses trying to hegemonize the principles that orient and organize given society and its systems. So in the arena of nation and nationalism, there are political ideologies constantly driven towards articulating their respective discourses with the ambition of hegemonic interventions. Sutherland contends that, quote, in our world of omnipresent nationalist ideology, the nation state is the hegemonic nationalist construct. The more entrenched this discourse is, the harder it will be to impose an alternative project as hegemony, unquote. It is at this moment that discourse theory puts in perspective the role of minority nationalist movements. Minority movements work with the rearticulation of the social reality, aiming to produce an alternative national construct. In the Hungry Tide, a new nation is indeed emerging on the island of Marajjapi. The idea of an imagined homeland on the island readies these settlers to establish certain orders, putting in place socio-economic systems. These settlers, without a trace of government aid, create salt pans, plant tube wells, dam water for rearing of fish, start up a bakery, set up a boat building workshops, and found pottery and ironsmith's shop. Nirmal realizes that he is, quote, watching the birth of something new, something hitherto unseen, unquote. Later in this novel, Ghosh envisages the repercussions of such nation building in a language which is politically charged. Registering the overall development of the refugee settlers, Nirmal notes that it was universally agreed that, quote, the significance of Marajjapi extended far beyond the island, unquote. In other words, Ghosh seems to suggest that the separatist sentiments to create a Dalit nation might very well turn out to be dangerous for the national integrity of Indian nation, as the impact of secession might spill over to other parts of the country. Dealing with the realm of nationalism reveals that there are as many conservative ideologies as antagonistic and revolutionary ones. Mannheim, in 1940, tends to describe them as ideologies and utopias, respectively. The former one, which Mannheim describes as ideology, is a set of ideas posing challenge to the existing nationalist ideology by providing an alternative which can be pursued within the existing order. On the other hand, utopia challenges the existing nationalist ideology by necessarily shattering the existing order if put into practice. Without a doubt, Dalit nation that refugee envisioned to build on the island is a utopia. Omendra Kumar Singh has, in literal sense, associated this new nation coming up on the island with Thomas More's utopia. For instance, Singh refers to the Lusibari Bud. This reminds of the deep trench which was dug around Utopian island. Singh goes on to argue that, quote, in this understated and highly suggestive utopian synecdoche, Ghosh indicates the secessionist process in the making, which originates precisely from this category of totality that presides over the form of utopian realization of the nation in all its radical and unacceptable difference from the established order. Just as utopia is described as response to the old world politics and seems to be a desirable alternative to More's England, the Marajjapi refugee project can be glimpsed to be staging itself as a desirable alternative to Indian Union for the refugee settlers at some point of time in the future, unquote. Such utopian aspirations exhibit dissatisfaction with the existing order of national ideology, or what Verera and Marder call dissatisfaction with naturalized political ontology. This naturalized political ontology serves as a basis for the rule, and any attempt to disrupt it would unsettle and disrupt political orders in the country. It was this thread of disruption and unsettlement that the emerging order of new nation on Marajjapi posed. Ane Alumba, while reflecting on nation and nationalism, argues that, quote, nations are communities created not simply by forging certain bonds, but also by fracturing and dividing others, unquote. Marajjapi enterprise was the one that needed to be fractured and forgotten for hegemonic sedimentation of Indian nationalist ideology. The West Bengal government started the economic blockade of Marajjapi. When the blockade did not work, the forceful eviction of the resisting refugees started. This resulted in thousands of deaths, and their bodies were dumped into Ganges. After the eviction, the government of West Bengal insisted that eviction was an ecological necessity and everything about the massacre remained either repressed or forgotten for years to come. In the initial part of the paper, it is argued that to posit the possibility of full, total, and closed identity would mean to deny the contingency of discourse. But when it comes to nationalist ideologies, this lack of fullness would mean an identity crisis which it cannot afford. As a result, they aim to promote identification with a nationalist discourse while concealing its fundamental impermanence by asserting that there exists no credible alternative. Lacaille and Mouffe recognize this autonomy of nationalist ideologies as a constructed political space resulting from hegemonic articulation. Quote, some unusual discursive formations may tend to be organized around a single and relatively stable nodal point, such as a nationalist discourse that has achieved an unusual degree of predominance and stability, unquote. Nation targets a specific constituency while bringing together other movements of certain nationalist ideology to establish a worldview. W. Corner argues that nation building is the nationalist project of the states with the ambition to sediment their conceptual hegemony over the nation as a nodal point. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You finished it in time. Questions, please. It's open for discussion. Arpan ma'am.
Yes, thank you, sir, and thank you, Rajneesh, for your wonderful paper. We understand that hegemony kind of works in and by creating an essentialist discourse, which, like you pointed out, works through certain symbolic representations and a kind of othering that hegemonic forces bring about. My question is with reference to the novel that you are studying. The way these hegemonic forces are working, they also bring into their fold the ecological concerns that are discussed in the novel, which results into a kind of an ambivalence towards, the whole situation. As a reader, when you read the novel, because I have had some contact with a study that was conducted in our university, which was about, how ecological concerns work in the novel and how, Marijapi could be a land for the tigers like that. So my question is that how do these ecological concerns deal with or create a kind of ambivalence towards, the anti-hegemonic, anti-essentialist symbols and othering?
Yes, ma'am, it certainly does. Probably the government, the left government, which actually the left front, it was for the first time that in West Bengal, left government defeated Congress, which had a certain sort of hegemony when it comes to political scenario, and eviction of the refugees from Sundarban, and particularly this island, Marijapi Island, was a necessity in a certain sense, because this island was considered critical from the point of view of ecology. So it was considered definitely necessary. But certainly when it comes to this ambivalence that ma'am you're referring to, there is again this dichotomic situation which arises that certainly creates a binary between animals and humans. So in order to save animals, would you be ready to kill humans? That is exactly what happened on Marijapi. There could have been solutions. They could have been transported to some other place, to some other part of the to some other parts of the country, which did not take place. And ultimately, what we saw was a massacre. Certainly, that point is very, very significant. And Amitav Ghosh has time and again in every work that he has produced so far, there certainly is this concern of ecological systematic damage that we have done to it. we need to delve deeper into it and see if at all we are ready to create such binaries wherein we are creating, we are putting animals and humans, and then in order to save the ecological systems and the damage that we have done, so we are killing humans for that. That is something which was the focus of this entire paper.
Thank you, Rajneesh. What I meant to understand was that the novel has been written with a certain agenda. If you agree, you would agree with me. I don't know if you do. But what I meant was that the bringing up of ecological concerns in the discussion of the novel kind of defeats that agenda. That was my question. That if you can understand that in certain.
Certainly, ma'am. I 100% agree with you. And the most important concern that probably I skipped out on many parts, particularly there was some new historic understanding of the situation which I could not discuss because of the constraint of time. The entire paper has discussed it thoroughly. This entire incident, why only talking about Marejapi massacre and particularly how this entire process of nation building was going on, was this, that the incident took place in 1979, and nobody talked about it till 1999 when Ross Malik wrote an article, and then people started talking as to what happened there, because memory was erased. It was put in the dustbin. The entire incident was put into the dustbin. So after Ross Malik, it was probably Amitav Ghosh, this fictionalized account of what actually happened there. So that was the entire purpose of bringing it to the fore and discussing Amitav Ghosh.
Thank you very much, Rajneesh.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sorry. Thank you, ma'am. Rajneesh, I have a question. You talked about the text and said that Amitav Ghosh very artistically sets the political agenda of the settlers in the novel. And where you have quoted that, in this new almost utopian society, there would be no Brahmins or untouchables, no Bengalis or no Odia. Everyone would have to live and work together. And in that context, I would like to ask one question related to the clash you were talking about in that text. You said that in this novel, there emerges an antagonistic nationalistic ideology, challenging the hegemony of the discourse of Indian nation state when the refugee settlers begin to build the Dalit nation for themselves. And my question is related to this idea, where what I would like to ask is that there are you mentioned about a number of symbolic makers of national identification, like the national flag or singing of national anthem, or a common enemy, historically present in national sport, and and such things. And how does this Dalit nation, or how do these refugee settlers face this one and challenge these ideas? Unmute yourself kindly.
I think I did not understand the question entirely, but probably
is that you are saying that there is an antagonistic way that the settlers want to create a Dalit nation, huh?
Right, sir, right.
And where Dalit nation, the settlers actually face a number of symbolical things, right? The national flag, national anthem, national sport, and so many things.
Right, sir, right.
To that, what is the alternative for these people who wanted to create a Dalit nation in that work?
Probably when we read this book in its entirety, and the kind of institutions that these people, these refugees, the settlers on Marichapi, they had created for themselves. There were schools which they had created for themselves. There were certain sort of all these shops, and their economy was flourishing. So economic institution, which is one of the fundamental institution when it comes to forming a nation, was already flourishing on this island. Second, there was this democratic institutions when apart from economy, there were these sabhas which was being conducted. People were talking, discussing any issue which was to be solved. It was to be solved with discussions and debates. Certainly, there does not seem to be any sign of a national flag or a national anthem when it comes to the kind of grouping that they had created for themselves. But that is precisely the point that I was referring to in the middle of my talk somewhere, when they said that probably in times to come, this might become a safe haven for so many people, or probably it might become a secessionist nation, and people might migrate from all over India to this place to build a Dalit nation for themselves. So there is this law of probability which I have referred to, but in a very I have just given a passing hint to this. Certainly, I do agree that there was hardly any sign of a national flag or national anthem, something of that sort. But certainly there was a sentiment which was emerging and simmering between these people.
Thank you, Rajneesh. We would move on to the next paper, that is by Madhukari Gogha. It's on performing nation, gendering performance, Tagore's critique of performative nationalism in the home and the world and its limitations. Over to you, Madhukari Gogha.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected professors and my fellow presenters gathered today for this conference. I'm here to briefly discuss my paper titled Performing Nation, Gendering Performance, Tagore's Critique of Performative Nationalism in the Home and the World and its Limitations. Now, in its traditional readings, this novel, Home and the World, has mostly been interpreted as a fictionalized commentary on nationalism, a critique of the mechanical, exploitative, capitalistic, masculinist, and sectarian nationalist enterprise, in line with Tagore's denunciation of nationalism in many of his political essays. Though inevitably read as a vituperative denigration of the nationalist project, the conventional criticisms have failed to address one vital aspect of Tagore's quarrel with nationalism that the novel highlights: his powerful critique of the element of performativity involved in the nationalist discourse. In The Home and the World, my paper posits, Tagore exposes the anti-colonial nationalist politics as predominantly performative, premised upon rhetorical display, ritualistic spectacle, and metonymic representation of the nation in the anthropomorphic form of the mother. However, despite its excoriating criticism of the performative reproduction of the nation state, my post-colonial feminist reading will contend that the novel fails to engage in the gender politics that the construction and co-option of the category of woman by the performative theater of anti-colonialism entails. Tagore's radicalism, though it exposes the hypocrisy in the anthropomorphic construction of the nation as the mother goddess or Bharat Mata, falls short of critiquing the gendered performance of nationalism that this construction calls for. In his 1917 essay, Nationalism in the West, Tagore writes, and I quote, "The nation, with all its paraphernalia of power and prosperity, its flags and pious hymns, its blasphemous prayers in churches, and the literary mock thunders of its patriotic bragging, cannot hide the fact that nation is the greatest evil for the nation," thus highlighting his objection to the performative iteration and perpetuation of the idea of the nation state through spectacular displays of nationalism and nationness via material symbols, ritualistic exercises, and theatrical rhetoric. In his novel Home and the World, which was published a year ago, in the immediate aftermath of Tagore's disillusionment with the ideals of the Swadeshi movement, a similar interrogation of the performative politics of nationalism can be discerned. By emphasizing upon the elements of spectacle and exhibitionism involved in the politics of Sandeep, the firebrand revolutionary and nationalist leader of his novel, Tagore comes to highlight and critique the performative nationalism of the anti-colonialists of his time. He devotes a considerable amount of narrative space to the performative strategies devised by Sandeep to further his violent, divisive, and chauvinist anti-colonial project. Sandeep's performative nationalist politics, I'll argue, plays out at three different levels in the novel, that of speech, spectacle, and symbol. At the verbal level, Sandeep's theatrical speech acts, strategical deployment of rhetoric, and manipulation of language has been focused upon in the narrative to manifest the centrality of logos in the performative reinforcement of the ideational abstraction called nation-state. Eminent critic Jisha Menon notes, and here I quote, although performance certainly engages a visual vocabulary, it resists ocular-centric notions of the general dominance of the visual in late modernity and does not reinforce an artificial dichotomy between the visual and the linguistic. This argument underscores the significance of language or speech acts in performative politics. Sandeep's fencer-like control over rhetoric and the linguistic swordplay engaged in by him manifests the effectiveness of performative language in the novel. By juxtaposing Sandeep's confident public oratories with his uncertain private monologues, Tagore points to the inconsistencies between Sandeep's political utterances and his personal beliefs, thus showing performative language to be the shield which masquerades the duplicities in the nationalist discourse. Other than impassioned speech acts of no truth value, Tagore also demonstrates the centrality of visuals in the performative theater of anti-colonialism in his novel, both in the form of ritualistic spectacle as well as material symbol. Sandeep's entrance therefore takes place in a spectacular fashion, and here I am quoting from the novel, seated in a big chair hoisted on the shoulders of 10 or 12 youths amidst triumphant shouts of Vande Mataram. Sandeep's preference for ritualistic display comes to be further manifested in his organizing of ceremonial bonfires for the burning of foreign clothes. Not only has he been depicted as enthusiastically participating in the bonfires, but also transforming them into a kind of sacred rite by asking his followers to smear themselves in the ashes of the fire. Sandeep's exhibitionist politics comes to be punctuated and interrogated by Tagore through the narrative voice of his alter ego Nikhil, who rejects the ceremonial burning of foreign clothes as a destructive enterprise unrelated to the nationalist cause. Upon his wife Bimala's insistence at burning of foreign clothes, Nikhil retaliates with a question, and I quote, "Why burn them? Do not wear them for the rest of your life, but why this bonfire business?" Thereby exposing the difference between patriotism and performative politics. Sandeep, however, refuses to acknowledge this difference, and besides indulging in hypnotic displays of power, he also engages in the fashioning of a material embodiment of the nation, having the opinion that, I quote, "True patriotism will never be roused in our countrymen unless they can visualize the motherland." Noted scholar Susan Freytag, while discussing visual politics, has commented on the necessity of graphical images in nationalistic propaganda, arguing that in the visual plane, spectatorship meets creation in a complex interplay between visuality, apparatus, institutions, discourse, bodies, and figurality. Sandeep's metonymic representation of the nation in the form of a woman or mother goddess who needs to be ritualistically worshipped exhibits nationalism's reliance upon the discursive power of the symbolic image to sustain and perpetuate its narrative. Once again, through Nikhil, his mouthpiece in the novel, Tagore condemns nationalism's manufacture of an apotheosized and anthropomorphic image of the nation, giving way to an embodied performance, as will intoxicate and hypnotize individuals into passive bodies inscribed in the nationalist code. Though Tagore's The Home and the World problematizes the notion of Mother Goddess or Bharat Mata and exposes the farcical nature of this worship of the nation in human form, it, however, fails to comment on the gendering of the nation state that the nationalist discourse undertakes by the construction of the feminine identity. 19th century India, very interestingly, saw the simultaneous emergence of the popular iconography of Bharat Mata and her flesh and blood counterpart, the New Woman. Together, they contributed to the reinforcement of a gendered nationalism that took roots in India, owing to the nationalists' cultivation of aggressive masculinity in response to British imperialism and imperialism's feminization and infantilization both of the colonies themselves and of indigenous men. Here I quote Tamar Meyer, eminent post-colonialists. Modeled on her human counterpart, the New Woman of the 19th century, Bharat Mata was imagined, I quote Sumati Ramaswamy, as the cherished and venerable mother who presides over her home, deemed the last bastion of autonomy and authenticity in a world that had been made over by the work of empire and colonialism. Conversely, frozen as symbols and tied to the nation as mothers, I quote Panchali Ray, Indian women became passive performers in the nationalist state, responsible for keeping alive the metonymic image of the nation. Tagore's heroine, Bimala, owing to her failure to abide by the nationalist construction of New Woman, miscarries her performative duty to represent the nation state as its idolized embodiment and thereby becomes a subversive force within the novel, threatening to tear apart the shackles of gendered nationalism, which attempts to restrain the feminine subjectivity and desire within certain repressive cultural expectations. By the assertion of her sexuality, she puts into crisis her husband Nikhil's project of constructing her as the new woman of modern India, who perfectly combines in her Western modernism and Eastern tradition. By balancing between the home and the world, the symbolic representations of the two domains. On the other hand, Bimala also confuses Sandeep's nationalist enterprise of visualizing her as an embodiment of Bharat Mata by revealing herself to be a desiring subject rather than the asexual passive construct of Divine Mother. So, Bimala's assertion of sexual desire clearly serves as a point of rupture in the novel, challenging and dismantling the masculine attempts to construct and control her by co-opting her into rendering a gendered performance of the nation. As such, the departure of Sandeep at the end of the novel and Bimala's relocation within a monogamous marriage, probably to be consigned the fate of a widow, has been viewed by most feminist critics as a conservative attempt on part of Tagore at containing her heroine's transgressive sexuality in order to restore the sanctity of the home. While it is impossible to ignore the regression that the narrative of the novel suffers in the end, whether it successfully nullifies the subversive potential of Bimala can be questioned. The fissure that Bimala opens up by divesting the home of its haloed status, one might argue, can never be mended because once the world is permitted to penetrate the protected realm of the home, we can contend its sacrosanctity is irretrievably lost. So Bimala, it can be asserted, serves as an implosive force in Tagore's phallocentric narrative because she challenges it in its task of culturally reproducing the nationalist construction of femininity. And with that, I come to the end of my discussion. I'd like to thank everyone for your patience.
Thank you, Madhuri. The paper is open for discussion. Questions? Any question? Okay. Okay. I have a question. Madhukari, it's out of curiosity. From whose perspective that the story is told?
The story is told from an omniscient third person point of view.
Okay. There is an omniscient narrator.
Yes, sir.
Okay, from the third
There is
person
none.
point of view.
Yes, sir. But Nikhil is considered to be mirroring Tagore's thoughts, but there is a narrator.
There is a narrator, and that narrator is not the protagonist, right?
No, there is a narrator.
That narrator is not a character. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So therefore, you are making this point that it is Tagore's idea, right?
Yes, sir. Because Nikhil, the protagonist of the novel, is kind of considered to be the mouthpiece of Tagore because he articulates the ideas that Tagore has already
Okay.
expressed in his essays on nationalism.
So what I
So
find
he is.
Don't you see an irony over there? First of all, the writer is a male writer, and
Yes.
the protagonist is a female. And then the point of view, or the narration is from the male perspective.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, very much so. Yes.
And we are trying to figure out the attitude of the protagonist from the perspective of the author, because author is very much there as an omniscient narrator.
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay, so in this context, is he representing that period as it is as a realistic one, or he is projecting something for the future?
Sir, I think there is projections of the future, of course. In this novel, Tagore shows that the firebrand nationalist, Shondi, he is constantly using religion to defend, to justify his kind of the aggressive anti-colonialism he is engaging in. And we see this unfolding around us in the current times, so the novel very much remains relevant in today's world. And it definitely anticipates.
That religion that you are talking about is Hinduism, or
Yes, sir. Aggressive Hindu nationalism.
Okay, then there we find another thing that that time in 1960s, that it is not just Hinduism that was very active over here, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But in the Swadeshi movement, the Hindu nationalists were particularly active, and so probably that is why Tagore took it up. And
yeah, right. In that way, don't you find a number of ironies in the text?
yes, it's laced with ironies. Sandeep tells us that he does not find. Sandeep tells the narrators that he finds it very very anachronistic that religion and nation is constantly being merged in the dialogues of the nationalists of his time, but yet he himself goes on to do that. He finds, he's uncomfortable with the fact that Bhagavad Gita is being linked with Vande Mataram, and yet he himself goes on to do that.
Okay, and this protagonist, Bimala is the protagonist, right?
Yes, sir. Bimala can be considered the female protagonist.
Okay, how is she educated, or from a particular religious background, or from a particular caste or something like that? What about her?
Yes, sir. She is a very traditional Hindu wife from a traditional Hindu family, and her husband urges her to become a new woman, to step out from the home into the world at his behest.
Okay, 1 minute. But that's where I just want to see, when you talked about a number of times new woman, what does make her new? Is it education? Is it something else? Perspective? What is actually new in her?
Sir, the new women, they were different from the traditional women in the fact that they picked up certain markers of Western modernity. They were educated, they did not stay inside their homes, the Ondur Mahal, but they stepped out into the world. They interacted with men. So this was what was happening in Bengal in the 19th century. This patriarchal construction of new women came into being, and most traditional women were being urged by their husbands or other males in the family to abide by this construct. But Vimala, though she steps out at the behest of her husband by expressing her sexual desire freely, she transgresses. She does not fit into the construction of new woman any longer. So that's the thing. She therefore transgresses, and that is the point of rupture in the novel.
Okay. We have
that
one,
I was talking about.
one question from Alpana ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you, sir. Madhukari, in the morning session also we were discussing about how the visual has become a prominent feature in the, discourses of today, in all the modern discourses, and you've also talked about how the protagonist in the novel has certain visual markers in order to talk about what he wants to talk about. But in the case of the image of the Bharat Mata that is projected in the novel, what kind of visual markers do you find?
Yes, ma'am. The image of Bharat Mata, it became very popular in 19th century Bengal following painter Abanindranath Tagore's drawing of Bharat Mata. And from Bengal, it actually spread to the different parts of India. It appeared in pamphlets, newspapers, everywhere, where Bharat Mata, somewhere she was sari clad and very pristine, asexual. In some other iconographies, she has been described as aggressive. She comes across as aggressive, riding a lion. So there are different types of representations of Bharat Mata that we can find in across different parts of India in different iconographies, and all of them they contributed towards building up this hegemonic discourse of Hindu nationalism.
Thank you, Madhukari.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madhukari. We would move on to the next presentation. This is by Muhammad Shafir. The topic is the concept of nation, reality and expectation of Indian middle class in Ubhamanyu Chatterjee's English August and Indian Story. Over to you, Shafir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The topic of my paper is the concept of nation, reality and expectation of Indian middle class in Upamanyu Chatterjee's English August and Indian Story. I have to apologize that my voice is not having clarity because I'm just having the side effects of a viral infection. So I'm under medication now. So my voice will be having some trouble in the meantime. I am a research scholar in English in Tiruvallur University, Tamil Nadu. Actually, I am from Kerala. And this is a combined paper with my guide, that is Dr. B. Kadiresh. And coming to the novel is by a former IAS officer who served in the Ministry of Human Resource Development under Kabir Sibal. His name is Upamanyu Chatterjee. And English August and Indian Story is his first novel. So the novel was originally published in 1988. And it is about the life of Agastya Sen. So my paper will be having two or three stratas or classifications. The first, I'll be focusing on the life of Agastya Sen, the life before his IAS appointment, and when he joins IAS, what happens to him, how he reacts to all these affairs in the IAS or civil service or administration, and what are the consequences of this problems or these after effects of his formal life. And I'll be concentrating on the concept of nation amalgamated in him, and which is described in the novel also. So first I would like to give some points about an outline about the novel. So the novel is about, I have already told you that it's about Agastya's son. So he is the son of a former civil servant, an IAS officer. His father is a Hindu Bengali Brahmin, and his mother is a Goanese Christian. So he is from the upper middle class. His class is upper middle class, and he follows the tradition of his father, and he likes to join civil service. It's not because of taste or choice, but he just wanted to follow the words of his father and his community. So when we talk about the middle class, there are many stratifications for the middle class in the colonial times and in the post-colonial times. Agastya's belongs to a specific upper middle class. For example, in the colonial times, the upper middle class who supported the British, who supported the colonial presence and worked for the empowerment, the progress of the empire, they lost nothing when the country was liberated, because the system was, there was no change in administration, only the rulers changed. And there was another type of middle class who were against the British Empire or the suppressive rule of the colonial powers. They lost their class and they were degraded. They were suppressed by the British authorities. And the lower middle class, as naturally, they lost everything. Whether they support British or they oppose British, they were in poverty and hardships. But Agastya's belongs to the first category. That is, he was part of the tradition. His father joined a civil service as a tradition, and he enjoyed all the benefits of the colonial times and the post-colonial times. And he urged his son to join the civil service. And he, without knowing anything about civil service or the condition of India, he joined civil service. And his education was like that because he was from the higher middle class family. He was educated in the boarding schools of Darjeeling. And after his secondary education, for higher education, he goes to Cambridge. And after his Cambridge degree, he comes back to India and writes the civil service exam, and he passes out with flying colors. So he joins civil service, and the novel begins when he is going to join as an IAS trainee in an area called Madna. And his friend tells him, his friend Dhruvo foresees the incidents to happen in Madna, and he tells Agastya that in Madna, I quote, "You will be hazar fucked, and you are going to hell." That is what will happen to you in Madna. That is the prophecy of Dhruvo. And when he is about to board from the car, he asked a question: "What will you do?" I quote, "What will Agastya do for marijuana and women?" That's the question, the final question raised against Agastya. Then he joins the civil service. He is appointed as an IAS trainee under the district collector Srivastava. Madna is a suburb, middle urban area, and he realizes the real India there. He is from the city of Calcutta, and he is only used to the life of the upper middle class. And he realizes the problems in the urban areas. He is only thinking about his personal problems. He realizes the corruption, he realizes the problem, the shortcomings. What he dreamt and what he is witnessing is entirely different. Because when his family and his father told to join civil service, he thought that it is a reputed job. It will provide reputation, recognition, and money also. Along with reputation, recognition in society, he'll be getting much coveted position. So, but what he faced in Madna was entirely different, because there was no one in the area or in the administration who was responsible. And Srivastava was the district collector himself was a corrupt person. He was not a punctual person. In the novel, he says that, I quote, "Usually the office starts at 10, and I am very punctual, and I will come at 11. So all these were entirely different, for entirely hostile for or unfamiliar for Agastya. So he detaches from all his duties, responsibilities, and everything, and he's bored with his formal life, and he wants to detach from his responsibilities, duties as an IAS trainee. And he always has having an yearning to go back to Calcutta and enjoy his life, because the character of Agastya is he wanted to be free from all responsibilities. He wanted to be liberated from everything, and he wanted to enjoy his life, especially because he was from a higher middle class family. And naturally, as an IAS trainee, many commitments, responsibilities, and duties comes to him, and he wants to escape from all these things. In the meetings, the collector calls for some emergency meetings and other meetings. He wants to detach from that. He is restless in that meetings, and he wants to confine into his cocoon life. And when the discussions were going on with the collectors and other officers, he want to detach from that, and he will be writing some feeble letters to his father, something like that. So he won't be caring about all those matters. And if there is any burden, responsibilities, or commitment, he will be faking disease, and he will forge some letters of medical reports, and he will take leave. That is what he did in Madna, and he was transferred to Madna to Jompanna. That is a tribal area. His problems aggravates there because it's a tribal area, and there is a threat of Naxals. There he witnesses the depth of exploitation. The illiterate, poor tribal people were exploited both by the officers and by the Naxals. They were killed both by the security officers and by the Naxals. So he is witnessing to all these things. But he is passive towards everything. He is always complaining about his problems in the area, in the guest house, in the collectorate. Everywhere he is complaining about all these things, and he is not finding any solutions for this. And he is bored with, he is disgusted with all these problems in the system, and he is passive towards everything. So this is the reaction of Agastya towards all these problems. And he also witnesses the ill treatment of the lower officers by the higher officials. There is corruption, exploitation, and the lower clerks and peons are employed in the domestic works of the higher officers. They deliberately engages in all these things because they are expecting the transfers and promotions by pleasing the higher officials. And all these things happens in there, and he is witnessing all these things. But he is not having a mind to change all these things. He is passive towards everything. And he is only complaining about his problems. And whenever he gets a gap, he goes back to Calcutta to enjoy his life. So this is the life of Agastya in Madna and Jompanna. So in his life, there are three lives. That is the life of the higher middle class in the cities, and the life of Agastya in Madna, and the life of Agastya in the tribal area. So these three categories, he is experiencing these three lives, and he is passive towards all these problems. He is always complaining, but to the problems, to the commitments, to the duties, responsibilities, he is passive. And there are many conflicts in him. That is the conflict between the individual life and the official life. He wanted to be free from all the duties, responsibilities, and commitments, but at the same time, his formal life, his official life, he is burdened with the duties, responsibilities, and commitments. But he wanted to escape, to be free from all these things, and he is engaging in some personal affairs. And there is the difference between the urban life and the rural life. He is always yearning for this urban life, to enjoy the comforts, luxuries, and everything in the urban life, but he is tied to the rural place or the tribal place called Jompanna. And he repeatedly asks his father and tells his father that I want to resign from this job. I am not getting any pleasure. I want to liberate myself, and I want to join a publishing company. I want to write. That is what he is asking his father. But his father, being a former civil servant, he tells him that it is natural. It will be okay in some years. So, but he wants to liberate from all these ties, and it's happening. So this is happening to Agastya. But in the novel, we can see many India. So, the main topic is the concept of the nation. What Agastya is seeing is different types of the nation. The imaginary nation before he joined civil service was full of the romantic concept, with the patriotism, with the beautiful concept about nation, and all these things were in his mind. But the other India is he witnessing when he joins the civil service. This India with many problems and many poverty and hardships of the poor people, the suffering and the problems of the administration. Formerly, he was having a enlightened concept about the administration, the civil service. He thought that he'll be getting a reputation, recognition, and many things for the society when he joined civil service. But it was entirely different when he joins. He witnesses the other India, where the people are suffering, the Naxals and the officials, bureaucracies exploiting the people, exploiting the poor class. And all this is seen in the novel. That is one India which is in the imaginary world, the concept, imaginary concept, and the real India with a lot of poverty and hardships. This is also in the mind of Agastya, but he's passive to it. He reacts to nothing. And the concept about the common people, that is, the common people thinks that the civil servants or the administrative, those who are in the administrative service are enjoying their life. They will be having many comforts, many luxuries, because they are always assisted by a retinue. So the common people thinks that they are living a life of luxury. But the novel unveils the problems of the Indian civil service. What is really happening in the civil service? How the people are corrupted, exploiting the officers, are exploiting the common people. What is the depth of exploitation? How the lower officials are exploited by the higher officials. All these things are unveiled through this novel by Ubamani Chatterjee. Especially he was a former civil servant. There are some autobiographical blend also in this novel. So through this journey, that is from Calcutta to Jompanna, Agastya is seeing many India, many layers of India, where his concept is completely demolished. That is his concept in the time when he was about to join civil service and when he joined the civil service. So the concept is changed, or he realized the real India, and what he was in his mind were demolished, and that's happening in the life of Agastya. So I won't be able to talk much more, I think. So thank you very much. I apologize for the time. Thank you. So that's my paper, sir.
Thank you, Shafir. Yeah, open for discussion. Alpana ma'am.
Yes, Mohammed Shafir, thank you for your paper. I was curious about whether you've been able to get hold of, there was a film titled The Same, made by, I think, can't quite recall the name of the director, on the same novel. Have you been able to get hold of it? And if yes, so how does the film compare in terms of the perspective you're dealing with?
No, I tried to download it many times because I couldn't get it. English August. That is casted by Arjun Rampal, I think. Sorry. So I haven't witnessed that. I read the novel because this novel I read for my MPhil and for PhD. I'm doing my PhD on the same book, on the same author. So I haven't seen that movie, watched that movie.
And to add to that, the novel kind of reads like a character growth of the protagonist, in terms of, there is a curve in the understanding, his understanding of the nation, like you pointed out. How does that, how does the title of the novel, English, August, deal with or comment on, in a way, this
Okay.
kind of perspective that he had earlier and which he comes to have, by the end of the novel?
But his concept is not changing. Regarding the title of the novel, that is English August, as he is from the upper middle class, he loved to have that European identity, or he loved to be anglicized. So his name is Agastya's son, and Agastya is having the touch of a mythical name, but he doesn't want to be called like that. His facial expressions or facial traits was also like an Englishman. So English August, he wanted himself to be called as English August, and some of his friends calls him the English type. He loves that, and he doesn't like that, and he wanted to be as an Englishman because that was the trend in the colonial times, because all these officials or the higher middle class wanted to elevate themselves to the strata of English men. That can be called as mimicry or something by Baba or something, or the critics like him. So he wanted to be like that, Europeanized, and he wanted to lead a life like that. That's why he is choosing civil service, because civil service was much coveted job in the colonial times. Even Gandhiji also wanted to join this, and he wanted to be the Diwan of Porbandar. That's why he's going to London for his studies. So that's the same happening in this, and he is a product of hybridity. It is a hybrid, both by his birth. He is a son of a Brahmin Hindu father and a Goanese Christian mother, and he is an Indian by culture, but he wanted to be anglicized in culture, language. By grace of God, he got the English traits, or the European trait. His hair and his facial traits were like that.
Any more questions?
Yeah. Basically, what I wanted to understand was whether the attempt at anglicization of the name of the protagonist is an indication towards how upper middle class looks at the problems of the rural India in a way, or in a construction of the nation, whether they are a part of it or not, like that.
Sorry, ma'am, I couldn't get your question. I couldn't get the first
What
part of the question.
Yes, what I meant to understand, if if you can, if you have any understanding of this, or if you want to comment on that, was that the anglicization of the name
Yeah.
of the protagonist, does it have something to do with, something towards an indication towards how, the anglicized upper middle classes with their foreign education, how they look at the problems of rural India, and whether they consider rural India as a part of the nation construction?
Yeah, that's true in every society. In the colonial times and post-colonial times, the upper middle class wanted to be anglicized. The culture is always like that. The indigenous culture, they will be detaching from the local cultures. For example, pubs and all these things. They wanted to be like the Europeans. The styles, lifestyles, everything is copied from the European standards. That's the trait happening in Indian society, even from the colonial times to the present time. That's happening. They wanted to change their names like that also. For example, even the names, names, food culture, everything is like that. For example, even in the contemporary society, we are culturally colonized, and we love that colonization. Though Homike Baba will tell that this type of mimicry is a form of resistance, but that is not resistance, but imitation. But his name, his preference of name is part of that anglicization, and whoever belongs to this category of thought is having the same perspective or attitude towards the lower strata of the society, I think.
Okay, any more questions? Okay, I have one question.
Yes,
You see, when we think of an IAS officer, we always think of a person who identifies problems and finds a solution, right?
Yes, sir.
And primarily they are trained to do that. So in this context, how do you analyze that character, and what is is it his personal failure, as an individual, or his lack of conceptual understanding of the nation?
It is not neither his personal failure or not the problem of problem of understanding. He doesn't want to indulge in all these things. He just wanted to join IAS only because he thought that he will get it will provide him reputation and recognition, because he was witnessing, he was exposed to the reputation recognition, or the what we call the glitter of his father's job. So that's why, but that's the only reason for joining civil service,
right?
Yeah. So it's not.
I asked you this question because IAS or any civil service job that demands professionalism.
Yes.
Professionalism includes this one: identifying the life problems, of the people, and finding the solution.
Yeah. But he's not trying for that.
So that means that he's his training is one thing and his actual life is different. And secondly, with regard to your title, you are talking about the expectation of Indian middle class, and you are analyzing the life of a person, an IAS officer. How accurately can you account for this one? Expectation of Indian middle class from one man's perspective.
That is, he is the representative of the upper middle class. In the novel, Agastya Sen belongs to this specific class of middle class, and he was having many expectations about India, the imagined India in his former life. But
I take that point for for the argument's sake. And then don't you find any other character who is coming from in that novel who is coming from this category? Sub-character or any other?
His friend tries to join civil service only for this purpose, because
he belongs to that category, right? Middle class, upper middle class.
But he fails to clear IAS. He fails to clear IAS.
Think of this, it is this category is not related to that job. And in that way, there is another character. And is there any difference between these two characters?
No difference. That is, his name is Dhrubo, and he belongs to the same class, and he is also foreign educated, and he also tries with Agastya for civil service, but he fails to do that.
That's okay. Then that character is also giving the same sort of thing, like these sort of expectations.
Yeah, he's having the same expectations, because he's only Agastya is concentrating on reputation recognition in civil service. But only one sentence is there that Dhrubo tells that they will be giving money for you. So his concentration focuses only on money. That is the only sentence and the novel which gives any details about Dhrubo. There are some conversations in the novel where Dhrubo is present, because the whole story is happening in Marna and Jompanna.
Okay, apart from two characters, is there any other perspective, middle class perspective in that work?
Middle class perspective, all other characters are minor characters. There is a collector called Srivastava, and he is a corrupt officer, and he is careless about all these things, and he is only concentrating on making money by exploitation, and he is not having any concept. His perspective towards society is like this, and there is no information in the novel regarding his view about his job. He only wants to make money. He's corrupt.
All these characters, three characters you talked about, they are oriented towards money, economy, profit.
It depends, because Dhrubo was expecting the salary.
That's right. Money, no?
Dhrubo was expecting the salary. Agastya chose this job for reputation recognition and for salary, and to follow the tradition of his father. But Srivastava joins only for this. There is no information of his aim, but he is dealing all these matters like that.
Then where is this distinction comes, reality and expectation? Reality, you are talking about the tribal life and all such things, and the expectation is these people's attitude towards nation, or their expectations and all.
Yeah, there were many expectations for Agastya Sen. before he joins the civil service. That is explained in the novel. But the reality is was entirely different from his expectations. What he was thinking about India, what he was thinking about his professional job, professional career. So the reality and expectation was entirely different. It was contrasting.
And what do they think of the nation? What is their idea of the nation?
There means
all these three. You talked about sub-collector.
Dhruva is not having any concept about nation. He just want to enjoy his life in Calcutta, and he tells Agastya that whenever you come back to Calcutta, we can booze and roam around.
So there is no nationalistic spirit or anything.
No national spirit. At the last part of the novel, it was towards the end of the novel, there is one character called Baba Ramanna, who's a spiritual person, who's a sadhu.
Okay.
And there are some influences of this sadhu in Agastya. And it is continued in the next novel, that is a sequel, that is The Memories of the Welfare State. It also tells the story of Agastya Sen, and it got the Sahitya Akademi, Kendra Sahitya Akademi Award for English novel.
Okay.
So that part, the influence of Ramanna and his future life is explained in the next novel.
Okay, thank you, Shafi. We would move on to the next.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Anusha and Shailam. Yeah, over to you, Anusha.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm jumping into the paper. It is titled Earth and Moon as Nations Debating Nationalism in Dystopian Context. Narratives over what a nation is, what it exactly entails, they are aspects of debates that can never provide an ultimate solution. However, we need to understand and test different models of nation states which have been proposed by different theorists in the context of imagined realities, the probable futures. In this paper, I will be dealing with the Lunar Chronicles, a series written by Marissa Mayer, which talks about the imagined future, which is apocalyptic. So the narrative is dystopian, anti-utopian, filled with images of chaos and destruction for the entire race. This series is set in the imagined future where human colonization of the moon has happened. Luna is a kingdom which has slowly evolved from being a human colony on the moon to an empire in itself. And the Lunars have a special ability called glamour, where they manipulate the bioelectrical wavelengths of the human mind in order to project another fake appearance or a projected reality, as we call it. So they have that ability to manipulate human minds. Earth, it is divided into several geopolitical categories, but it functions as a earthen union. In the end, it functions as a transnational model. The protagonist Cinder, she is a long-lost lunar queen. She is a cyborg. She has been brought up in secret in the Commonwealth Empire on Earth because her aunt, the antagonist Queen Ravana of the Lunar Kingdom, she is after her life. So Cinder traverses across several gripping, delimiting identities of being a cyborg, a lunar, and ultimately she becomes the person who tries to bridge and succeeds in doing so the gap between Earth and Moon and end the conflict. In the first section of my paper, I talk about contemporary debates on nation states. Critical debates which occur around the term nation deal with its political adjunction and territorial vision. Theorists have transitioned from delineating how a nation is formed to discussion on whether a nation ever was. In the common factor, we see that nation is often discussed in a common experience, which is experienced by a set of people across a significant chunk of time in a specific geographically bound space. And I quote Grosby, who defines nation as, I quote, "The nation is a community of kinship, specifically a bounded, territorially extensive, temporally deep community of nativity." So in this context, I ask these questions. How are we defining what is ours? Why do we call a land our own? What are the different identities and roles that we have and share with other members of a nation? How do we link them to define what we are as a nation? And the most important question is, are these answers the same as they were in the recent past, in the present, or will they be the same in the future? In the context of transnationalism as a spirit, which tries to unite people across the boundaries of nation states. We do see aspects of globalization today, where in order to aim for global prosperity, nations are coming together, especially in case of economic benefits and trade relations. But in the end, when you look at the entire scenario, we understand that transnationalism provides an overarching concept of viewing the whole world as one unified whole with accepted and acknowledged diversity. These processes, they call out the exclusivity of nationalism, especially in the times where cooperation, mutual agreements, they characterize the way human society wishes to live as a civilization, as a race. In the post-national scenario, transnationalism leads to this question of whether we can imagine a time where national boundaries are not there. So in this post-national scenario, we see a blurring of boundaries, not just geopolitically, but in the mind level as well as in the societal level. Conceptualization of nation, it develops to encapsulate this world as a whole and beyond. And it also is because of the scope of our life, our activities, existence, it grows with the growing avenues presented to us. Times today, and as can be foreseen, reveal the belongingness and kinship, identity, social relations. Dynamically, these things, they change their contours in the human mind, because the space in which the human race is operating, it has evolved and it is evolving slowly. So in the popular conceptualization of nation as an imagined community by Benedict Anderson, he has talked about how we derive this idea of nation from the human imagination of our people. And also he says that nation as an idea is limited, because he says that entirety of human race cannot be expected to conform to the idea of homogeneity. Earth, with its vast array of diversity, it cannot be exactly circumscribed in one specific dominant idea about nation. And in the case of Baba, when I look at Baba, in his essay, The Location of Culture, he gives two ideas. One idea is of understanding discourses of nationhood in terms of what is dominant and what is ambivalent, that is in the form of other. Nation is also determined, the second idea, of the answer to what it is not. So there is an exact opposite nation form against which the nation is carving out a self-image. And in this case, we see in the case of Lunar Chronicles, Earth emerges as a nation form because it constantly is being defined with respect to its enemy in the war, that is the moon. Additionally, Earth takes up dominant discourse of human beings as its subjects with their own agency, but it leaves the marginalized categories like spogs with no rights as subject in that territory. So when I come to the next section of Earth as a nation in the Lunar Chronicles, we do understand that looking at the entire nation, one single planet, one single view, a nationalized view, it has its own set of dangers. You see there is a danger of homogenizing the existence, lifestyle of people who are there subject to the nation. There is also the fact that differences of society, culture, this will be masked in this homogenized view. And as a result, marginal categories that we identify usually like race, specific groups, sex, all these things will vanish in this nationalized view. But transnationalism, it gives a canvas for imagining all nation states coming together to form a union of sorts to achieve several purposes. So in all this, can it be argued that Earth has been projected as a nation in the selected text? Nations, they do form their imagined geopolitical face in opposition to other countries and territories. And this compare and contrast, this carves a self-image of sorts for the nation to define themselves and function alongside this definition. Nation is also understood as a community formed with a specific in mind. And subjects know this. They know that we have a common background and we are trying to resolve a common issue that is bothering us as political subjects of a nation. The Lunar Chronicles, people Earth, they recognize and act together as a race because there is a common crisis which the entire human race is facing, that is letumosis, a genetically engineered disease that has been released in Earth by the Lunar Society. And it evolves as a pandemic which wreaks havoc across the world. And this is a decisive factor in the deal Queen Lavanna has strategically demanded from Earth. aspect of globalization here, rather than just being a beneficial practice of mutual benefits, it gains a new definition in the face of global annihilation, threat to human existence, where survival of both races, be it Earth and Luna, both are prompted, these things have prompted the respective figureheads on both the planets to concoct threats as well as remedies, so that that kind of a binary relationship is maintained, the alliance is maintained, and survival of the respective races is somehow or the other ensured. Earth needs the antidote that Luna offers for this pandemic. Luna wants the resources which are integral for their survival on the harsh physical climate of Moon, but it is unavailable there and it needs it from Earth. But at the same time, they have their own set boundaries in terms of their geopolitical powers and integrity as a nation. Earth is completely helpless in the entire series, and ultimately Kai, the Commonwealth ruler, marries Queen Levana in order to maintain a semblance of relationship, but it is definitely not ready to submit to mental manipulation through glamoring, and it demands. In the end of the series, we see that the new queen, our protagonist Cinder, she signs a treaty of Bremen with the leaders of Earth, the Earthen Union representatives, where it is ensured that lunar people will come to Earth. They can operate, trade, and travel, but they have to install a chip in their body so that this lunar ability of glamoring is controlled and it doesn't result in undetected crimes in Earth. But in all these things, Luna has its own set of limits because it doesn't want to hurt its integrity as a nation. We see when Queen Levana is ruling the kingdom of Luna, though there is a need for essential resources, she is not ready to give land to the earthen society to live on the moon. And she says in the novella Fairest, and I quote her, "Absolutely not. I will not return us to the political strength of a colony. I will not be dependent on the earthen union." Unquote. We do find an assertion of Luna as an autonomous nation, but because here ownership of land is definitely a prelude to the colonial conquest. Luna, the Earthen Union, they definitely have new models of nation states in terms of garnering important territorial decisions. They form associations, relationships across accepted borders, because there is a larger scale of national model working over here. Letumosis, it is transformed from being a catastrophic pandemic to a strategic political catalyst that prompted socio-political alliances to develop, not just in terms of politics, but also in terms of Cinder's team of rebellion that brought together Luna and Earthen Union to defeat all that was detrimental to both the races. So in this futuristic narrative of dystopia, we see an assertion of nation state that has been scaled as a consequence of an interplanetary war to the level of a planet. The scaling of national nation model is situated in a world which has transgressed the principles of transnationalism, and the implications are now post-global and it is interplanetary. Now I come to the next section, that is the other in the dystopian nation. Societies in Luna and Earth, they both have their own set of marginalized categories. Alienation which these categories face are different in types of alienation faced or in the space where that it is happening, but they do occur because all these categories are giving out a political threat, a significant threat to the political authority of the figurehead that is operating. Also, it is giving a threat to the way in which the nation state has been established till then and its functioning in general. Baba in the location of culture identified race as one of the two categories that are left in the margins, other being sex, of course. In the Luna Chronicles, we see the other categories are moving beyond race to include unique scientific conditions of the body. In Luna, the marginalized has been represented by the character called Cress, a girl who is a shell. Shells are those classes of Luna people who cannot manipulate others, who don't have the ability to glamour, nor can they be glamored by the ones who have that ability. So, and they also have a unique biological strength of being the blood type that is used to manufacture the antidote for letumosis, the pandemic. So Cress as a shell becomes a weapon in terms of her blood because it's
cure to the pandemic, she's also a danger to the exercise of control and submission by Levana in the lunar society. On Earth, now when we come here, cyborgs are facing this entire othering where they have become drafts for all the trials of vaccines that are going on the planet. Their physical bodies have advanced features with technological inputs that are man-made, as Cinder points in one space in winter. But their social identities, they are reduced to just being mere guinea pigs in their society to carry out human experiments on. So in Cinder, we see that she has struggled a lot from becoming culturally displaced as a lunar on Earth. But when we look at her post-Levana in the end of the series, we see that she is a cyborg with an upbringing in the Earthen society. She is a lunar by birth, but she represents a new national model where exclusivity is diminished, social relations are formed with common goals and motives in mind. She abolishes monarchy in Luna because she wants to give every single person a chance to grow or be a leader. So there is a redistribution of power and all kinds of abilities to control others in the lunar society when she comes into power. So the ultimate role she is given in the end of the series as an ambassador of Luna to Earth, this is a symbol of Cinder being the bridge of cultures and politics of two different planetary societies moving forward for the same, to achieve the same goal, that is peace. So in conclusion, I can say that model of nation states which are implemented, first in the case of Earth I will speak, this is for, in Earth it is implemented as a planet in the Earthen lunar war, but it is a transnational take on Earthen nation in face of crisis. And in Luna, when we look at Luna, the nation has moved and evolved from being a colony to a fully functional autonomous nation. And the aim of the lunar society ultimately, be it under Levana or be it under Cinder, was to be a nation in all senses. So the Earth and Moon present themselves as nations by viewing each other as geopolitical counterparts. I thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Anusha. Paper is open for discussion. Yeah, Rajnish.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful presentation, and probably I had never thought that even Moon can be a nation. So this was really wonderful. It is a little inquisitiveness. Ernest Renan wrote an essay called "What is Nation" in 1882, wherein Ernest Renan highlighted certain aspects of a nation, and he said that one race cannot form a nation, one language cannot form a nation, religion cannot form a nation, geographical boundaries cannot form a nation. And then he went on to say, when he concluded his essay, he said that shared and common memories of efforts, sacrifices, devotion, glory of past, and ambition for future would form a nation. So this was, in a way, a traditional understanding of what a nation meant once upon a time. By listening to your presentation, I think things have changed. These aspects have literally changed. I would want to know what has actually changed in the contemporary times when it comes to the definition of literature.
Definition of?
Definition of nation, particularly in terms of literature, or it was probably a series that you have discussed in your presentation.
If you're asking me in context of the series that I am talking about, I would look at it as a projection of whatever conditions we are facing as a race, as a human race. Definitely the points of categories or the definitions of nation and what we apply it on that definition, which category of people or which classes of people are being subject to the discussion about these terms. All these things definitely have changed in context of this specific series, because now it has moved beyond Earth. And again, I would like to add, there is a different notion of the way in which we view human civilization here, because the Lunars in this series are an advanced biologically advanced version of human beings themselves who have gone and settled on moon. So when you ask me how these categories of nation, or as you cited that essay, how these things are looking when it comes to the present literature or the imagined futures as I have dealt with over here, I would say that the category of looking at human beings and their survival as a race, that has taken precedence over other discourses of what a nation entails and who are parts of this particular nation. And I believe that the shared memory that you were talking about, the glory of becoming something new, all these things come from a common experience that a set of people undergo for a significant time period. So when you look at that in context of lunar chronicles, you see that human beings obviously always have a idea of categorizing things in their mind. This is this, this is that. But over here, I think it is moving beyond just the space of Earth, the physical space of Earth, I mean, and it has moved beyond that. And I think there is a revision occurring, but the main fundamental fulcrum of all debates is survival of human beings as a race in conflict of probable presence of maybe others, or yeah, that's the answer I can give right now in terms of my the novel that I have seen.
Yeah, Prithvi sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you, Anusha and Shaila ma'am. I really liked your topic, and it's really good to hear on such a topic, which is it particularly fascinates me for one aspect, which is the idea of future itself, because as we see the nation state, which is also to a great extent a construction of the European Enlightenment. Something changed, especially in the 18th and 19th century, which was the idea of future and progress, which is related to the idea of history in modernity also. Earlier, especially if you look at the pre-Renaissance or especially Enlightenment history, it was looked at in terms of beginning, middle, and end, the religious idea. And all of a sudden, in Enlightenment, what we'll call eschatology, there's a new idea of history emerges in terms of progress and maybe promising certain things like Hegel promises universal consciousness that we would reach at the end of the day. In Marx, we would reach the communism, which is once again a happy state, right? And we come to the 20th century when someone like Francis Fukuyama would say that that idea of history has already come to an end. In that context, I think it is very interesting, and you can give your opinion on it, that how kind of going beyond the moon in a post-colonial situation where you have almost kind of exhausted the narrative as well as the planet in one sense. Do you think it is once again that anxiety to continue the history, which in one sense, as the postmodernists would say, that has come to an end?
The last bit, can you just repeat that line, sir? Very last.
Do you look at it as kind of going beyond the end of history in a postmodernist sense when we talk about kind of the moon and different planets and their idea of nature?
Yes, I got it, sir. Because the fact is that the society that we are talking about over here in this text, it has seen, hypothetically, it has seen 4 world wars prior to the narrative that occurs over here. And it has seen a number of other chaotic disturbances as a race, as a planet itself. So when you look at the way in which they function, the stresses on living and ensuring life on a day-to-day basis. So there is more stress on living in the present, somehow trying to ensure the continuity of life itself or of existence itself as a human race or as beyond, even in context of the lunars. So there is a stress on focusing on the present and developing the future. There is, however, a lot of stress but not that much in case of Queen Levana and the others who wanted to, continue the tradition of controlling everyone in all senses, ensuring that a single narrative continues, be it on moon or be it on earth. The colonial instinct, the instinct of controlling land or gaining more and more control in all senses, that definitely exists in the minds of the lunars and the earthen society. But if you ask me in the postmodernist sense, yes, I do see a stress on understanding the present and future as something which is not sure and which cannot even be fathomed as can be foreseen. So even the possibility of foreseeing is not there. It's just moment to moment narrative. So I think that, yeah, we have moved in this series beyond historicity or stressing on what was or glorifying it or trying to fit into that category. We have moved beyond that in this series at least.
Thank you. Thank you, Anusha.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions? I have one question.
Yes, sir.
You see, when we think of an identity, this nationality is an identity.
Yes, sir.
And this identity subdues all other identity.
Yes, sir.
Whether it is, whether you are male or female, whether you are poor or, upper class or middle class or, your caste, religion, everything, all other identities have been subdued.
Yes, sir.
And here there are three things. One is that, how, we think of ourselves, as for me as an Indian.
Yes.
That is part of the identity. And second one is, how others, perceive, our identity and, how we have been, perceived or identified.
Yes, sir.
As an Indian by, an American, for example.
Yes, sir.
And, these two things I could perceive in your work. And the third, and I find the most important thing is the role of the state institutions to create that identity. That state or that institutional mechanisms give that identity.
Yes,
and how these institutional things, get represented in the work.
Yes, sir. In context of, I'll speak in context of Earth and Moon. First, I'll talk about Moon, because in Moon, Queen Levana has this. If anybody has read Hunger Games, they will understand what I'm talking about. She has this mechanism of projecting herself or whatever is happening, what she wants to project. The technology has advanced to the level of projecting it into the sky as a screen in itself. So where she uses that when Cinder lands on Moon in the end. She intends to, eliminate or try to subdue Levana politically in order to bring about an end between Earth and Moon, the war. But when she lands and she has to undergo this hiding process and she has to escape the eyes of Queen Levana, she definitely hides. But in the end, what happens is that Queen Levana uses not just scientific experiments to build soldiers who are supposedly protecting her Luna, but she also utilizes this media of projecting realities on or supposed images onto the screen or to the skies, so that the entire civilization of Luna can witness what she wants them to see, and she gives a voiceover of what Cinder represents, that she is a rebel.
She acts as the government.
Yeah, she herself acts as the government. It's a completely she is anarchy personified. So when she is trying to use those, the kind of institutions that you were talking about, so media, we can call this as a communication medium, communication institution in itself. So she uses that in case of Moon. In case of Earth as well, they do use this media, the newspapers, in order to give a narrative forward of specific people, specific identities, what they represent. And they use the manipulation of images. If it meant something else, they use it in a way that it means something else for the mass, for the public. And they do see lots of hurdles being faced by Cinder and her rebellion friends, who are out to bridge the gap between Earth and Moon because of these hurdles created by mass media, in one sense.
So who sanctions this identity, citizenship, for example?
Yes, sir. This sanctioning, I think, is by this trend of looking at the history as something to be continued. For the people in power, in political power in this novel, be it on Earth or be it on Moon, the aspect was that the majority who enjoy the mainstream society, I should call it in that way, majority again brings something else, mainstream society, that is the human beings on Earth. Mainstream society on Luna, again, is the lunars who can glamour people. So this mainstream societies have to control this narrative that we are in power, and that can only happen when the idea of history that they have settled into the brains and minds of all the subjects, irrespective of whether they are marginal or mainstream, when it sustains and persists across time. So I think that these are the ones who are in a way controlling the narrative. And it's, yeah.
And is there any symbols? Suppose, see, just like the first paper talked about, then, every nation has certain things to, like a national flag, national anthem, and, and so many, such symbols. And when we think of the globe or, the Earth as the nation, what is a symbol, or lunar as a moon as a nation? What is the symbol they project?
Lunar, sir, you're asking about lunar?
In general, we eliminate all the distinctions. Like we have different nations, but when we say Earth as a nation, that should have something in common. Everybody agrees, or everybody is supposed to accept or take identity from.
Yes, sir. So the symbol, it varies again across time depending on situation. I think it is we can say it in that perspective. The symbol which reflects the present society in majority, that gains precedence over others, and it becomes something to rally under for any nation. So in the case of Earth, it definitely is the prospect of hiding and protecting the entire human race from the onslaught of Luna. So Earthen Union becomes the image of the Earthen Union, where all countries have united together to fight the moon. That becomes a symbol. For the moon, she comes with a paraphernalia of scientific equipment, spaceships, her policemen who are called thermatages. All these people are controlling the narrative that Luna is a regal kingdom which is scientifically advanced, and it has the capacity to safeguard its citizens and also has an upper hand on Earth. So I think these are the symbols, the pictures that she projects in the series.
Okay. Since it's there, I was just wondering whether these novels are actually talking about the lack, the point that there is no need of such symbols, or because we need symbols because it's an opposition to some other symbols.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, thank you. We have only 1 or 2 minutes time because 4:30 we have another session. So,
yes.
Rajneesh, can you make your question?
Yeah, Dinesh sir, it is to the reference to the question that you asked me in the beginning, and I forgot to mention something when I was answering that question. When you said that, are there some symbols when it comes to nation? Probably when it comes to the nation formation, it is more about sentiments. So it is nation when it encapsulates the territory, then it becomes a nation state. And for a nation state, for its sedimentation, these symbols and markers are really important.
Yeah, that is true. But how do they preserve it? A symbol actually preserves certain things, right?
Yes.
It is a marker of something else.
Yes.
How do they preserve that one if it is a sympathy or whatever, one emotion?
Probably, sir, one very important thing which Ernest Renan wrote in his essay when he was writing What is Nation was that he said that there are certain memories, shared past, which actually bind these people together. And this not only binds them temporarily, it has a very lasting effect on their binding emotions. Not only that, these people, even like in Indian nation states, there might be plenty of nations living. But India as a nation state is just one. So when it comes to national sentiments, people, say for instance, people from Australia might be living in India. So within Indian nation state, it is Australian nation which might be living. So there are certainly these memories of past, which is about sacrifices, which is about glories of the past, which certainly bind these people together.
Yeah, see, memory also requires telling and retelling, right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Certainly, sir.
Yes, sir.
Then how, that gets accounted for?
Probably there are songs, as far as I can remember, and particularly when we read literature which is coming from any area which has got certain sort of different nationalist ideas, or to a greater extent, if we are allowed to call it, secessionist sentiments. So these people do have some oral literature, some sort of songs which are actually trying to connect with people at large.
Okay, good. So I think time is up.
Thank you, sir.
5 minutes time
Thank
to
you.
get refreshed. So we have the next session at 4:30. So so thank you all the paper presenters and the audience and all the faculties and the audience who asked questions and listen patiently. And thank you all. We would continue this discussion in the coming sessions as well. We talked about the idea of nation in of course the Hungry Tide, the ideological construct nation, and then the notion of utopian nation, and then we talked about our longing for identifying giving gender performance in Tagore's critique of performative nationalism in his novel, and then the middle class ideas in Chatterjee's Obanyu Chatterjee's English August and Indian Story, where we have seen the middle class, even if 1 or 2, 3 people are representing that one, their aspirations are not in tune with the kind of nation that we envision. Where what I would like to say is that where we get the upper middle class people, they are not thinking of a nation. That's why specifically I asked that question. They are thinking of money, thinking of prestige, thinking of fame, and so many other things. Where nation is not important. And what is troubling over there is the irony that an IAS officer is an important person in the nation, and he is truly an Indian in that way. But the way he perceives over here in that novel, that gives us another idea that explores the way urban middle class, upper middle class people think of. That is the way argued. And then finally Anusha talked about Earth and Moon as nations, where we think that many things that we think of identities, markers of identity as nation may get erased or evaded when there is a threat from another place, and when we have certain unity of human being or some other thing, and then that itself can be projected as a nation, and our notion of nation would change. The point is our notion of nation would be changed according to the circumstances we are in. So we would stop here. Thank you, all of you, and thank you for the seminar organizers and all of you. I would wind up here, and you can join for the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
A very good evening to all present. Can you hear me?
Good evening, ma'am. Yes.
Right. So very little break between session 2 and session 3. Shall we start or do we need some more time?
We can start now.
All right. So we begin with the third technical session of the day. There are 4 presentations. The first one by Gunja Nandi. She is going to talk about reclaiming center stage, rehistoricizing, regendering, and relocating the nation in Michael Collins and Rebellion. The second presentation will be by Ganga Lakshmi and Saran Raj. They will speak about epistemology in wisdom literature and analysis of Robin Sharma's family wisdom. The third presentation is by Sakti Shekhar Dash, and he's going to talk about ballads, myths, and folklore of Scotland, forging a national identity. Shambhu R will speak about, in his the last presentation is by him. He will speak about challenges to national identity, reading Jamaica Kincaid's A Small Place as an indictment of neocolonialism. Right. To continue with the discussions that we have been carrying on with the since morning, I would like to invite the first presenter, Gunja Nandi. Are you here, Gunja?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Would you like to start?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I am Gunja. Thank you for having me. My paper was actually quite long, so I tried to shorten it as much as I could. So without further ado, I'll begin. And at this point, let me just turn off my video. I think I'll feel more comfortable if you don't mind. So my paper is titled Reclaiming Center Stage, Rehistoricizing, Regendering, and Relocating the Nation in Michael Collins and Rebellion. All nationalisms are gendered, all are invented, and all are dangerous, writes Anne McClintock, reflecting on the discursive space that nationalism creates in its wake, a site of gendered social conflicts often marked by their brutality. Traditionally, the narrative of decolonization has been documented as a militant battle fought by the male colonizer and the male colonized over the territoriality of the feminine space that symbolically constitutes the nation. Sikata Banerjee names this tradition muscular nationalism, defining it as the intersection of a specific vision of masculinity with the political doctrine of nationalism and instantiating with an adult male body poised to sacrifice and kill for the nation. This exalted status of masculinity in the nationalist discourse is naturally maintained at the expense of the loss of political agency of the other genders and its institutionalization. Banerjee continues, muscular nationalism generally centers a gendered binary, martial man versus chaste woman, and several forms of female activism challenge this cultural dualism to create social dis-ease. The politically inclined women disrupting this neat binary are therefore the transgressors, who in muscular nationalism occupy the borderlands. In the context of Irish nationalism, it is the Republican women relegated to the fringes of the predominantly masculine sphere who are the strangers in their own nation. At the core of this thesis inquiry, therefore, is a conspicuous impoverishment in feminist interpretations of Irish nationalism in arguably the most popular and accessible discourse of the modern times, the visual media. Assuming a Christovan stance, while investing in a comparative analysis of Michael Collins and Rebellion, this paper contains that these marginalized women, in this context the abject, are best equipped to partake in a dialogue between cultures, negotiating a more fluid national identity for the emerging heterogeneous state. Thereby, the abject, the transgressor, challenges all entrenched bourgeois nationalisms that verge on totalitarianism, in the process threatening both colonial and anti-colonialist projects. Masculinity and nationalism. Nationalism typically has sprung from masculinized memory, masculinized humiliation, and masculinized hope, comments Cynthia Enlow. The commonalities between colonialism and anti-colonialist nationalisms have been widely commented upon, which Ashish Nandi supplements with a common victimhood to colonial ideology. Colonization, he claims, is rooted foremost in the colonizer's claim to racial superiority and aggressive hypermasculinity as determinants of a civilized people. According to this myth, the Irish colonized populace has been disparagingly portrayed as a stereotypical race of beasts and eunuchs, of effeminate men belonging to a nation that has historically been associated with women. This gendered racial identity comes with connotations of motherly vulnerability, martyrdom, and passivity. Anti-colonialist struggles therefore underscore a concerted attempt to counter all such imperialist claims and in response construct an explicitly masculine domain of nationalism. Another pathology of this colonialist psyche is the fixation on the nation state that can be traced back to Hegel's regimentation of the world into the respective domains of world history, constituting the civilized status West, and prehistory, constituting the pre-political Orient. Accordingly, the colonized population attempts to remedy their alleged political immaturity by authenticating the nation state as the sole political basis for modern civilized, self-governing existence, justifying McClintock's comment on the commitment of European nationalism to the idea of the nation state as the embodiment of rational progress. This dual commitment to the idea of masculinity and the masculinist nation state, to appropriate Nandi, is the product of the ultimate violence which colonialism does to its victims, namely that it creates a culture in which the ruled are constantly tempted to fight their rulers within the psychological limits set by the latter. Family cells and the nation state. Nations are symbolically figured as domestic genealogies. The colonized Irish nation state was a structure erected with the building blocks of heterosexual nuclear families, which in turn, writes Catherine Conrad, was stabilized by the dual forces of Christianity and British colonialism. The family cell, thus born out of Catholic and colonial ideologies, systematically perpetuated gender hierarchy in the domestic sphere that calcified fixed gender roles for men as protectors of the nation and women as its biological and ideological reproducers guaranteeing the nation's purity. This dynamic was normalized by muscular nationalism and its tacit collusion with the colonial ideology of nation-statism. This identity of the nation was therefore fashioned after the institutionalized family cell, which reinforces stability of the nation-state itself by eliminating all non-conforming elements or the instabilities. The revolutionary cell was inherently opposed to the family cell precisely in being inclusive of these instabilities, namely the non-binary, the homosexuals, and women not at ease with their prescribed gender roles. The goal of the revolutionary cell, unlike that of the family cell, was to overthrow the current political system, effecting a reformulation of the nation state that, remarks Conrad, in the case of the Irish Republicans from the 19th century onward, has often meant a stated goal of a more equitable system of property and social relations. The familyist model of nationalism, ultimately culminating in the Irish Free State, thus manifestly serves bourgeois male interests, perpetuating sexual control and repression, and othering any identity category that does not respect familial or national boundaries. Homosexuality in Karl Steigen's discussion of European national discourse is deployed as the alien other, linked to conspiracy, opposition to the nation, and ultimately a threat to civilization, simply because it does not participate in the reproduction of the heterosexual family cell and challenges its primacy as the only natural unit of civilized existence. Even heterosexual women seeking to perform alternative gender roles are condemned as irresponsible for neglecting the duties of the hearth as mother and wife. The charge vilifies them as particularly unwomanly, and every attempt is made to have them subjugated in the public sphere. Despite leaving palpable remarks of their accomplishment against all odds, their presence has been categorically brushed out of history. They remain the internal other, treating the interstices of the private and public spheres outliers in their own nation. Julia Kristeva finds historical precedent that women, the Danaids, hailing from Egypt, were the first foreigners to intrude into Greek society, which thereby she finds raises the problem of antagonism between the sexes themselves. This antagonism, thus arising out of the Greek practice of considering the bride a foreigner, a suppliant, seems to have since become the genetic inheritance of modern society. Kristeva incorporates her insight into psychoanalytical discourse to explain the psychology involved in othering. In Strangers to Ourselves, she argues, the foreigner is within us. When we flee from or struggle against the foreigner, we are fighting our unconscious. Therefore, as a way of reconciling ourselves with those we otherize, Kristeva suggests that one should embrace the other within ourselves, so as to annihilate all created borders. as in Christopher's own words, confronting the foreigner whom I reject and with whom at the same time I identify, I lose my boundaries. In this context, the intimate enemy, the strangeness and monstrosity within the nationalist male's unconscious is undoubtedly the insidious presence of the male colonizer, the external other. In his want of this awareness, the internal other or the nationalist woman is the one alienated by both the nationalist man and the male colonizer lurking within him. The suppression of feminist narratives is most blatant on the silver screen, especially in biopics eponymously named after a male nationalist hero. There is an old Irish feminist Republican ballad called Invisible Women by Brian Moore, which goes like this: Ireland, Mother Ireland, with your freedom-loving sons, did your daughters run and hide at the sound of guns, or did they have some part in the fight? And why does everybody try to keep them out of sight? That comes to mind when watching the likes of the quintessentially Irish film Michael Collins, directed by Neil Jordan, that charts the history of the Irish nationalist struggle between the Easter Rising and the death of Michael Collins during the Irish Civil War. It forgoes all representation of female nationalists. Only one female character of any relevance braces the frames, Kitty Kiernan, the love interest of both Collins and Boland, therefore relegating her to the primary function of a plot device to drive the eventual wedge between the two men. However, she also has a metaphorical role to perform. While she is the attractive, calmly Irish maiden who needs to be protected by the flamboyantly nationalist men in her life, she is also meant to be the representative of Mother Ireland herself, both a curiously chaste and asexual maiden, as well as a defeated mother grieving the death of a nationalist hero. Although her character is deeply apolitical, she is nonetheless allegorized as Mother Ireland by the gendered nationalist agency and denied autonomy as a human being of flesh and blood. Her exclusion from the masculinized world of politics is reinforced by her own self-effacing remarks like, I am nothing, I am my father's daughter. Her individuality thus remains arrested within the confines of the patriarchal family cell. The film remains largely dissociated not only from any feminist ethos, but also fails to shed light separately on the distinctively socialist wing of the Irish citizen army under James Connolly's command, as opposed to the entire mass of the Irish volunteers. Following the release of Michael Collins, gradual attempts have been made to have the diverse role of women in the Irish nationalist movement acknowledged. Besides prompting feminist responses in the area of theatre, Ken Loach's The Wind That Shakes the Barley gave representation to 3 generations of flesh and blood women who, as opposed to adhering to the stereotypes of traditional national icons, were also shown either as Cumann Band members or occupying positions of power as judges in a Republican court or in a secretarial role. It was not until 2016, however, ostensibly the 100th anniversary of Easter 1916, that mainstream media made the deliberate decision to invest in a feminist retelling of the events of the Rising, and RT commissioned exclusively Irish television series named Rebellion. Focused on the relatable plight of civilians, it seems to provide a truer picture than provided by mainstream media so far. The first season traces the lives of 3 young female protagonists, Frances O'Flaherty, Elizabeth Butler, and May Lacey, who find themselves at the heart of the growing political unrest in the eve of the imminent Easter Rising and are determined to fight for equality and independence in their own ways. Rebellion's 3 heroines flout the confines of the family cell model and envision a new social order where they would not feel quite so marginalized. Frances, an illegitimate child brought up by nuns, a sharpshooter who prefers to dress like a man and later on in the series reveals homosexual inclinations, is in search for her own freedom in her vision of a free Ireland, perhaps fashioned after Margaret Skinner. Frances has been radicalized through her involvement in Cumann Band, although it is not to the liking of her aunt. She can find acceptance only within the walls of St. Enda's School, where she radicalizes students, molding them into young volunteers, and those snubbed by Patrick Pearse because of her gender in the midst of the action of the Easter Rising. She is, however, given a place of prominence by James Connolly, under whom she has a first taste of equality, which she later confides to May. I felt 10 feet tall, May. Elizabeth is a medical student and as such strongly revokes Dr. Kathleen Lynn. She is also the daughter of a successful banker, thus belonging to the upper echelons of Irish society. Despite her class affiliations, however, she harbors strong socialist sentiments, and her revolutionary dreams of freedom incorporate the vision of a society with a more equitable distribution of rights and property. Through her interest in Gaelic culture and theatre, she finds the perfect cover to join the Irish Citizen Army that plans on staging of Yeats and Gregory's Kathleen New Houlihan. She remains true to the sentiments of the play, albeit subverting the gender dynamic as she abandons her own wedding to respond to the call of the nation. Though trained in the art of wielding firearms by Constance Markiewicz, she primarily serves as a nurse at the General Post Office under Dr. Catherine Lynn, braving bullets to tend to injured soldiers and rescue the wounded from the streets. She even manages to find common ground with Ingrid, an Englishwoman, a loyal British subject who finds her calling in nursing the wounded, justifying Hetheringman's analysis that since women are frequently positioned as strangers and exiles within the public life of the nation, it supports Kristeva's theory that they are particularly adept at translating between cultures and negotiating the passage between self and the other. May, decidedly apolitical at the beginning of the story, is an unlikely heroine on the scene. Secretary to civil servant Hammond and pregnant with his child, her position in society is therefore precarious. For as Ingman remarks, the sexually loose woman was not only shocking, she was seen as anti-Irish or foreign. Very often she had to be expelled, if not from her country, at least from her family or her community. Uncannily enough, that seems to be her fate. Knowing that society is not kind to fallen women, she initially deliberates with Frances whether to leave her child with the nuns. Frances reacts explosively. To hell with those who condemn you. The world is changing. You're not giving the child away to the nuns. But May is more prescient in her reply. You think a few arms and bullets is going to change things for any woman? The question she raises is of women's rights and whether nationalism can make room for it. The women's suffrage movement at the time was similarly at loggerheads with the rising wave of nationalism. Margaret Ward documents the Irish Women's Franchise League's discontentment with the formation of Cumarnaban, as the latter was believed to have been a retrogressive step towards women's emancipation. The second season of Rebellion, opening in the middle of the Irish War of Independence and ending with the taut anticipation of the Civil War, also makes a significant intervention in the conventional portrayals of women in the Revolution by subverting typical filmic tropes, thus rendering visible hitherto unrepresented facets of women's activism. Minnie, in her second outing, finally emerges as a working-class Republican voice that was missing in the first series. An important facet of politicized femininity finds representation in Ethna Drury, a Republican journalist from the Irish Bulletin, tireless in her efforts to present to the world the real picture of the horrors perpetuated by the Black and Tans. Karen Steele in Women, Press and Politics highlights the importance of women's involvement in the nationalist press, and Drury stands in for all those women whose foray into the public sphere through their political writings is not adequately discussed, including prominent personalities like Maud Gonne and Constance Markiewicz. Mrs. Constance Butler, seemingly the perfect society wife, actually has secret dial meetings conducted at her house under the cover of an afternoon music recital and ensures that her infidel husband's money goes into the nationalist cause. She is also offered a position as the Irish representative to relay accurate information about the state of affairs in Ireland to the President of the United States. She further manages to effect the discharge of Drury from prison with her credentials as the Lady President of the Irish Prisoners' Family Welfare Fund. Margaret Ward has indeed documented the existence of one such organization, the Women's Prisoners Defense League, whose president was Madame Despard, and Maud Gonne, the secretary, that held protests and facilitated the release of Republican prisoners held without charges. The question of motherhood, an ideal so venerated in Ireland, touched upon briefly in Lacey's story in the first season, is reiterated in the plight of Miss Ursula Sweeney. When Sweeney inquires about the Irish law in matters regarding custody of her illegitimate child given away to the church under duress, she is told, "There is none that covers this area. The church, this mother and child convent, were the legal guardians. The nationalist movements worked very hard to gain the backing of the church." Unable to reconcile the ever-present conflict between feminism and nationalism, she surrenders to a nationalist who blackmails her to extract information, promising in return custody over her child. In the end, she is hounded by the government for high treason, and the nationalist betrays her, and her sister sacrifices her own life so that Sweeney can escape to England with her son. A similar fate awaits Mrs. Butler too, who is deported to England by Sinn Féin after confiscating her property. Ethna Drury rebuffs the treaty and starts another newspaper ironically named the Irish Republic when the Irish Bulletin is banned. Minnie too remains staunch in her Republican faith. Given the totalitarian nature the Free State comes to assume, she asks a prophetic and poignant question: What kind of future are we building? The years following the establishment of the Free State were dark days for the revolutionaries, who sought to construct a new social order from the rubbles of the conventional bourgeois family cell model. Instead, the Free State merely replicated the same power relations as under British rule to reappropriate Yeats. The beggars have changed places, but the lash goes on. All measures were taken to silence the dissenting Republican voices. The horrors of the past year seemed to be revisited, as Ward farther writes. Once again, Republicans were being jailed. The Women Prisoners Defense League was reactivated, and Kumannaban threw itself enthusiastically into its activities. It is precisely the state of affairs that Republican women had been determined to prevent. Marginalized in myriad ways from active participation in the public sphere, they still boldly transgressed the gender roles that were to cement a homogeneous, monolithic identity of the nation. Interpreting Kristeva, Ingman finds women to be the strongest deterrents in the path of political movements which have freedom as their goal, becoming totalitarian. She further envisions Kristeva's emerging modern nation as explicated in Nations Without Nationalism, to be flexible, heterogeneous, and polyphonic, which can only materialize when women use their voices from the fringes to subvert entrenched nationalism and open them up to a more fluid identity. These women therefore ought to be expelled. They become, in Ingman's analysis, the abject that Kristeva defines as the nurturing horror that the cunning, orderly surface of civilizations attempt to push aside because they disturb identity, system, order. Such a theorization certainly goes to explain the reasons behind Ward's ominous comments that a concerted campaign against Republican women was being waged by the Free State and the Church. It is by dint of their status as the abject that Constance Butler, May Lacy, Ursula Sweeney had to be expelled from the social body of the nation. Kristeva sees the role of women as a sort of vigilance, a strangeness, as always to be on guard and contestatory, which is something Minnie and Drury promised to perform, looming as unsettling presences in the text of the nation's life. So the point is that Kristeva visualizes modern revolt as slow and tentative in the form of trials, hesitations, making patient and lateral adjustments to an endlessly complex network. It's Irish women's stake in the larger revolutionary process of social osmosis, of restructuring the national life to be more flexible and inclusive, that can therefore be aided and amplified by narrative fiction that comprise the apparently minor facets of revolt, she says. Mainstream media should therefore strive to delineate an alternative frame of reference within which to normalize and vouchsafe the transgressive woman's social integration. To recover, document, and represent the pioneering feminist voices of the past thus remains a primary and collective responsibility, not merely to alter our perspective of history, but to set a precedent for the future in case the wheel of history turns again along a totalitarianist groove. So with that, I end my presentation, which is a very rather long presentation. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Gunjanandi. It was all right, not a very long one. Well, you attempted to rewatch the movies. Do we have any questions on the presentation? If not now, maybe towards the end of all the presentations. Shall we move on to the, yes. Yeah, we should move on to the next presentation. Thank you, Gunja.
Thank you so much.
So Ganga Lakshmi is here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear.
Happy to meet you, ma'am.
Nice to meet you too.
Shall I
we
present
start?
now, ma'am?
Yes, yes, please.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen. Yes.
Can you see it, ma'am?
Yes, we can see the screen, Gangalakshmi.
Okay. Now, my topic is Epistemology in Wisdom Literature, an analysis of Robin Sharma's Family Wisdom. This particular research work is more about Robin Sharma's analysis of the present human being nowadays. How the human beings are...
Your slides are not visible now.
Oh, 1 second, ma'am.
Yes.
Is it okay now, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Now, actually, in this paper, we have dealt with how Robin Sharma has analyzed the inner conflict of every person, especially man or woman. And that's what the objective behind analyzing this paper, especially in his literature piece, Family Wisdom. Much research work is not done on this particular element because it is considered to be a prose work. And this work we have done in this research article, the leaderships delivered through Robin Sharma's book, how his efficiency is delivered through each and every book of himself, and especially in this book, how the leadership of a lady as well as a man has to be taken into account as far as the family considerations or responsibilities are concerned. Now, he has explored the two values of the culture and the family, and in addition, he has explored for money making how the family members are sacrificing their own family, and in addition, he has explored the realistic philosophy in life, culture, and as well as how the ego predominates every human being apart from thinking of the family responsibilities. The psychological trauma, which is really encountered by every person in the business, is also represented, and in addition, whether the people are able to understand that the psychological trauma is an outcome of their inconsideration to their family responsibilities. That is what the strict question he has posted at each and every point of the book. And he has even deconstructed the psychological views based on the Freudian concepts that ID and ego are very, very important, wherein which he has deconstructed it and stated that, of course, they are important, but when it is not proportionate to the family requirements. And furthermore, he has stated a lot about the parenting style in this particular literature piece. Now, epistemological inferences of the forgotten. Epistemology refers to the knowledge about a particular concept in a society which is deeply accepted, and then based on that, so many studies will be there, and that is what an epistemological inference means. And then here the representation is how these are inferences are forgotten in the cultural inheritance of the society, especially with reference to the spiritual philosophies. Actually, he starts from the very questioning of our human existence in this modern world, and he questions the parenting style of the current generation, and in addition, he questions the spiritual philosophies which are imbibed in each and every person's mindset nowadays, leading to the cultural development. The societal resurgence is the need of the hour, and he has insisted it even in this book itself. And then understanding the parenting skills, because nowadays the moral philosophy is totally lost because of the poor parenting. This is one side of thinking. Now he has addressed that issue in this book, and he has stated how a parenting skill needs to be imbibed in each and every parent in this younger generation. Now, the next one, the objective of the study is to understand the epistemological principle in the parenting style and to explore the 5 masteries of parenting depicted through various narrations in this book, as well as to analyze the philosophical reverberations out of the psychological trauma, as well as to illustrate the redefined world for future generation as projected in the family wisdom. These are all the main core objectives of this paper. The background, because of the little research being carried out in Robin Sharma's pieces, we have taken family wisdom exclusively focusing on the parenting style, And we have furthermore a lot of values pertain to the self-analysis, the self-realization, and then the submission to the spirituality, which are all different, which are all considered to be totally indifferent in the modern world, is totally explored. The Freudian concept of ID, ego, and superego, that and all are even touched, and we have justified how these all superego will not be working well in a family environment. He has, Sharma has explored through this protagonist Julian, a male protagonist, through how the narrowly a powerful narration to etch the leadership traits among the world-class family members, even if they have got a very good, well-settled family circumstance. But if they are being uncared to the family, then what is the role of the family being in a wealthy condition? That's the question he imposes. And finally, he has analyzed deeply what is lost in the modern world, because not only the humanitarianism is lost, but the parenting skill is lost, which is what he felt. And he has a very strong commitment that if the society needs to be rebuilt, then it is in the hands of the parents who can build a moralized society with their better or the best children. The younger generation's kindness, the politeness, and the peace, which ought to be addressed by the parents, are represented in this particular book. The concept of our ego aspect is totally deconstructed, as I stated. Now, he has stated identity at work with identity at family, ego with the sacrifice, and individuality with united. This is what the question or even the root of my paper. And the theory of knowledge, especially about its method, validity, and scope, and the distinction between justified belief and the opinion, these and all constitute the term epistemology. That's why the already existing thinking that these are all the rules of a parenting. But right now we are moving out of it. Now he is just bringing it back to the eyes of each and every person through this particular book. Now, philosophy in family wisdom. Actually, family wisdom, it forces or it reinforces the moral values, and it focuses more on the parenting techniques, as I stated. The psychological approaches which he has informed to the whole world through his characters, the approach towards a baby, the approach towards a kid, approach towards an adult, the approach towards oneself, everything is totally given inch by inch narration, with inch by inch narration in the book. He has effectively stepped above the psychological concepts and has taken parenting as the string of consciousness which every parent must imbibe in order to have a wonderful parenting technique for a wonderful world. Now, the character Julian's spiritual inheritance. Now, Julian is a character who is depicted in such a way that he has led a flamboyant lifestyle. He owns a Ferrari car. He is a very great lawyer, having a very good flagship for his lawyering skills, that is argumentative skills, and then in addition he has a very wonderful a life full of enriched materialism, and his only life the bonding in the life is his daughter Ali. And Ali is really a wonderful child for him. She's so beautiful. But what happened one day is when he has taken her a drive to some closer places, the car which comes on the opposite side collides with his car, especially in the seat in which Ali was sitting. And what happened was Ali got grievously injured and she lost her life mildly in the hands of Julian. So Julian could not tolerate Alice's death. So this even after that, when his wife tried to soothe him, she could not. So she tried to flee to her father's home because Julian could not care herself also. So Julian was trying his level best to come out of Alice's death, but he could not. He tries many ways, but he could not. And finally, he goes. He he got attacked, and thereby he wanted to. He thought that he could end his life there at his day, but still he happened to continue in his life. He wanted to have an inner peace, and he chose India to be the place where he could find a solace. So he came to India, especially the northern India, Himachal Pradesh, where in which he could find some of the sages, and he got some inner strength from them. And not only in this book, Robin Sharma has stated in so many books that when you go to northern India, especially Himalayas, you could find an inner peace, you could find the reality of life, the divinity of nature, everything you can find once you go to Himachal Pradesh. And this is what he stated, that is especially the Himalayas. This is what he stated in this book also. And through Julian's so Julian acquires the spirituality once after he moves out of his country to India. Now, these are all what I have narrated. So he felt that he had that head-on mortality he could not tolerate, and the only soothing factor was this spiritual inheritance. And after having that spirituality and spiritual enlightenment, he gets back to his native soil. Now, the next one is reunion. Reunion in the sense, I'm not summarizing the book, but I'm giving one after the other narration in such a way how Julian's inner ability has got rewired in accordance with the reality of the modern world. So the thing is, as far as the reunion is concerned, he meets his sister, Catherine, who gets admitted in a hospital. Actually, Catherine has a different lifestyle. She has a family with a daughter and son, and she lives with her husband, but she owns a company. She acts as a CEO of a company. So she spends very sparse time with her family, whereas she spends the majority of time only with her business surroundings. But one day, the flight in which she is traveling gets crashed. By the time of the crash, she experiences not the laurels or the acknowledgements which she has received from out of his business environment, but only her family, her brother, her son, her daughter, and then her husband comes in her eyes at the time of the tragedy. But she survives in that flight crash, and she got deeply injured. And she is visited by Julian, and the Julian also comes from the Himalayas, only for the sake of securing Catherine from that tragic incident's outcome. So when Julian comes and meets this Catherine, he gives a lot of ideologies related to the lifestyle as well as parenting. So the first one is the 5 masteries which Julian gives to Catherine one after the other. The first mastery is the leadership in life begins with leadership at home. So Catherine is thinking that she has got a wonderful business environment. She has become a master over that, but her mastery at home is totally unexplored. She didn't even think that the children of her really need her. She didn't even think of it. But when she happened to stay home out of the previous injuries due to the flight crash, when she stayed with her with her family, she identified that the children were enjoying her presence. So that was the first time she understood where she missed. It's because it's through this Catherine's ideologies, Robert Sharma wants to represent to the whole world that you are all being after money. You are believing that the power is only after the achievement in your business, but it's not the case. Your leadership in the family is totally lost. That's what he gives here and there. And the next one is after the crash, she totally gets she totally rewires herself, and the inner happiness, it's not out of the material things which she makes out of the business world, but only with the parenting style as well as being with the family. And that is what Robin Sharma insists to the core: be with your children whenever there is a feasibility. He doesn't mean to say that you must leave your job. No, the due consideration must be given to the family also. That is what the first thing he has represented. Life in leadership in life begins with leadership at home. The second mastery he states is envisioning leadership in children. It's not only the leadership which the parent must imbibe in themselves, it's the leadership which they must inculcate in the kids also. So we are not supposed to scold the kids, instead you must mold them. So pinpointing them for the mistake is not at all advisable. Instead, you can make them to be more productive, and you need to one second. The failures of their life, that must be even be taught to the kids. They must spend the time with them in order to know the problems which they have in their mind to come out of it. They must be a soothing factor. They must even become a role model to the kids, and then they must know that someone has done best, and then you should appreciate, that is, the kids have done something best, and we should appreciate them. So that appreciation time must be given to the kids. So all these are taken into account in order to mold the child with the maximum leadership abilities. And the third mastery which he has told is focus on your child greatness, not on weakness. If a child is doing a wonderful work, especially the development in case of or what is it, a drawing, you can see that our child's development in the artistic work, that must be appreciated. And if a child doesn't know how to study, you are not supposed to focus more on that weaker element. Instead, focus more on the child's positive things, and thereby suggest some measures to come out of the negative things. That's what he has stated. And then generally these are all the common mistakes made by the parents, and they yell at the kids only because of the fact that they could not tolerate the business struggle or the responsibilities. And the next one is you need to prioritize the family, and then you have to be openly affectionate with the family, and then the healthy respect for all. In some members, we have identified that the parents will used to say, yes, you are really closer to my heart, but they will not be giving maximum importance to their kids, but they do everything for their kids. But the kids could not understand why they are doing. Even if you have
Lakshmi, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please summarize it further?
Yes, ma'am. The fourth mastery, yes, ma'am, definitely, ma'am. To be an excellent parent. And the fifth mastery is giving your child immortality through the gift of legacy. Here, the gift of legacy is the representation of the historical figures which the kids must be made to move with. That is teaching history in order to make them or equip them with moral philosophies. So that is what Robin Sharma has insisted in this prose piece. And I would like to thank each and everyone for your patience listening. And I am ready to answer all your queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganga Lakshmi. As we are kind of short of time, I would like to invite the next presenter. We'll have a question and answer session later, of course.
Thank you.
I would like to invite the next presenter, the next speaker, Shakti Shekhar Das, with his paper on ballads, myths and folklore of Scotland, forging a national identity.
A very good afternoon to one and all present, and my warm regards to Dr. Shahila Jafar. And my topic is ballads, myths and folklore of Scotland, forging a national identity. In the popular imagination, Scottish culture is frequently reduced to claymores, kilts and bagpipes. And Scotland itself is often mistakenly viewed politically as just an extension or territory of England. Britons and non-Britons alike often find it hard to grasp what Scotland is about. Are the Scots really just a sort of English? The answer is an emphatic no. Is Scotland a distinctive entity within Britain? Well, yes. Though it is only a small nation, Scotland has a distinct culture that is at times misunderstood both within the United Kingdom and abroad. With reference to theories of nationalism, cultural identity, and post-colonialism, I'll study the manner in which the Jacobites used poetry, myths, and folklore to react against the Anglicization of Scotland that had occurred in the decades after the Union of 1707. They not only highlighted the problems of the post-Union shift in culture, but also the endeavours to disrupt England's ongoing influence on Scotland. At the same time, the ballads, myths, and folklore celebrated the uniqueness of the Scottish culture and identity of the Jacobites. Through their ballads, myths, legends, and folklore, the Scottish not only communicated their poetic, emotional, and cultural sentiments, but also used them to set their own identity and craft a new one for Scotland. The political use of music, myths, and ballads is not a new idea, nor was it unfamiliar to the Scottish. In fact, it tied in neatly with the Celtic musical tradition, which made musical expression a key aspect of life. The Scottish made use of ballads, myths, legends, and folklore, and the lyric to attack their enemies, praise their heroes, and most importantly, to set forth a new and useful idea of what it meant to be Scottish. Stories and songs heard in childhood have inspired Scottish storytellers, bards, poets, songmakers, and writers for centuries. The power to connect one generation to the next in the performance of a story or song extends also to the printed page, exemplified by books and manuscripts from all parts of Scotland. Thus, the living tradition continues breathing life into new singers, writers, and storytellers. So, one of the leading literary figures of Scotland, that is Robert Burns, spoke of his mother's fine singing voice and large repertoire of songs, adding that it was their old housemaid who fired his imagination. I'd like to quote his words. She had, I suppose, the largest collection in the country of tales and songs concerning devils, ghosts, fairies, brownies, witches, warlocks, spunkies, kelpies, elf candles, deadlights, wraiths, apparitions, giants, enchanted towers, giant, and other trumpery. This cultivated the latency of poesy. Walter Scott, too, regarded his early years in the Borders, rather than his formal schooling in Edinburgh, as having the strongest influence on his imagination and skill as a writer. Though a twist of fate made his parents decide to leave him in the care of his grandparents at Standinoe, Scott recalls being fed with the legendary lore of the Borders as with a mother's milk. So, growing up under the influence of Scottish folklore, legends, ballads, and myths, it had a profound influence on the writers and poets. And the influence, it was instrumental in shaping their creative output. Scott and Burns both acknowledged Alan Ramsay as enriching their appreciation of the living tradition, as did Alexander MacDonald, son of a Ardmurchan, minister and educated at Edinburgh University in Ramsay's time. The Gaelic bard began his Oran Arnat Samaed, Song for Summer, with a verse inspired by Ramsay's Through the Wood Lady from the Tea Table Miscellany. Ramsay, who co-founded the Easy Club, had himself been so inspired by the vitality of the poems and songs he heard that he not only composed poems and songs for this anthology, but also collected the ones he heard for another 4 volumes. Although ballads can be formally identified as songs, there has been considerable dispute about how exactly to define the ballad genre within this broad category. In the context of studies of Scottish traditional literature, we can assume a special concern with the Scottish ballads, one of the finest expressions of Scottish culture with international importance. A particular category of ballad which could perhaps be called the Scottish classical ballad has had this high level of impact. Ballads of this type treat topics like feuds and border raiding, for example, the Bonny House of Ireland, the Battle of Otterburn, young lovers and the happy or tragic results of their attempts to marry, for example, Catherine Jeffrey and the Braes o' Yarrow, and contacts with supernatural beings. They treat them in a particular manner with powerful aesthetic effects. The emotional response to events is often present and may dominate to the point where the actual story is lost altogether. Historically, ballads started out as narratives, but their whole development seemed like a denial of that origin as they moved towards the expression of their emotional core, as in the lingering on the sadness of the execution of a young woman in Mary Hamilton, in a verse remembered by Robert Burns, who provided the first known record of this ballad in 1790. Little did my mother think that day she cradled me, what land I was to travel in, or what death I should die. The ballad has continued to have a presence in Scotland. The singing tradition's preservation, especially in the traveller community up to and beyond the period of the folk song revival of the later part of the 20th century, has averted any danger of its becoming a bookish phenomenon. In Scotland, folk narrative is one of the most easily recognizable forms of literature. Many would assume it is primarily oral in character, however, it cannot be isolated from the literary, whether at point of origin or the point of capture, or perhaps folk narrative could be understood as any narrative belonging to the people of Scotland in whatever folk group to which they saw allegiance at a particular time. Perhaps a sense of possession by the storyteller and audience is more marked with folk narrative than with literary texts. So oral tradition has been a part of various cultures. It is in fact a cultural practice, not only in Scotland, but also in ancient Greece and India. Storytelling or oral tradition narrating the tales and legends, myths, they were handed down from generation to generation, through which the culture was celebrated and preserved for the successive generations. As a form, folk narrative is far more adaptable than the fixed literary text. Manner of delivery, for instance, can sometimes vary in response to storyteller or audience demands, needs, or preferences. Each occasion generates a different experience, and the storyteller's art depends on understanding this process. A story told in an intimate family setting will be delivered and received in a context-driven way. The same tale retold in a festival or printed in a book will lose much of its intimacy, although arguably it may gain from a more theatrical framing. Similarly, Scottish folk song is not a single genre, but multifaceted and multiformed. It is impossible to produce a simple definition of the term or suggest that authenticity in terms of Scottish origins is a yardstick. The relationship between the lyrical songs of the late 18th century and early 19th centuries and the narrative ballads that predated them is a useful starting point. When John MacDonald of Elgin sang The Roving Ploughboy in the 1950s and 60s, not only did he perform a song redolent with the romance of agricultural life in the Northeast lowlands prior to mechanization, but it resonated with this early repertory. Folk literature's multiformity is one of the characteristics marking it out from high literature. While the latter exists as a set version of a specific text written by an acknowledged author, The former can exist in multiple variations and is multi-authored. Indeed, the author as such is generally unknown, and it can be fruitless trying to establish the date of original composition or geographical provenance. In the early days of folk literature collecting, which picked up pace in the 19th century, the historic geographic method, folk belief, and Scottish traditional literatures was favored. This was basically an attempt to recover all known versions of a story in pursuit of the archetype or the artext of the tale. A highly comparative approach, it attempted to trace the story's international path back to its original source. By the mid-20th century, the pursuit of origins was mostly abandoned in favor of a contextualized approach, emphasizing instead social context and the tale's performative aspects. The complex situation of 18th century Scotland was exemplified by the Jacobite ballads. The canon of Jacobite song has remained popular over time, with many of its songs remaining in vogue, particularly with modern Scottish nationalists. These songs encompass a variety of different styles and moods, ranging from drinking songs and war chants to melancholy, nostalgic love songs. The popularity and the variety of the tunes helped ensure the survival of a great number of Jacobite ballads, both in broadsheet form and in printed collections put together by balladeers such as James Hogg, who collected not only their own songs, but also those of others and printed large selections of Jacobite song. The Jacobites themselves were a complex and varied group. They hailed from both Highland and Lowland Scotland, with a greater lowland presence than the Highland focus of the movement would seem to indicate. They came from all walks of society, although the movement was financed and propelled by the rich nobility who stood to lose from the loss of the traditional structure of society. Poor and middling Scots made up the bulk of the fighting forces which supported the Stuart claim. The greatest unity was to be found in the realm of religion. Many of the Jacobites were Catholic, like the Stuarts. A great many others were Episcopalian, due in part to the influence of earlier Stuart kings who had sought to institute Episcopalianism in all of Scotland. This group was opposed to many forms of Protestantism, particularly the Calvinists, who made up the official Kirk of Scotland. They identified rather with the Catholic Church or with the Anglican Church. This divided group of individuals was held together by their ideological similarities rather than their backgrounds, and the creation of a national identity drew from all of the varying aspects of their experiences. The use of ballads, particularly in regard to their effective value and their use as political propaganda, is a topic that has received a great deal of attention. Malcolm Laws divides the study of ballads in Britain into two broad categories, those of popular or traditional balladry and the broadside balladry or street balladry. These categories do not fit the Jacobite ballads well, as the canon consists of a mixture of these styles in approximately equal proportions. He argues that ballads have been an ideal tool for communicating emotionally important ideas because the structure of the ballad lends itself to telling dramatic stories concisely and in a way that touches listeners. The Scottish Jacobite ballads are but a small segment of all British ballads. The study of ballads is an enormous field, and the Jacobite ballads occupy a small but important part of it. Though the Jacobites set a new national identity for Scotland, they did not create this identity entirely from scratch. Scotland had existed as a nation with a distinct national identity for centuries prior to the Jacobites' cause. However, the Jacobites were not interested in merely promoting old ideas of what it meant to be Scottish. Instead, they made use of Scottish history and culture, of Highland distinctiveness and religious divisiveness, and of the multiple and virulent antagonisms of the Scots to craft a new, useful, effective national identity which served to define the nation in terms of the movement's aims, imagining Scotland as a nation which served the needs of the Jacobites. The Jacobite ballads used many historical and mythological elements ranging from origin myths and Roman gods to stories of Scottish history, both ancient and contemporary. The ballads were more than simple nostalgia or historical remembrance. They served to identify and inspire the Scottish Jacobites by providing a useful national history and protecting the idea of a national distinctiveness set up in opposition to encroaching Englishness. The Jacobites, deeply concerned with the potential loss of Scottish history and identity, looked to the past to provide an identity and traditions which would support a continuation of Scottish society as they knew it. The Balladiers also made use of Scottish history as a justification for antagonism against England, as well as to stir up hatred of the English. This mythology likewise served to establish Scottish distinctiveness, particularly in the case of national foundation myths which set Scotland apart. The Jacobites made use of historical events and mythology to construct a useful past, which not only supported Scottish ideas of a national identity, of national superiority and uniqueness, but also gave Jacobite adherents the role models, enemies, and ideals to strive for in the pursuit of their political goals. Mythology and history played a significant role in the Scottish Jacobite ballads as they served to help establish Scottish national distinctiveness, tell a story of historical claims to autonomy and independence, and promote resentment of the movement's enemies.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Shakti Shekhar Das. Is it possible to kind of summarize it a little more?
Okay, ma'am. I'm just.
I see from your paper that this is a slightly longish paper. So is it possible to skip some parts?
Sure, ma'am. I'll just sum it up in a moment.
Yes. Thank you.
In establishing Scotland's ancient and reputedly supernatural heritage, the mythological aspect of the Jacobite ballads served to illustrate Scotland's distinctiveness and promote its political legitimacy and sovereignty as a nation. The question of national identity is one which historians have explored with great interest in the past few decades, challenging both the idea that nations are autonomous structures and the theory that nations and nationalism only emerged in the 19th century. Recent work has focused on the imagined nation and its historical roots. Scotland's experiences in the 18th century fit within the larger patterns of the development of national identity which took place throughout Europe and beyond. In studying the Scottish Jacobites and their use of song to promote their own concept of Scotland and their development of a national identity for all of Scotland, which sought to imagine the nation as a distinctive existence within the confines of the Union, it seems that their efforts clearly constitute an imagining of a Scottish nation. The Jacobites used music, particularly ballads, to shape and direct the creation of a new Scottish national identity. This new identity was nostalgic and nationalistic, xenophobic and strongly anti-English, and worked to combine elements of Scottish history and culture with mythical, romantic, and imagined elements in order to create a new, useful national identity. The ballads made use of history from the ancient legends of the founding of Scotland to the freedom fighters Bruce and Wallace to modern happenings like the risings, the battles, and the actions for the English against the Stuarts' followers. The ballads shifted popular conceptions of Scottishness, heavily promoting the adoption of a Highland identity as the authentic Scottish character and culture. Lowland culture, which had a great deal more similarities to English culture, was dismissed and looked down upon. The Highland identity became the only real Scottish identity, complete with visual symbols, manners, and of speaking, and an entire cast of characters from which to draw inspiration or antagonistic feelings. With that, I come to the end of my paper, and I would like to thank everyone for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Shakti Shekhar Das. I'm sorry for making you cut short on the reading, but we were kind of out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last presenter of the day and of the session is Shambhu R. And he's going to talk about challenges to national identity, reading Jamaica Kincaid's A Small Place as an Indictment of New Colonialism. Shambhu Das. Shambhu.
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So the title of my presentation is Challenges to National Identity, reading Jamaica Kincaid's A Small Place as an Indictment of Neo-Colonialism. Jamaica Kincaid is the pseudonym of Elaine Potter Richardson. Born on the 25th of May, 1949 in Antigua, Kincaid's experience of British colonialism was direct and unmediated. Her pithy, quasi-autobiographical novelistic essay, A Small Place, written just 7 years after Antigua won independence, explores the characteristic lack of national consciousness in the Antiguans. Her work becomes an indictment of the tourism industry, which she argues is pandered to the popular image of Antigua as a haven for white travelers looking for a welcome escape from their hectic and materialistic lifestyle. The work and its brevity also becomes a metaphor for the small island whose disharmonies have been accentuated by the advent of neocolonialism. The presentation delves into Kincaid's sardonic treatment of governmental misrule and the hegemony of neo-imperialist forces in Antigua using Benedict Anderson's idea of imagined communities. It argues that Antigua's lack of a national character can be attributed to the erosion of indigenous cultural and literary values and calls for a revitalization of the same. Nationhood is an idea that has proved recalcitrant to monolithic definitions. Though a number of theorists have attempted to define nationhood on the basis of objective characteristics like race, ethnicity, and language, and some others on the basis of geospatial factors like land and maritime boundaries, none of these definitions have been able to do justice to the complex layers of meaning embodied by the idea. Post-colonial Marxist theorists like Edward Said, Benedict Anderson, and Ijaz Ahmed were the first to touch upon the fact that definitions of nationhood always presuppose that the nations under consideration are most of the time Asian and African countries. They're not European or American because the idea of nationhood has for a long time been inextricable from a matrix of colonial significations according to which the West has always figured as a yardstick for nation building for the East. The fact that countries of the colonial past have been forced to forge their national identity in contradistinction to the cultural values of the colonizer involves a double bind in that these countries have to rely upon the West for the construction of their imagined communities, even as they labor to keep their nationalist ethos free of the chains of colonialism. It is this double bind that Jamaica Kincaid explores fearlessly in A Small Place, which Kate Byerman describes as an extended attack on colonialism, corruption, and tourism, as a work that attempts to address the perplexing question of Antigua as a nation whose quest for identity is eclipsed by its colonial history. The work is quite unparalleled. The small but intensely thought-provoking book invites the reader to respond to the ambiguities encoded in Antigua's identity as a nation by choosing from a flurry of labels that best fits the island country, namely tourist destination, neo-colonialist territory, and post-colonial nation. And she does this only to expose the inadequacy of unilateral perspectives. Kincaid problematizes Antigua's national identity primarily through its status as a paradise for bored travelers from Europe. Employing a highly derisive tone, Kincaid proceeds to rip apart the pretensions of white tourists who, under the pretext of a reprieve from stressful work, travel to countries like Antigua that embody the right mix of impoverishment and exoticism to have their sense of national superiority bolstered. By intentionally making the narrative structure overlap with the devices of travel writing, Kincaid raises the question whether Antigua figures in the international imagination as only a tourist destination. But as soon as she offers the reader the subject position of an indolent tourist, she disrupts it through a sardonic critique of governmental misrule and embezzlement, so that the reader, in the guise of the tourist, feels compelled to respond to the question of Antiguan national identity with seriousness rather than sanctimony. Kincaid's mock travel writing style that exalts the trope of Antigua as a tourist colony from the perspective of a European sightseer, only to shatter it later as a fabrication of neo-colonialist imagination, takes the protagonist through a journey of self-discovery. In guiding the protagonist through such a journey, that sees her identity as a tourist being inflected by her forgotten ties to the island country, Kincaid also reveals the different shades of national identity buried conveniently under the template of tourist colony. The shift in perspective from that of a nonchalant tourist to that of a native exposed to neo-colonialist excesses allows Kincaid to implicate not only white imperialists in the destruction of the cultural ethos of Antigua, but also indigenous people who loot the island from the inside. Perhaps it is the transient critique directed against avaricious black Antiguans who pander their national integrity to neo-colonialist interests that the book communicates its full vitriolic effect. For the same reason that it calls upon Antiguans to take responsibility for themselves and their nation, rather than pontificating on the colonial past, the book might find favor with only a few natives. But rather than a limitation, the ambivalence the book arouses attests to its ability to countenance the truth without the distorting filter of the white tourist imagination. By extricating Antigua from its neo-colonialist entanglements, Kincaid sets in motion the arduous task of nation building. Kincaid's first step in the process of reasserting national identity is to disabuse the reader of the myth of Antigua as a haven for colonial hegemons. A second step is to communicate the futility of messianic voices that seek to redeem Antigua from the outside. By consciously playing the dual role of insider and outsider, Kincaid points to the efficacy of only those voices that can empathize with the colonial subjugation of Antigua. Kincaid's use of the second-person pronoun, you, throughout the narrative not only implicates the reader as tourist in the cultural attrition of Antigua, but also destabilizes the reader or the dialectic. Kincaid uses the second-person pronoun simultaneously to communicate the distinct subject positions of the narrator and the reader and to upset the separation. The subtlety she achieves by juggling two different identities can be accounted for using Homi Bhabha's theory of doubleness in writing, which he discusses at length in The Location of Culture. Bhabha argues that it is around the idea of invisibleness that the problematization of identity turns, and that it is articulated in those iterative instances that simultaneously mark the possibility and impossibility of identity, presence to absence. Kincaid's narrative strategy of conflating the subject positions of the author and the reader, insider and outsider, colonizer and colonized, strips off the multiple layers of ideology and myth adhering to the real history of Antigua. In his celebrated work, Imagine Communities, Benedict Anderson tries to analyze a reason for the idea of nationhood holding so much sway in the imagination of a community united by a common descent, heritage, and linguistic roots. He wonders why the attachment that people feel for the inventions of their imaginations are potent enough to make them lay down their lives for their country. To shed light on the tenacious influence of nationhood in determining the loyalties and allegiances of entire communities of people, Anderson identifies four essential attributes of national belonging, namely, the nation as imagined, the nation as limited by finite, although elastic boundaries beyond which lie other nations, the nation as sovereign or as being defined against the backdrop of enlightened ideals and revolutions, and finally, the nation as an imagined community. He says that the nation is an imagined community because the members of the nation will never know most of their fellow members, meet them, or even hear of them, yet in the minds of each lives the image of their communion. Anderson calls upon us to ponder why the nation as an imagined community exerts far more influence on us than any other, even to the extent of inflating our pride on seeing national insignias and feeling offended when a foreigner slights these. He argues that the idea of nationhood is powerful enough to yoke together a multitude of people, irrespective of the differences of caste, color, and creed. In other words, the nation is always conceived as a deep horizontal comradeship. Although people belonging to different states or regions need not even meet each other or feel any kinship on a personal level. It can be seen that Anderson's conception of the nation as an imagined community is a direct response to the positivist definition of the nation that dominated academic circles before the rise of post-colonial theory. By emphasizing the discursivity through which nations get imagined, Anderson veers the discursive analysis from objective and structural underpinnings of the nation to an understanding of nationhood as the consequence of the active interface between reality and fiction. In Kincaid's work too, rather than the objective constituents of nationhood, it is a liminal or in-between zone between reality and fiction that deserves attention. In this respect, Kincaid's text shares a lot of affinities with Barber's